This is the Dallas Cowboys Pepsi Postgame Show. Pepsi, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, here's Zach Wolchuk and Bryan Broaddus.
Big pitch, going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball to the post. Touchdown to Pickens. Dagger.
That sure was the dagger. 37-22. Cowboys go on the road. Down 4 starting offensive linemen. No CeeDee Lamb, no Kevontae Turpin. And they come away victorious as Dak Prescott throws for 4 touchdowns, including that one to George Pickens. He would add another one later on in the fourth quarter, a 4-yard strike to Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams today, another outstanding performance, 135 yards on the ground, 1 rushing, 1 receiving touchdown. It was the breakout game for Ryan Flanoy. I've been begging for it, Brian. And the Cowboys now are 2-2-1, and they send the Jets to 0-5. The Jets becoming the first team in NFL history to start 0-5 and not record a single takeaway. But the defense much better. So much to break down in the postgame show. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus, brought to you by Pepsi, made for Cowboys watching. And if you want to use what the pros use, Jack Black is the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys. Visit getjackblack.com today. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. 877-881-1053. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, just on a couple different levels, they needed the offensive line to step up in this game today. The Jets, not a big pressure team, but they do have some guys with Quinnen Williams, though, and then also McDonald. That was going to be some you had to deal with today. They're a man-cover team. They were going to bring pressure. You're maybe worried about guys kind of working with each other if they did bring pressure. I think Dak did a nice job of couple different times moving around in the pocket, kind of figured some things out. Guys downfield able to separate. You knew it was going to be a tough day for George Pickens. The 2 catches, the 57 yards, one of them for 43 yards and the touchdown right there. You knew it was going to be tough because Sauce Gardner's an outstanding player, but they needed some others to step up. And then you get basically 13 receptions from Flanoy, and then you also get with Jake Ferguson also helping out there. That was 2 touchdowns with Ferguson. So really great job overall offensively. Defensively, though, they got pressure. It was probably one of the better games that Fowler's had this year. They played a lot more man coverage. Well, I'm interested to see the film, how much they really blitzed. We saw some twist stunts. I will say something, though. If this game was close, then I think you're in a situation where I would have been worried about the Jets running the football because Dallas's run defense didn't come to play today.
No, Breece Hall still averaged over 8 yards a carry, 14 for 113, and they were really gashing them up the middle with Breece Hall running the football. Shamar James stepping up in a big way. Jack Sanborn leaves out with a concussion. Shamar James then getting some more opportunity, led the team with 15 total tackles. He was all over the field, to your point. But you were asking all pregame show, Brian, with Eric, hey, who's going to step up outside of George Pickens? And it was Ryan Flanoy, 6 for 114. And then to your point, Jake Ferguson, 7 for 49 and a pair of touchdowns. But their ability to maintain success running the football, even with a new starting line, was super impressive. I mean, Nate Thomas, there was that one time he got beat, gave up a pressure, and Dak had to step up, and I believe it was an incomplete pass. But for the most part, I was super impressed with that left side with Nate Thomas and Hakeem Adeniji.
Yeah, Adeniji not playing a whole lot of guard, and in training camp we'd even seen him play a lot of tackle, and so both on the left and right side though. So nice job by them, kind of holding up. As you mentioned, Dak, his ability to stand in the pocket, move around a little bit. Offensively, they've been really good. The last several weeks, I should say the Bears game wasn't a great offensive game, but the last couple of weeks when they've had to move the football, they've got the running game. They can lean on Williams. It was nice to see Blue get involved. He didn't have as much of the production, only had 4 carries for 7 yards, but a nice blitz pickup. At least showed that he's aware of what needs to be done and how to get the job done. So good for him to getting his feet wet there. But overall, man, that's a nice win. I didn't feel like with all the missing pieces that they had that they were going to be able to get this one done today, but they sure did.
Jets going to jet, man. The Jets, they showed why they're really just
that
one of those
punch out
teams.
Was huge.
Yeah, I thought that was really
turned the game.
No question. That was the turning point. Maris Leofau, when the Jets are going down the field looking like they could at least get another field goal. And in that first drive, the Cowboys to hold New York to 3 when they moved down the field. But the Maris Leofau punch out, forcing the fumble of Breece Hall, and the Cowboys then go right down the field, score a touchdown. I mean, that final minute of the half was really, it's 10-3. And then the Cowboys get the touchdown. They get the ball right back. And then immediately, 2 plays later, you get the long 66-yard run for Javonte Williams. And then Dak's able to find Jake Ferguson. That's really what won the game and turned it for the Cowboys, all starting with that Maris Leofau forced fumble there with the score at 10-3 and the Jets going down and looking to cash in.
Yeah, this game looked like it was going to be one of those that was going to go back and forth. And then you mentioned that right before the half, boy, that was just the killer for the Jets. But you got to give the Cowboys a lot of credit on this, especially on the offensive side of the ball, with all those guys being out. We talk about about the line coaches here and what they are able to do, but to have backups ready and guys having to move around to other positions. It just says a lot about where the depth is as far as that offensive line and then the type of coaching they get on a weekly basis.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Clayton Adams and Connor Riley, kudos to you. There was a time, and everyone listening right now that are Cowboy fans, we remember, gosh, you lose Tyron Smith, you lose one lineman, and you're thinking the game's wrecked. The Cowboys down 4 starters along the offensive line. It started last week with Hoffman and Bass playing extremely well, and now you plug in Nate Thomas and Hakeem Adeniji at left tackle and left guard, and they just keep this thing humming. 416 total yards of offense.
Yeah, I think that Nate Thomas needs to be thought about playing more. And I know last week you saw him, and Stephen Jones had visited with us on 105.3 The Fan on the G-Bag Nation on a Friday, talking about how they'd like to get Nate Thomas more reps. You had Brian Schottenheimer said, I'm not so interested in, I like continuity. I like, keeping the same guys and all that. And lo and behold, I guarantee you the offensive line coaches probably talked him into Nate Thomas playing last week. And, those 11 snaps that he got in some pass protection, helped him at least this week get some, but let's be honest too. Nate Thomas was, he was probably a day or two away from starting opening day if Guyton had not come back the way he had.
Yeah, that's going to be a fascinating conversation because I do think you might have certain spots where, you don't want to be prisoner of the moment here, but did Shamar James take over for Jack Sanborn, linebacker?
There was a couple different spots too, and you asked the question. I thought too, we'll see what Wanye Thomas did, but there would look like some problems there at that safety spot with Wanye playing. They got attacked a little bit there. I thought there were a couple of different spots where, whether it was Thomas on the offensive line, we talked about James at the linebacker spot, and then what was going to happen at safety. Those were all areas where we could see players flipped out of their starting roles if, in fact, the backup guy had played better. They
all stepped up, and Shoddy has certainly held the corners accountable. They've been rotating, but today was one where Kyrie Elam doesn't start, and that was, due to performance. Now, he did get into the game and mix in, but I wonder, does that then happen at tackle? Tyler Guyton, it's a concussion, so it's due to injury. But what Nate Thomas did today in blocking downfield in the running game to help spring long runs, I thought Nate Thomas, we'll have to go back and watch the tape. That's always really critical when we're talking about offensive and defensive line play. But I thought he was brilliant. And I wonder then, when you've got a first-round pick, and I don't think the Cowboys would necessarily want to just say, we're not going to play Tyler Guyton. Do you then look and say, okay, well, what are we going to do at right tackle? Is it maybe Nate Thomas if they don't like what they're seeing from Terrence Steele? Well, does Thomas play at right tackle or does Guyton play at right tackle?
That's what happened last week in the game. Who did they substitute? They didn't substitute Guyton. They substituted Steele. So obviously they feel like that Guyton is their future. Thomas potentially could be in the mix for Steele if, in fact, they switch things out after the season.
And to make the day even better after a Cowboys 37-22 win, Filthy has lost to the Denver Broncos. The Eagles have dropped their first game of the season. Denver, Sean Payton, your buddy, going on the road to Lincoln Financial Field. He goes for 2 after an Evan Ingram touchdown, made it 18-17. Denver then would tack on a field goal to go up 21-17, and Philly unable to get the drive. And in the end of regulation, you had Jalen Hurts just kind of hoisting this thing Hail Mary style into the end zone, gets batted down 21-17. Denver improving to 3-2. Eagles falling to 4-1. And the Giants losing today. Giants falling to 1-4. Saints, Spencer Rattler and Kellen Moore both getting their first wins as quarterback and head coach. New Orleans winning 26-14.
Yeah, and early in the first quarter, it looks like the Chargers are striving well against the Commanders. So it might be a good day if everything kind of holds serve here for the Dallas Cowboys.
Absolutely, 2-1, and we'll talk later on in the show about Carolina. They had an absolute dogfight today at home against Miami. That's where the Cowboys will go next week. Former Cowboys running back Rico Dowdle, 23 carries, 206 yards today for Carolina and a touchdown. So you just kind of preview ahead. Breece Hall, certainly success on the ground. We were excited about the Cowboys' run defense and how much better it was. They're going to have to make sure that is something that is a focal point this week in practice, getting ready to take on Rico Dowdle in Carolina. I'm not sure Chuba Hubbard's status. I'll have to look at that. But hard to imagine Rico's not going to be the starter next week for Carolina.
Yeah, I think that game was played in Miami, by the way. I think that
No, it was at Bank of America Stadium.
Was
in
it
Charlotte?
really?
Yeah.
Okay. To me, I was looking at the field logo and I thought, what the hell is that? I was looking because they had the blackout game the other day.
Oh, yes, on Monday night.
So I thought maybe the field logo still. Okay, you're absolutely right. Carolina with the win there. But yeah, good for Carolina. To get that. They've been kind of scuffling around, and getting their first victory as well. So good for them on that.
Absolutely. But the Cowboys today, I think a lot of things that we were worried about turned out to be, hey, don't be concerned. You're down 4 starters. Offensive line going to step up, play great. You're going to average over 8 yards a carry for Javonte Williams. Dak Prescott continues to be incredible. How about this stat from our buddy Nick Harris at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram? In 2 games without CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott has thrown for 559 yards and 7 touchdowns on 71% completion. In game 2, he was missing 4 of his 5 starting offensive linemen. And this is a team, as we've talked about, when you're down players, how are you able to overcome? Yeah. And certainly Ryan Flanoy in the first half today, he had over 100 receiving yards. Him and Williams over 100 yards rushing and receiving. You go back to 1978, there had never been a game in which the Cowboys had a 100-yard rusher and receiver in the same half of a game.
That is incredible. By the way, real quick correction. That was the Panthers' second win there.
Yeah.
They were 1-3 going in, so they're now 2-3. But yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. It absolutely is. And somebody needed to step up. We saw last week these receivers, when needed, they did a great job against the Packers. Handled the pass rush. Handled the pass rush again, this week with that makeshift offensive line. But Ryan Flanoy continues to find ways to make plays. He had a really interesting training camp. He wasn't very good at the beginning of it. He kind of caught fire, was playing some special team stuff, then got the opportunity to play, and he's been able to take advantage. Him and Dak have a really good rapport working right now.
Yeah, got some good texts coming in. 214, the coaching staff coaches a position regardless of who is on the field, and they deserve a ton of credit. They absolutely do.
Well, you got to give the defense coaches some credit today, too.
Yeah, they made adjustments.
They've been much maligned, and I am looking forward to seeing the film tomorrow morning. And I saw some elements of some things that I'd seen from Dan Quinn, and that was some of the twist game stuff, some of the looping, the pick defense. They gave up some pass plays. We'll see what happened with some of the coverages. Were they just because they had a lead? Were they just trying to keep things in front of them? But overall, though, you'd have to be with the pressure that they were able to give. And this was a Jets offense that had struggled a little bit with pressure when it came to the blitzes and things like that. The backs, the coordination. We talked about that in the pregame show. Talked about it at halftime as well. It looks like Dallas took advantage of some of that stuff. But this is an offensive line that that had played almost 98% of the snaps together.
And they got two really good young tackles.
And they took advantage of those.
They
dudes.
certainly did.
Yeah,
Fowler
was really
as you
good.
mentioned. Fowler today had his best game by a mile.
Yeah.
As a Raku, that big fourth down stop, able to loop around and get Justin Fields. That he was. I mean, James Houston, every time he steps on the field, I mean, he's just generating pressure. Cowboys 5 sacks today. They doubled their entire season total coming into the game. They had 5 through the first 4 games. They had 5 sacks today alone to make it 10 on the year.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something too. And the pressure was outstanding, but the fact that you did not allow that quarterback to kill you running the football.
Yeah,
that was something that I had a concern about going in as well. But they did a good job of keeping him in the pocket and making him have to make some throws.
Hey, Shotty said with Brad before the game, he sleeps well at night because nobody knows Justin Fields better than Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, there you go.
It was correct today. It was correct today.
We're 500 on that proclamation.
Absolutely. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text, 877-881-1053. We will go to the phones. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Crown Royal and the...
Dallas Cowboys Pepsi Postgame Show. Pepsi, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Brought to you by
AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys.
2nd and 5. Fields play action. Lots of time now. Chased and sacked. Oh, Diggy Zua got him at the 31-yard line.
One of the 5 Cowboys sacks today, as Osa getting 1, Dante Fowler had 1. You had Kenny Clark with half a sack, James Houston with a sack and a half, as the Cowboys were all over Justin Fields today. As we were worried about Fields running, he did try 7 times, just 26 yards, pretty much identical to his stat line on the ground last year when the Cowboys played him in Pittsburgh, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, and really, really worried about like losing contain, trying to, make a play and all of a sudden you're down inside or you spin inside and now there's a wide open lane to the outside. They did a really nice job of keeping him in the pocket and making him have to make some throws today.
Zach Wolchuk along the Super Bowl winning scout. Bryan Broaddus after a 37-22 Cowboys win on the road against the Jets. Jets falling to 0-5. Cowboys improving to 2-1. Eagles also losing today to Denver. Giants losing today to New Orleans. And the Chargers currently up 7-0 in the first quarter as they host Washington. We'll update you on the rest of the scoreboard throughout the entire afternoon as we're hanging out with you on the official post-game show of your Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. But let's get to the phones. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Your thoughts after this Cowboys win. And we start with our guy, Big Jim. Big Jim. Whoa, Jim. What's up, buddy?
Well, fellas, I came on here and said some not nice things about Eberflus last week. We talked about it Friday. Fellas, he changed. He did some stuff different, and you got to take your hat off to the defense. I think they're really good. So I'm very happy with Eberflus. One of the things you see it on the game tape. Our wide receivers really have taken to blocking quite well, particularly Flanoy. I know that's always been a strong suit of his game, but I'm very pleased with the way they're executing. And then we'll say this, fellas, and we've talked about this for a long time, and Dak was always a guy that was said you had to surround with really good players in order for him to shine. I think he may be crossing over in that threshold where he's actually able to make everybody around him better.
That's fair. Particularly
that offensive line. This is new for Dak. That was always a knock against him. So, hats off to the team, hats off to the coaches, hats off to Brad and Babe on a wonderfully called game. Wolchuk, I knew exactly what you were going to say at halftime, and I said, listen here, Wolchuk's going to be as happy as can be, and you sure were, and I'm just really excited about it. And, fellas, I appreciate all the work you put in to make this such a wonderful experience for us, and we'll talk next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, it's in a couple of texts, acknowledging Ryan Flanoy and him stepping up as well. I mean, I think Ryan Flanoy is super talented.
Yeah.
And it's never been a knock against Jalen Tolbert. I just feel as though Ryan Flanoy, I think, is a better player, and he's going to be a better player. And I think today, given the opportunities, he really was able to shine. He had a couple of carries for 10 yards, but 6 for 114. But that is also a credit to Dak Prescott and his ability to help. And one thing, and we talked about this during the game, Brian, Dak's accuracy and ball placement with some of these crossing routes, like he is hitting receivers in stride, where I know a lot of these post-game shows, that was something fans would be absolutely frustrated with.
Yeah, he's doing a much better job, and maybe give Ken Dorsey some credit, who came over. I know that much maligned coordinator, a couple different spots. Everybody's like, oh, why hire this bum? Kind of a thing. What's he done? Just friend of the program. What's this guy? Why is he here? But Ken Dorsey and those guys over there, I think, have done a pretty solid job of working with him, working with Dak, helping him with his mechanics. Hell, let's be honest too. Dak's healthy.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the big thing.
He's in great shape.
He's always going to be a guy that's always going to work very, very hard to make sure that he's in shape. The mobility's been good. The escapability's been good. Keeping vision down the field has been good. Love to see him hit one of these seam passes soon.
Yeah.
That's been a
little weird, right? He's struggling with that, and that used to be his bread and butter throw.
He read it the right way right there, right before the half, and had Ferguson just let a little bit too much there. But overall, though, last like I wish they could play the Chicago game over again, because I think they would attack Chicago differently. than they had. I mean, that's one of those games I'm going to always look back on and think like, damn, that one got away. I mean, defensively, you weren't any good. I get that. But offensively, you could have maybe gone out there and won that football
Especially
game.
the way it started. Then you had the fumble, Tyreek Stevenson, an incredible play, ripping away from Javonte Williams. But you're right, and you just hope that you're not looking back week 17, and if you miss the playoffs by a game, that Bears game comes back to haunt you. All right, let's go to Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, you're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, guys, saw a lot of good things. Willie Bully, you said it way back in training camp. Ryan Fennoy is a better route runner. I can see it on the field than Jalen Tolop. Dak, he's playing exceptional, but we're going to give the credit to that offensive line too, fellas. Yep. They playing a hell of a good ball. Even the running attack scheme is different. It's not generic runs. I like the way they run the ball, and that's a credit to Schottenheimer. Shorty, man, he's calling phenomenal plays too for Dak. These guys are open. He's seeing the field. He's managing the game well. Like I said, I think they're getting a feel for their coach. My linebacker showed up today. He had a bad turnover penalty last week. He got the strip sack, Leopold. We've been complaining, getting him on the field. He played much better today, tackling. I want to see more of these young guys get on the field. The running back, I love him. He's a great sign. He looks well out there, reading how the cuts and different things on the field. Defense, we didn't need Clowney. We got Houston. We said, people that we got Houston. He needs just more playing time. I like Solomon Thomas. It's a good game, but I don't want to overreact.
You just did, but don't worry about it. You're good, man. You just went down. You hit every point, and you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about.
I just get on a little winning streak here, man, guys, and we can be a threat, man. I'm still looking at 10 wins. Let's don't overreact, guys. I enjoy listening to y'all. I hang up and listen. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the call there, Harrison. Yeah, I mean, I've been reminded several times on X, formerly known as Twitter, it's the Jets. But you know what? It's all right to be excited after a big win. Cowboys haven't had a blowout victory yet this season.
Yeah, I think, it's the Jets, but they had their entire offensive line in this game, and you didn't.
No, and this is a game that I think historically the Cowboys probably would have been smoked with all those deficiencies.
Your wide receivers, they had – trust me, I'd love to have Sauce Gardner on this team taking away whoever the best receiver is on the other side of the field. For the most part, he did a great job. And you've had some guys step up. You could be – you could say it's the Jets – but you know what? Your team was very similar personnel-wise to what the Jets look like.
Yeah.
If that's the case. Your backup guys have stepped up and made some plays. You want to know another, was that a 4th down run or a 3rd and 1 run that Williams had where should have been a tackle for a loss, and they end up getting he ended up getting 2 yards because I think they scored on the drive. I was trying to look it up while my man there was giving the preamble of everything that was going on in the game. Do you remember the play I'm talking about where Williams he gets trapped in the backfield?
Was it in the second half?
No, it's the first half. It was the first half. Go ahead and talk about what you saw. I'm going to find this play. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, let me know. Was it the touchdown drive?
Yeah, it was one of the early touchdown drives, and Williams. I didn't know if it was a 4th down play or a 3rd down play, but they hand him the ball and he's stopped in the backfield and he just fights forward for a 1st down. I'll find it. Just go ahead and talk. I got you covered.
All right, 877-881-1053. That opens up a couple of lines there. Let's go to Adam in Roanoke. Adam, what's going on, man?
Adam.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
First off, I want to wish the both of you a very, very happy New Year. Zach, I'm your man. I'm with you in the tribe, brother.
I appreciate you, Adam. Thank you.
Hey, look, Brian, it was a 3rd down play. I know the exact play you're talking about.
Yeah, it's 3rd and 1, right?
He was tackled for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah.
He spins out of one guy.
Yeah.
2 guys have him, and he just bowls across the 1st down.
There you go. Yeah,
the best run of the day.
Yeah, and they go on to score a touchdown. Cowboys of the past, maybe that's a negative play, and now you're looking at probably having to kick a field goal there, or you're thinking about going for it. Maybe you don't get it, but I think those are the kinds of plays when you start to give credit to people.
Yeah.
You got to give credit to guys like Williams for how damn tough he runs the football.
Yeah,
but go ahead. Go ahead, sir. You had a question or a comment. Go ahead.
So Zach knows how pessimistic I am. So I'm not sold yet. I don't know if it's fool's gold or not, but I just wanted to give a couple props to, like everyone said, Flournoy has a little Debo in him. He's bigger, but he's just a tough guy. He's tough. He blocks, he runs. He's just a tough guy. Solomon Thomas, I want to give him some. And, I couldn't believe the way our line played today. Houston, we've been all wanting him in, and he did what he's been doing. It's just, it was, I just would like to see this sort of consistency. And if both sides of our lines can play like this, we'll win some games.
Adam, can I real quickly, give me the things you're not sold on right now. And I totally understand. I'm not going after you here. Give me your number one concern about this team.
I'm still, you know what? I knew coming in, the Jets have a good running game. And I know we didn't do great against them today, but if you watch them all season, and I'm not a big Jets fan or anything, but those runners are tough, and they got a good running game. Yeah. It was actually, to be honest with you guys, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be from the running game side. But, yeah, I'm not sold on our pass rush and run defense yet. We can't do anything about our backfield. But
yeah, I think that's totally fair, Adam.
Everybody talks about, Dallas is playing better against the run.
Yeah.
To me, there, as long as if Dallas has found somewhat of a pass rush, teams throwing the ball on you is not going to be the first avenue of attack. I do have concerns that if these games stay close the way they are, that teams are going to find a way to run the football on you.
Sure.
I'm not sold on Dallas's run defense.
I think that's absolutely fair because we saw certainly what Green Bay did in the second half last week.
He's right about both. He really, the pass defense without a pass rush is a problem because of the secondary, and then the run defense today. And I know Breece Hall is a good back, but you're probably going to play some other teams that are going to be even more committed. Or Dallas's defense and ability to extend the lead here took the Jets out of the running game.
The Jets probably helps you by not running the ball more.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's very reminiscent of the Chicago game where the Bears took you out of running the football, even though you were running it well.
And to your point, the Bears had 10 straight runs.
Yeah,
to start the third quarter to put the game out of reach.
I'm still nervous about it. I still think it's good throwing the ball against this Dallas defense, but man, now the run game. We all talk about Dallas's run defense. That's because you give so much throwing the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think hopefully maybe you've turned a corner a little bit with your ability to rush the passer. Maybe Fowler's found a little something. Ezra Rock, who I think is getting better and better every week. Hopefully maybe that's something that can carry over. But Carolina's going to test you. And by the way, that 3rd and 1 run, it was your favorite out of shotgun.
Oh.
And it was 3rd and 1 at the Jet 28.
Yeah.
Williams fights out of it, is able to pick up the first down very next play. Dak to Ferguson for a touchdown.
Yeah,
for 26 yards.
I knew it led to something where it was, if you don't get it, Schotty's probably kicking the field goal there. Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to your calls and texts. We'll also hear from the voice of your Dallas Cowboys, the great Brad Sham. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Veritiv Pollock is more than just a supplier. We're your... challenges you're facing.
We're with you. We're united.
1 yard line with 19 seconds. Under center, play action. Prescott looking. He's got a man wide open, left side. Ferguson for the second time today. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Jake Ferguson, fourth tight end in NFL history with 40 catches in the first 5 games of a season. Joining Antonio Gates, Eric Johnson, and Zach Ertz. He also caught at least 5 passes in each of the first 5 games. Only other Cowboys tight end to do so, Jason Witten in 2008. Great start to the season for one Jake Ferguson. About to catch up with the legendary voice of your Dallas Cowboys, Brad Sham. Before we do that, though, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
All right, 37-22 Cowboys get the road win at MetLife Stadium. Joining us now, the man on the call, the great Brad Sham. Brad, how are you? Were you able to snag any of that Cat's Deli they've got outside the locker room?
No, and I wish I'd known that that's what it was, because the way they had it set up, they had the food line when you first came out of the locker room before you get to the TSA screening line, which is backwards of how it frequently is. And if I'd known it was Cat's Deli, I'd have gone to the back of the line outside the locker room.
Yeah, veteran play.
Yeah.
That's a veteran move right there. You were thinking, but they messed you up. I'll have to have a word with Craig Lieber for you about that.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, if it had been a Giants game, maybe I'll keep this in mind in January, because the visitors use different locker rooms for the Giants and the Jets.
Ooh, good call. Good call.
And it would not be necessarily before the TSA line, and so I might have a shot.
Well, Brad, this was, a lot of positives to take away from this one. I think the big concern coming in, Cowboys down 4 starting offensive linemen. How impressed were you with the way the offense, but specifically this offensive line, was able to play?
Well, very, but I wasn't that concerned about that going in, because there was only one unknown in there for me, and that was Adeniji. I mean, T.J. Bass had a really, really good game last week, and we've seen him. We know who he is. We know who Brock Hoffman is. And I have thought since training camp that Nate Thomas is today, right, and I said it during the broadcast, it may not be for all time, it may not be in a month, it may not be at the end of the year, but today I think Nate Thomas is better than Tyler Guyton. He's ahead of him, let's put it that way. He's ahead of him. So I just didn't see that as a leap. The big question was, for me, was Adeniji filling in for Tyler Smith, and he was great. So, they did a great job of coordinating them during the week. I just wasn't that concerned about it coming into the game. I thought they were going to hold up, because most of those guys have had time together.
Brad, we knew that it was going to be some tough sledding for Pickens against Gardner there, but give us your thoughts about, the other weapons that what you saw with Williams, Ferguson, Flanoy. All those guys seemed to answer the bell when they knew that they had a tough matchup on the other side.
Yeah, and you know what that is to me, Brian? That is coaching. That is the preparation. And I stopped Clayton Adams, the offensive coordinator, before we got on the bus. I said, look, you guys just deserve congratulations, because not only did you have the offensive line to deal with, but you've got what you've got at receiver and everything else, and and you're down what you want to be your second back, and I thought the play calling and the formations were inventive, and they put guys in positions. I mean, here's Flanoy, so he'll be looked at differently. And Brian, you remember, and Zach probably does too, as a fan, the Miles Austin game in Kansas City.
Yeah,
Babe mentioned it during the game. Well, that puts you in a different light the way you're viewed. So Flanoy now will be viewed differently, but they had to put him in position to do that, and then he had to make the plays. So, I mean, I think that was really important. And, hey, Williams, I didn't know. I don't know if I said this on the air or not. Just before the half, when Williams took that 66-yard run, I said, I got to find out who was the first guy in the organization to say we should sign Javonte Williams when he was out there free and Denver would let him go. And so I did some digging at halftime, and the answer is Will McClay.
Yeah.
Will McClay was the first one who said, I'm on the Javonte Williams train.
And he deserves credit for that. And has that guy ever paid dividends? And, I think they still need a solid backup. Maybe it'll be Sanders. Maybe it'll be Blue. Maybe it'll be somebody else next year. But Williams, wouldn't you guys both agree, has been a huge plus over what was expected, and that has been such a big part of what they've done.
Oh, hell, I've never been more wrong about a player. I've been wrong about some players in my life. I was really wrong about him. Where I misjudged him was helmet and T-shirt football is not his game. You have to put him in game pads and let him be that guy, and that's where he's a difference maker for you.
You know who else is like that?
Who's that?
You know who else is like that? Your quarterback.
Yeah. Sean Payton tried to talk me into this one. He says, man, you're going to like this guy, Brian. I'm like, man, I don't see it, Sean. Don't see the burst. Don't see, and he goes, okay, just keep, down. Sean got a win in Philadelphia, and here I am doing radio. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, Williams has been he's been a difference maker, and just now, I don't think I was overly critical because I'm looking at them for what they want to be, and you just can't go 3 possessions out the gate in the third quarter and come up empty when you have that lead.
Right.
And they ran the risk, in my opinion, even though it's not a deep wide receiver team, the Jets, the way the Cowboys have played pass defense, that they ran the risk of getting into a game where Fields just dropped back and, threw bombs to people, and they're back in the game. Yeah. And that didn't happen, partly because they finally put some pressure on a quarterback. Fields helped them. He helped them. But give the Cowboys players credit. But this NFL now, and we all know it, that you've got to play all 60 minutes. And just because you've got a multiple score lead with 5 minutes to play doesn't mean you've got the game put away. And that's why, given this team's makeup, it was not necessarily the defense not being able to slow him down, which they never did slow Bryce Hall down at all.
No.
And that was uncharacteristic of them, but that's why you cannot, I don't care how many points you got at halftime, you cannot come out and not do anything offensively in the second half. That's when you put the game away. But speaking of that, can we just give a kudo to Schottenheimer for calling the timeout at the end of the half?
Yes.
And all he's trying to do is get, hey, wait, if I get the ball back and I get 15 yards, I can kick a field goal.
Yeah.
And then Williams helps him with a 66-yard run. They wind up with 7 points. But you don't have to call that timeout. A lot of coaches wouldn't. And I thought that was a really good move by him.
100%. I couldn't agree with you more. Brad Sham joining us here on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. You mentioned defensively, they got a lot of pressure. 5 sacks today. They doubled up their sack total. But one thing Brian and I were talking about, you mentioned Breece Hall. I mean, where are you with your evaluation right now of the run defense after the second half against Green Bay? And then luckily today, the Jets kind of got out of running the football a bunch, but Breece Hall was gashing them a little bit.
I got to go back and look at the tape. The Jets do some things with an extra tackle as a tight end sometimes, but they were gashing the middle. I mean, the Packers had success running the ball in the second half, but they didn't have anything like what Hall was doing. Hall was like he was running in a 7-on-7 drill.
Yeah.
I mean, that was ridiculous. So they'll have to look at that, and I would too. But here's the point, and we tried to talk about it a little bit in the pregame. Breece Hall is good. They've got some good players. The interior of their offensive line is pretty good, and so you've got to come up with something to counter that. But I'd say the first thing you have to do, Zach, is play the game in front of you. Play the game that's presented to you. So they gave up too many explosive runs, but they didn't let him get away, and they didn't let him take over the game, partly because the offense played complementary football today. And so that was the game that was put in front of them. I think I would rather give 5, since an explosive run is, depending on which measurement you're using, it's either 10 yards or 12 yards or 15 yards. I think I'd rather give up 5 explosive runs, as long as I'm not giving up 80-yard runs, than I would 5 explosive passes, because those will turn into points.
The rookie linebacker, Shamar James, I thought was all over the field. What did you think of his performance, and did anybody else stand out that you want to give some love to on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, he keeps showing up. And I think one of the things we're finding out is that taken the defensive coaches time to learn their players. They knew what they wanted to do. You don't have a preseason with time on task because the players don't play. And now the communication is whatever it is. And so you've got to, it takes you a quarter of a season for a new coaching staff to learn what they've got. And I think the same is true of Leofau. I would say, in answer to your question, I hope that I think Wanye Thomas acquitted himself pretty well back there. I think that Ezeraku continues to take strides. He continues to look like the player they drafted. And I thought Jordan Mailata sent him into a shell at the end of that first game. But he's coming out of it now. And, you know, Clark continues to play well. I would say I would give some kudos to Fowler today. And I've been down on him because I don't think I've said his name but one time in the first 4 weeks. But you had to say it a lot today. And if that means that he's going to start affecting the quarterback, he doesn't have to get a lot of sacks. Dante Fowler, you know, everybody talks about 10.5 sacks last year in Washington. Dante Fowler has never in his career had 2 consecutive statistically impressive years. Just hadn't happened. But he doesn't have to have double-digit sacks to earn his contract. He's just got to be disruptive. And today he did that, so I would say he would be one guy that you have to mention.
37-22 Cowboys beat the Jets, improved to 2-2-1. Brad, anything else before we let you go?
Just the one thing that I touched on late in the game, Zach. You know, Prescott said Thursday, let's get through these 2 games, and then we'll kind of find out where we are. And a couple of coaches said the same thing to me coming to the bus after the game. So that's one of the reasons this game was important. You did some good things against Philly, and you didn't follow it up. You did some good things against Green Bay, and today you did follow it up, so that's a plus. Now you've got to put another game together against Carolina, which is, as I said late in our broadcast, I don't know that much about Carolina yet, but I know that the Cowboys are not worse than them. They may not be better than them, but I don't think they're worse than them. So that's the team that you have to beat. Now, if you get those 2, now once upon a time, you know, we were thinking, well, then you'd be 3-3, and that's respectable. But now they'd be 3-2-1. So that I think that Dak was right when he pointed at these 2 games. This was a big step. Now they've got to put another game together in Charlotte next week, and then you can have some hope to look forward to just being competitive for the rest of the year.
Brad, you're the best. Safe travels, and we'll catch up with you again next week.
Okay, boys. Thank you.
Thank you. There he goes, the voice of your Cowboys, Brad Sham, brought to you by Blockchain. Are you ready to learn a new game and invest like the pros? Don't worry. Even the pros were rookies in crypto once. Blockchain.com makes buying, selling, and trading crypto easy. Invest like your icons with Blockchain.com. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout, Bryan Broaddus. We will hear from Jerry Jones. We've got Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, Jake Ferguson, Javonte Williams, Ryan Flanoy, and your calls and texts. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of
behind every great company. Pepsi. Whether tailgating at the stadium or grilling at home, on game day, Cowboys fans deserve Pepsi. Ford. Your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Blockchain.com. Invest like your icons with blockchain.com, and by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
Motion, Jets flinch. Free play. There's the flag. Here's a deep pass down the right side. Oh, Flournoy at the 25. A great move inside the defender and down to the 15. Oh, what a nice move by Flournoy, and Prescott is like a dog with a bone when he gets a free play like that.
Oh, the breakout for Ryan Flournoy, 6 for 114 on 9 targets, the long of 46, and Dak Prescott channeling Aaron Rodgers. He used to do that all the time when you get the defense off sides. Now we're going to throw it downfield for a big chunk play. What a tremendous performance from not only Dak, but Ryan Flournoy as well. We'll hear from him a little bit later on in the show. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus. And if you miss any of the postgame show, we will have a good chunk of it up on Love of the Star.
Yes.
The Love of the Star podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can go ahead and tune into that Monday. And usually we got a new episode up on Wednesdays and then Fridays and Saturdays as well. But let's hear from your victorious coach, Brian Schottenheimer, after today's 37-22 Cowboys win.
How badly did you need a game like this, considering most of your games have been really close, and you get a win like this with at least a 2-score difference here?
Well, I mean, we talk about it all the time. You don't win the game in the first quarter, second quarter. We knew this game was going to come down to the fourth quarter. We knew they'd make a run. It's a good football team. They're talented. Their defense made some really good adjustments. But, man, I'm just so proud. I mean, imagine going in with 4 brand-new offensive linemen, receivers that are still learning and growing. Ryan Flournoy, what can you say about him? How great he played. And the defense, man, what they did to Justin Fields today. He's an incredible competitor because he's got to be sore because we hit him a bunch. We pressured him all over the place. But, again, we talk about it all the time. Calvin, I mean, it's all about winning. And we found a way to win. But there's going to be a lot to correct, a lot to fix, and that's what we do as coaches.
Was Leofold's play just kind of the symbol of what your defense was about today, forcing that turnover and turning the game around a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. We've been pretty good at complimentary football the last couple of days or last couple of weeks. Sudden change, we call it, and I think we were pretty close to 100% today. But, yeah, incredible play. And I thought the defense played physical, man. I thought Maris did that. The pass rush was incredible, because I was sitting there working on calls, and I'd look up and see Justin, on his back or running for his life. And, great energy, man. Our guys expected to win this game. They expected to play well, and I think that's important, and that's what we're trying to build.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Just getting back to the 4 offensive linemen and having 4 backups up front. Just can you talk about the team and to be able to overcome that? Is that a testament to the coaches, the players, what?
It's not a testament to the coaches. It's a testament to the players. The brotherhood that they believe in, the next man up mentality. I can't honestly say, though, Clarence, I don't remember ever having to go in with 4 brand new offensive linemen. But again, I think it goes down to their belief in one another. I want to see the film, but I thought really, I thought Nate did some really good things. He's a very, very talented young man, as we know. A little rotation going there at left guard, trying to get, Hakeem and Trevor in there. But shoot, what you could say about TJ Bass last couple games. And but that was it was a little unique for sure going in with that deal.
How much does it help having Dak at quarterback to manage that situation? Because he throws to anybody. Flournoy had a big game. And, Pickett's the number 1 guy, but he may have 3-4 targets.
Yeah, I just, look, I think we're spoiled. I think he's one of the best players in the league, and he's certainly one of the best teammates and leaders I've ever been around. The guys believe in him. He's playing with a ton of confidence right now. And that's why you can do some of the things that we do, in terms of staying aggressive. And, I thought the game changed late in the second quarter, right? When we had the turnover, we went and got points, and then we got the 3 and out, and we were able to go, and Javonte had the huge run. But, that's a little thing. Javonte knows he cannot get tackled in bounds. So he's trying to score, but you saw him kind of veer to the left, saying, okay, if I can't get here, I got to get out of bounds because of the situation on the clock. And then, of course, very similar call to the 2-point play where we jumped off sides. We snuck Fergie back across. So.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. With 4 new linemen, did anything change about your plan from last night to today or during the week?
No. I would say, we went in with a plan. We did struggle to run the ball early. It's a good front, man. Williams is an incredible player. Thought he played very well. Their backers are downhill. Takes a while to settle in. I thought the big run before the end of the first half was huge for us. But no, not really. I mean, we knew it'd be tough inside all day. And Aaron and Steve Wilkes love to load the box, and that's what they did. So, we just kind of tried to stay with it. I probably got away from it a little bit, in third quarter, I guess. And it was nice to be able to finish that way.
There he is, Brian Schottenheimer, after a 37-22 win. Cowboys over the Jets. You just cheered for America's team on the field. Now see them on the reels. Cowboys-themed casino games developed by Aristocrat. Now at a casino near you, Aristocrat, a proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Do you have a gambling problem? Please contact 1-800-GAMBLER for 21 and over. Brian.
Okay, the numbers came out.
Okay.
The next gen stat numbers came out, and I like to always look at these.
Yeah, what do we got?
There's a Cowboy defender that when he was on the field, the Jets averaged 6.8 yards a carry.
Ooh.
There's a Cowboy defender, same guy, that passing against him was 10 of 11 for 88 yards. A Cowboy defender.
Was it a corner?
Shamar James.
Really?
15 tackles, but the metrics say when he was on the field,
10 of 11 passing against him.
10-11 passing for 88 yards.
Wow.
With him on the field, and an average of 6.8 yards per carry when he was on the field. But he had 15 tackles.
Goodness gracious.
Okay, let me just go through this real quick. We talk about run defense. When Clowney was on the field, 9.2 yards a carry. Mozzie on the field, 7 snaps, 8.7 yards a carry. By the way, him and JT, I think, need to switch.
Yeah,
I think we were talking about.
I'm with you on that.
Possibility switch.
Yeah.
Clark on the field, they averaged 6.7 a carry. With Sam Williams, 6.8. Fowler, 6.3. Murray, 6.5. Leofau, 8.6 yards per carry.
So they're all over 6 yards a carry.
Yeah. Every one of these defenders, like Osa was at 5 yards a carry when he was on the field, and Donovan Ezraku was 5.2. But everybody else was over. But I'm just curious, like sometimes the
Shamar James thing is, I wonder how they tracked 11 targets on him.
Nearest defender.
Okay.
Yeah, nearest defender. They were 10 of 11 throwing the ball for 86 yards.
Wow.
But he had 15 tackles.
Yeah, he was all over the place.
So maybe like when you have 10 passes at you, you're going
to end up getting in the running game.
It's like being a corner.
Yeah.
It's like being a corner in this thing. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. 37-22 Cowboys get the win. Let's get back to the phones. We will hear from Dak Prescott, Jerry Jones, more player audio here in just a moment. Let's go to Derek in Brooklyn. Derek, who's been waiting patiently. How are you, sir?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say I apologize to Schottenheimer. I didn't want him here. When he was hired, I thought it was going to be bad. But a guy who can put up 40 points with a 6th-rounder, a 7th-rounder, and 3 undrafted free agents on your offensive line protecting your $60 million quarterback has got to be doing something right.
Yeah.
And Flanoy has been great. If I was Jalen Tolbert, I'd be very worried right now. That's all I wanted to say.
I appreciate it, Derek. Yeah, I've been trying to tell everyone, Ryan Flanoy's the real deal. And I'm glad that he finally got an opportunity.
So you get Turpin back. Do you sit Tolbert? Or
and Mingo.
And you have Mingo too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big reason why I was advocating trading Jalen Tolbert after preseason. Because Jalen Tolbert's got a resume where he's done something in the league, and I thought a team might be interested in him because I believed in Ryan Flanoy. Now, it is going to be interesting what happens, because I think that they want to see what they have in Jonathan Mingo. They gave up a 4th-round pick for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually you're going to get CeeDee Lamb back as well. He's been out of the walking boot. They didn't want to put him on IR, so I'd assume by Washington 2 weeks from now he's probably back. So it is going to be interesting how they do this. And, Brian, one thing when you bring up Turpin, this is now the 2nd time in 5 weeks he's been banged up.
Yeah.
As effective as he has been on offense, Is there any concern with just him being able to hold up physically with what they're asking him to do offensively and special teams?
I think he got hurt on the kickoff return.
And that's his best attribute.
Yeah.
He's an all-pro kick returner.
Yeah, man, the other day, like I've said this, him and Pickens together equaled one Lamb in that Green Bay game. You could do so much with him.
Yeah.
So I'm continuing to find ways to get him on the field.
I agree. I'm with you. All right, let's go to Mac and Anna. Mac, what's going on, man? You're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
How you doing, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
All right, I just wanted to bring up about Coach Shoddy. I said Shoddy. Shoddy with a great offensive line. The last time we had multiple linemen out, we got blew out by the Cardinals. That was a couple years ago when Mike McCarthy was coach.
Yep.
Coach Shoddy, close to his strengths. He did a lot of quick passes, a lot of runs, a lot of play action to the tight ends. He kept us in the game. And another thing is, with more wins, this will help y'all be able to ask Jerry, or is he going to risk those picks?
Yeah.
To get better. And that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think that thing's got to get to November, like right before the deadline. And I said I would check the next 3 games. So you got this game, the Carolina game, and then you got the Commanders game on a Monday night. I think of the games that I would kind of circle. So if say you've won these 3 games and you're kind of back in this thing, and you're looking, the offense is rolling right along, and the defense could use some help, which I think they still can. I don't.
Oh, absolutely. I was a little bit surprised that Clowney didn't play better today.
Yeah,
in his second game back.
Yeah, as happy as we all should be of Shoddy, you should be mad as hell at the game they called against the Bears. You know what I'm saying? This league is such a roller coaster league.
Strange lady.
It's a strange lady for sure. But it's different now with the tone of like, oh, look what this group did, and hey, give them credit. But man, we were madder than hell at what happened in that Bears game.
Yeah,
about how that all went down. And so, but hey, credit today. I will, like I said, you keep winning games, that will give Jerry reason to try and do something.
You know Jerry very well, obviously, having worked with him.
Yeah,
I have kind of felt that even if they weren't, I've wondered if Jerry would still make a move to try and just garner more interest and excitement if things were going poorly.
His team's already exciting. They're winning games. I mean, his team played great against Philadelphia. Nobody thought that was going to happen.
No.
Then all of a sudden they find a way to tie Green Bay. Damn, they should have won the game.
Mm-hmm.
Should have won the game the way they played. Unfortunately on defense they weren't good enough, and then you get a victory here against the Jets team but the most impressive thing is just the amount of players you lost.
It's unbelievable. I can't remember a coaching staff that was able to overcome that amount of players.
And the Jets aren't totally talent deficient.
No.
But you and the Jets were pretty even when it came to talent level today. Right?
Can we think of a play that Quinnen Williams made today?
No, really. I mean,
right?
I'm looking,
and that's one of the best defensive tackles in all of football.
I am so looking. Well, hell, I'll tell you what Quinnen Williams did. Well, this is coverage stuff here.
I mean, at least on the stat sheet, Will McDonald, their best edge, had 1 tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, they did really good job.
They did the same thing last week to Gary, Rashawn Gary.
Yes.
They did the same thing. Let's see what happened. Just go ahead and talk there if you would.
Yeah, because I've got Quinnen Williams with 3 tackles, 1 assist, 2 solo. So I'm interested in terms of the pressure and what Next Gen has to say.
7 run stops, or 7 run plays, 3 run tackles. They gave him credit for 1 run stuff. When he was on the field, the offense average gain of a play was 7.8 yards.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And to the caller's point, that Arizona game, and Mike McCarthy's even talked about it when he reflected back, he changed his complete game plan, the way he called the game because of the fear of being 3 linemen down.
Yeah.
Shoddy stuck to his guns, man, and he said it beforehand with Mike McCarthy. Like, I believe in what we've got to do.
Here's your Quinnen Williams had 19 pass rushes in that game. You mentioned no sacks, 1 pressure. He was double-teamed 11 of the 19 snaps.
Yeah, good. They had a game plan for him.
Now we had a game plan for him. There you
absolutely.
go. Yeah.
Great job. Clayton Adams, Connor Riley. Kudos to the entire offensive staff. Shoddy for calling a well-balanced game as well. Okay, back to your calls. We'll also hear from Dak Prescott. We've got Jerry Jones. A lot more player audio. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Cowboys fans, here's the game plan. Touchdown Tuesday at Take 5 Oil Change.
they build, Bell Nunley is behind every great company. Go to bellnunley.com to learn more.
3rd and 19 for the Jets at their 30. Fields in an empty gun. Snap is back. They run a stunt. They flush him out. They've got him again. The stunt worked. Who is that flying the jet? James Houston with his 2nd sack of the year.
James Houston with 1.5 sacks today. Every time he's on the field, he might be this team's David Irving, Brian. Just give him an opportunity to get on the field. Good things are going to happen.
Yeah, he was just looking at his numbers, 19 pass rushes. He had 1.5 sacks. He had 5 quarterback pressures. He was double-teamed only 1 time. But, yeah, 1.5 sacks, 5 pressures, 19. It's funny, you look at we talked about how bad Clowney was against the run. Mm-hmm. But he had 19 quarterback rushes. He had 0 sacks, but 5 quarterback pressures. He was double-teamed 3 times. The guy that gets double-teamed the most is Kenny Clark. Yeah. Him and Solomon Thomas. All 3 of the tackles had Kenny Clark was double-teamed 14 times, Solomon Thomas 12 times, Oso Diggy double-teamed 14 times. And those on their pass rushes.
And I loved to your point, we talked about it earlier, very Dan Quinn reminiscent, what Flus drew up with the amount of penetration that the defensive tackles have been able to get.
Right.
And you loop around one of the edges to go around that those pressure to get him home. I mean, it was a phenomenal play. I'd like to see more of that moving forward because I think that can really be successful for Dallas.
See, this is where, to me, this is where we talked about like Shamar James, and this is where you could benefit. He had 6 pass rushes or 6 passes, and he had a pressure, 1 pressure. To me, this is where you kind of, if you want to bring the extra guy into you, he's the guy that needs to kind of be the 5th guy.
He was great at it at Florida. I thought that was the best part of his game.
That's what I'm saying. I just, if you're talking about, who's going to spy, who's going to do this, put him in the situations where he can attack the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And if it's like he's spying, then just let him. If the quarterback's to stand there, just keep blitz that thing. Just run and blitz.
I love that. I agree with you because he's got the sideline-to-sideline speed.
Yeah.
Like when you play Jaden Daniels in the Commanders here in a couple weeks, I'd absolutely look for that.
See, we talk about him, the problems that he was having a little bit in the pass coverage, which happened at Florida.
Right.
And then now, but if you put
downhill,
him as a downhill player. Yeah, there you go.
100%. I agree with you. Zach Wolchuk, alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus. Let's hear from the Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. A happy Jerry after a 37-22 Cowboys win.
A lot of guys that wouldn't even have been dressed out there today. There's several of them. So my hat's off to, but the main thing I want to say is the credibility of our coaches just went up today in the eyes of the players. And everybody, in my mind, should have the same feeling about them.
Jerry, how pivotal was Merritt's leave? That was punch out there, and what was your reaction, and what does that do for the team?
That's what he do. That's what he does. That he practiced that way, and we know it. Merritt said, "Boy, there he is again, punching that ball out." So he did it, but we had a lot of guys step up and really make some plays. But I'm so anxious. I can't tell you how impressed I am with our offensive line and how they were coached up, because this team is good in the defensive line and good on their defensive front. So, and we're getting better on defense. I know everybody says, "Man, can't we get off the field? Can't we get off the field?" Well, we're getting better. But this was a valiant effort, a great coaching job today.
Javonte Williams with over 100 yards in the first half against one of the best rush defenses in the league. Yeah. What can you say about what he's been able to do so far this season?
Well, first of all, we all see he's violent, the way he overused the word. He runs with that kind of strength and that kind of determination. He's very talented, got great balance. But he was behind an outstanding offensive line today, believe it or not. And that was not chopped liver they were running against. That's one of the best ones. And so that and the way we were, our game plan so that we could keep them off balance with Dak and his leadership out there, pre-play calls, all of that was a big victory for this game didn't have to turn out this way, but it did, and did with a lot of people that we weren't expecting to be out there, much less as many of them were out there together. It's one thing for one to play with the rest of the guys that we've been counting on that we without injury, or 2 of them to play. But to sit here and have a dozen of them out there playing And boy, Jets needed to win this game too. So hats off to our coaches.
James Houston was a guy that you brought in for a training camp tryout. Now 5 games through the season, he's leading this team in sacks. What do you have to say about his performance just as the season's going on?
Well, it just shows you that he's got those kinds of skills. He always has it. We know that he needs to work on the run. Guess what? We had a pass rusher around here that the way to box him in was run at him, but he could really rush the passer. This guy's rushing the passer beyond my expectation.
What did Flanoy show you today? We knew Pickens would get a lot of attention, but what did he show you?
Well, he showed the ability. Those were very talented catches he were making. In other words, he had a lot to do with how he was coming back for the ball, his timing, that type of thing. And I know Dak would be the first one to tell you that. So he really should go up in all of our fans' eyes, went up my eyes.
There's Jerry Jones after a 37-22 Cowboys win. Brought to you by the all-new National Medal of Honor Museum in Arlington. Brings the stories of America's greatest heroes to life through virtual experiences and exciting interactive technology. Plan your visit today at mohmuseum.org. You're still taking little subtle jabs there at Micah Parsons, is Jerry. We had a pass rusher in here.
Yeah.
At the key, box him in and run at him, making the comp with James Houston. But James Houston really has been a phenomenal find.
Yeah, he has, and he plays at such a high level when given opportunity. He's the one guy, and I think Ezra Rocco's starting to kind of figure this out early in the season. And we're 5 games through it now, but like Ezra Rocco was thinking, oh, hey, I'm playing Duke today, and I could just kind of run through. Or, hey, I'm playing North Carolina State today, and I can kind of – no, man, you're playing Jordan Mailata, and you're playing some guys that are playing some big-time tackles, and you have to figure out that, like, listen, when they get their hands on you, you're usually dead.
Mm-hmm.
And he's figured out better how to win with the first step, how to kind of duck some blocks, how to use his quickness to get involved in the pass rush stuff. He did a nice job today with, he was listed 29 pass rushes, 6 pressures there. He's getting better. The sacks are going to come here for him. He's going to figure this thing out, and I think he's already starting to.
All right, back to the phones, 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus. We got Alex in Carroll. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? I just want to talk about Javonte Williams, how great running back he is. I don't even give a damn. You can't put stats on a guy that just runs people over and just says bye. I mean, that guy, I told them to give it to them the first week I ever sent that guy. I thought he was, like, amazing. And he kept going 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. I wonder if we get it one more time in 6 weeks. We might have to give him a rest because Jadon Blue is going to come in. But, I mean, I don't know, man. That guy is, like, unstoppable.
You play fantasy football? You play fantasy football?
I play rugby. I play rugby.
Rugby guy.
Oh, you're a rugby guy. I see what you're doing here. I was just going to ask you. I was going to ask you. No. I was asking if you played fantasy football. If you drafted him, you're very excited about the player.
And I did. Who cares? Though? Who doesn't matter? That guy is a man.
Thank you, Alex. I appreciate the call, man. He has been absolutely phenomenal.
No, he's been fun.
And he's healthy. I mean, he was a second-round pick out of North Carolina for a reason. His rookie year was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But 5 rushing touchdowns already. That's tied a career high for Javonte Williams.
Yeah. I keep saying, Sean Payton tried to tell me. I'm like, well, Sean, why did you? And he goes, nah, man, we were going to draft a guy. We had a guy in mind we wanted to draft, and they did. And so, they move on. They moved on, and he was trying to tell me, hey, this is a legit player. And so, just give him an opportunity. He's going to be healthy, and he is. He's one of those guys that the pads and the helmet and the real game stuff is better than practice.
The broken tackles, man.
Yep.
He is. You better pack your lunch if you want to tackle him. Arm tackles, not going to do it. And kudos to Will McClay, as Brad said earlier. Big time find there. All right, let's go to CJ in Mansfield. CJ's been waiting patiently. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, Big Tolo. Listen to you guys on G-Bag Nation most afternoons.
Thank you.
Listen to the Love the Star podcast with both you guys. Do a great job. 2 quick points, both on offense. Number one, the difference in the coaching on the offensive side of the ball this year between last year is daylight and dark. I mean, with the blocking scheme up front, the run game, the routes these guys are running, the play calling, all of it is much, much improved over McCarthy. Number two, I listened to Big Jim's call earlier at the beginning of your show, and it resonated with me, and I told my boys, we were in the garage watching the game today, and I told them the exact same thing. There's two camps when it comes to Dak, and at least it seems there's always been. You're either a Dak hater or you're a Dak lover, and I've always kind of been in the middle, and there's a bunch of us that I've always felt like I was a Dak realist, where I love the guy, always loved the guy since he came here, great leader, fantastic leadership skills, really good skills at quarterback, but I never felt he was quite that guy that could put a team on his back. And in the last few weeks, I've noticed a difference in him, and maybe it's because of the coaching, maybe it's because of my first point, but you've got 6 offensive starters that are on the bench. You know, I'm throwing Turpin in there because he's been basically your third receiver. So you got 4 offensive linemen and 2 receivers out, 2 of which are Pro Bowlers. And he went in there today, and it was like they never missed a beat. He's looked absolutely fantastic the last 2 weeks. Hadn't turned the ball over. His throws have been on time, accurate. I mean, I can't say enough about him. So anyway, I wanted to reiterate what Big Jim said because I saw the exact same thing and I feel the exact same way.
I appreciate the call, CJ. I think that's, and I wish we could have more of a fair, balanced conversation when it comes to that, because you're totally right. You're either on one end of the spectrum. I think right now you've got a guy who is playing supremely confident. He's got a belief in Brian Schottenheimer and the offense. I think Schotty's doing an excellent job when it comes to play calling. But I remember I felt this way about Tony, and it might have been around the same time in their careers, 2014 for Romo, where it just kind of seemed like everything slowed down for him. And mentally, it matched the talent. And he was processing things. The decision-making was there. And granted, that year they did have a tremendous offensive line, and DeMarco Murray had the greatest rushing season we've ever seen from a Dallas Cowboys running back. But I think that's kind of where Dak is right now, where he's just confident in himself. He's not worried about anything else other than what he's got to do, and the game's kind of come to him. And I think things have clicked. We talked about the ball placement, the accuracy. The one thing, for whatever reason, it is that seam route right now where he had Ferg for a touchdown, just didn't quite have the loft and the touch there. But, I mean, he deserves a ton of praise and credit right now.
Yeah.
And if you're one of those people that are just like, you don't believe in Dak, then that's fine. We can have that conversation when you get to the postseason or whatever it is that he needs to overcome XYZ hurdles, because I'll say that's totally fair. But you've got to praise him for the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, you got to give him credit, and you have to give the caller mentioned the play caller. I think Schottenheimer's got to feel the game plan. The running game, I think, has really made a difference here. And
I think that's all Clayton Adams.
You can look at the running game and say, okay, it's led to play action, where play action, Dak's almost been perfect throwing the ball in play action. So, there's an element to his game that has improved, and it's, him playing underneath center too. There was a time where Dak Prescott playing underneath center, when he turned his back to the defense, it was hard for him to pick up the defenders.
Yeah.
He's gotten better at that. I think that's helped a lot.
877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. That opens up a couple of lines. If you were waiting on hold, stay there. We will get to you. Also hear from Dak Prescott. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
The ultimate getaway.
Dallas Cowboys. Brought to you by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Pepsi. Whether tailgating at the stadium or grilling at home, on game day, Cowboys fans deserve Pepsi. Blockchain.com. Invest like your icons with Blockchain.com. The islands of the Bahamas. It's not one island. It's a lifetime of them. And by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys.
I formation behind Prescott. Williams the deep back. Handoff, Williams coming right. There's a block. Williams tiptoeing through traffic. Williams to the pylon. Touchdown, Cowboys! Touchdown, Javonte Williams!
That is our drive of the game, and what a turn of events it really was. That was right after the Maris Leofau fumble. It's 10-3, and you've got the Jets that are just going down the field. They're driving to possibly tie the game or at least cut the lead in half. Leofau punches it out, and then the Cowboys go on a 7-play, 91-yard drive in 1 minute and 21 seconds that culminated, you had the big 46-yard pass from Dak to Ryan Flanoy, but then ultimately that 5-yard touchdown run by Javonte Williams. As I mentioned, he's got 5 now on the season. That has tied a career high. And it's only week 5 for Javonte Williams. Pretty darn incredible how good he has been. 37-22, Cowboys improved to 2-2-1 as they send the Jets to 0-5. They'll be in Carolina next week, and the Panthers coming back from a 17-0 deficit to the Miami Dolphins, led by former Cowboy running back Rico Dowdle, who had over 200 yards on the ground today. I'm sure he's going to be very excited to go up against his former team. But let's hear from the victorious 18 of 29, 237 yards, 4 touchdowns, playing at an MVP caliber level. Don't you roll your eyes at me. He is. Here's Dak Prescott.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Your thoughts on Ryan Flanoy and the big game he had this afternoon?
Yeah, super proud of him. A guy that, second year, very, very hungry, is not afraid to tell you how much he wants it. I had plenty of conversations with him, going back to like those Atlanta trips and just those off-season times of spending together and getting to know somebody. That guy he has a lot of, as an old coach, you say, in his neck. And he wants to be great, and he wants to, every opportunity and responsibility he can, he wants to make the most of. And I think tonight was just an example of just that, of him getting that opportunity, him making every play that came his way, whether it was the deep ones across the middle, the free play down the sideline, the arounds. He's just showing that he's very deserving of the ball, and he's going to make plays when he gets it. Super proud of him.
Looks like Javonte Williams continues to have really good games. Your thoughts on how he played today?
He's a hell of a player, great running back, understands the schemes, understands the pass game, understands what we're trying to get at, always is going to get positive yards. I mean, there's been numbers of plays now where it should have been a negative play, and the guy he's so strong, shakes his defender off of him, still gets a first down and third down, or fourth down, whatever it may be. He's a huge help to this team. He's been a great addition, and credit everything he's doing, but there's a lot of those guys up front tonight, playing with not necessarily, 4 backups, I guess you can say, and I hate to say backups, but 4 guys who got their opportunity tonight, who went and created holes for him and played nasty and played to the end of each whistle, and Javonte running hard like he always does resulted in a big night for him.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Piggybacking on that, can you just talk about this team and your guys' ability to function as an offense, you as a quarterback with 4 backups on the offensive line?
Yeah, it's credit to these coaches, it's credit to the players, it's credit to the organization, and everybody. There's not many teams in the league that can put four guys who don't start into the game and feel confident about going and winning a game, especially on the road. Against one of the most premier interior defensive linemen and some good rushers as well. Credit from the front office of getting these guys, but just as important, these guys don't see themselves as backups, as they shouldn't. They've just been waiting on their opportunity. It goes back to April and OTAs all the way through minicamp of guys taking advantage of each rep that they've gotten and knowing that their time's going to come. Our OC Clayton says it all the time. If you don't like your position or if you're a little upset, you know that you're not the guy. Wait 10, 15 minutes. You never know. That's the way that this league goes. And those 4 guys and Flo and Other guys showed that tonight, that you just keep your head down, you keep working, you control what you can control. When your opportunities come, you don't have to look around, you can take advantage of them.
You know, we talked earlier in the week about the emotional game last week and not being let down. And can you just talk about what you guys did during the week? Did you see this coming? Because we've seen this before. You come over to a Jets team, a winless Jets team you lost before, didn't have the same intensity.
Did he win? I was a young Dak, and not this team. Don't put this team in that same category. Different. Everything's different, man. I mean, each year, each year, each team's different. I get 1,000% get what you're saying, but I saw this coming just on the simple fact of this team knows how confident we are, what we're capable of doing. We know how important it was to get the taste of last week out of our mouth and out of our mind. Whether it was, sure, it was a good game, but it was a tie. You don't play in this league to get ties, and so know how hungry the defense is, right? Sure, I mean. They're being asked and being called on, right, from I'm sure all of you guys to do more, and they went out there tonight and played a hell of a game and got some turnovers and numbers of sacks that allowed us, to play a complimentary game on all phases of it. And super proud of the team, the way we came out, we fought, loved the whole end of the second quarter, right? That was huge, from that turnover to the way the offense was able to get the 2 touchdowns. I'm sure they'd all say the same. We want to finish more, and I know we left some plays and some points out there tonight.
Dak Prescott is second in the NFL in passing yards. Cowboys right now have the number 1 ranked offense in the NFL. Javonte Williams is second in rushing yards. George Pickens second in receiving touchdowns. Jake Ferguson is second in receptions. And this is all while the Cowboys starting 5 offensive line is combined to miss 7 games. It's courtesy of our buddy Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Pretty freaking impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And, Dak's absolutely right. The guys having to step in and having to make plays. And, this game, and I was talking with Fred Davis, who, matter of fact, they're going to have the post-game, the Specs Tailgate show. And I was talking to him, and he goes, man, you should beat an 0-4 team, right? And I said, take away everything Dallas lost injury-wise and missing this game. The Jets and the Cowboys are probably pretty even, right? I mean, if you look at the Jets, I think it was a wash at running back today. It was probably a wash at wide receiver today, except your guy stepped up.
Sure,
their offensive line on paper going in was probably better than yours.
I think the biggest tilt, though, was at quarterback.
It was.
And that proved to be the difference.
Yeah, well, actually, the turnover proved to be the biggest difference.
It did, but also, if you didn't get that turnover, I still believe Dak Prescott finds a way to get a win and outplays Justin Fields.
Yeah, they had their success on offense, too.
They did, but it was really running the football.
Yeah, well, but the quarterback, I mean, if you look at overall, though, what they were like on the sacks were a difference today.
Yeah.
The turnover was a difference today. Those are the kinds of things.
And a lot of those sacks, I mean, Justin Fields just holds the football so long.
Both teams penalized way too much.
Absolutely.
And they had like almost a 10-minute time of possession thing on you. And a lot of it had to do with, but see, to me, that's kind of where you got to win a game or two like this, and I did. I felt like with where I misevaluated were the Cowboys good enough, all things being equal. And I think both teams were equal. When you take out all the injured players, I think the Cowboys and the Jets are an even football team. Where I misevaluated was your coaches made a difference tonight, and your quarterback made a difference.
Absolutely, yeah. The coaching staff was. I mean, this was one of the best coach games that I can remember in my life. Being a Cowboy fan at 34 years old. I mean, there was a time under Jason Garrett. We saw it under Mike McCarthy. We had Bennett, the caller, bring up the Arizona game. Like when they are this undermanned, it would be they lose Sean Lee on defense. The defense has no shot. You're down to Tyron Smith on the offensive line. Chaz Green gives up 6 sacks. But today they had a game plan, and maybe, I mean, I'm sure some fans are going to say, it was the Jets. You know what?
No.
The Jets have played some teams pretty tough this year.
No, the Jets probably should have won a couple of games, and this was, like I said, the level where the Jets are right now. I really do, with all the injuries you had. This was probably two evenly matched football teams. And the Cowboys found a way to get it done, and I think a lot of it had to do with the coaching staff.
They absolutely did. All right, let's get another call in here before we move to the other side, but let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text after a 37-22 Cowboys win here on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus. And let's go out to Arlington. TD has been waiting. TD, what's up?
Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Fantastic.
Yeah, big Cowboys win, must-win game for both teams. It's great that we came out on top. I want to dub this as the I told you so game. For all the fans out there that have been paying attention to the personnel, we've been begging for more Ryan Flanoy. We've been begging for more Maris Leofau. We've been begging for some more Shamar James, and we've been clamoring for James Houston to all be out there and getting more playing time. Today we got that, and it seems like it was for the best. I always had this bad feeling about Matt Eberflus that he was going to play his guys, and he was never going to break off from that. Sounds like someone got in his ear. Maybe it was Trayvon Diggs with his complaining throughout the week. Who knows? But this was the I told you so game for the fans that have all been wanting to see some different guys out there getting a few more snaps. Proud member of the Dak Pack. He's been playing his tail off. He's been outstanding. But yeah, this was a huge win for us. I was really fired up about 30 minutes ago, but I think I've calmed down a little bit now and let it kind of register with me. But, yeah, great win. We just had to have it today. Great to be on with the wooliest of bullies and the legendary Bryan Broaddus.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you, TD. Really appreciate the call, and certainly good vibes after a Cowboys win to improve to 2-2-1. 877-881-1053. That opens up a line to call on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. We got more player audio. We'll get back to your calls and texts. We'll update you on the scores around the National Football League. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Don't put off getting your oil change, Dallas. Take 5 Oil Change, a proud...
commitment to innovation, Veritiv Pollock is where solved happens. Call 855-239-5153 or visit pollock.com today.
First down and 10 at the Dallas 23. I formation. Fields will give it a haul. Huge hole on the left side. 15, 10, 8. Fumble! Who got it? Dallas got it. Dallas said they got it. Dallas got it. How about that?
37-22, Cowboys get the win as, my goodness, that is our What a Play of the game, brought to you by Whataburger and the Salvation Army doing the most good. Certainly the play that tilted this thing is Maris Leofau forced a fumble in that second quarter. That's his third career forced fumble, first this year, but that absolutely changed the trajectory of this football game as you had the Jets on an 8-play, 54-yard drive. It's 10-3. They march all the way down to the Dallas 23-yard line. Leofau forces that fumble. Cowboys go right down the field, 7 plays, 91 yards, score a touchdown to go up 17-3. Then they force another 3 and out, and 2 plays later, Cowboys score again, 23-3 going into half, and that pretty much is really what flipped this game on its head. Tremendous play by Maris Leofau, and he continues to make the most of his opportunities. I mean, look, we've talked about this, and it goes back to the draft show when we watched him coming out of Notre Dame, but he is one of those players that plays like a Tasmanian devil, and there are times where maybe he runs himself out of plays and you want, or he misses a tackle and you want to scream, but there's also times where, as we saw last week, the big hit against Green Bay, the fumble today, he is one of those players that can really swing momentum for your team.
No, he absolutely, and we saw him a bunch at training camp. Remember, it'd be like, and like the backs would be running in space, and all of a sudden this 35 would come flying in, and then he'd punch the ball out. And, it's Williams standing there like, okay, just what happened, that kind of thing. But no, he's kind of he's got a nose for these things. He's got a nose for where to be, kind of a right place, right time guy.
He absolutely does. All right, 37-22, Cowboys get the win over the Jets. Let's get back some more tape from the locker room before we get to your calls, 877-881-1053. Let's hear from Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson, who had another 2 touchdowns today, as Ferguson had quite a start to the season.
Yeah, for sure. I think, coming out here and, I don't think we started the game as fast as we wanted to, but, getting into the rhythm and getting into that zone that we wanted to be in, complementary football we've been talking about, and just executing. And then you get down to the stretch, and we got that big lead. We just got to finish, I think. And there's some things I know that we're going to be able to clean up, and that's really exciting because we got a long way to go, but I think it's trending up. So
obviously, one thing that you guys have struggled with just as a team is just on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, been able to get it going. Just talk about the game that those guys put together.
Yeah, we know what they're capable of, and know what this team's capable of. We just got to, like I said, lock in on all 3 phases. It's not just them. Like I said at the beginning, it's complementary ball. If they get a stop, we got to go score. If we get a 3 and out, they got to go get a stop, and that's just where it comes down to. And we see what they do every single practice, so this doesn't surprise me at all. And I know they've got a lot more to go, and they can do a lot more too.
Can you speak to the offensive line for the guys filling in for the starters and just what y'all ready?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all either. I mean, the way that O-line works, the way the leaders of that room hold that room accountable, it doesn't surprise me at all. The guys stepping up. I remember going in there, and there were a couple different guards every once in a while, and it's the same outcome. It's domination, and it's locked in, laser focus, and that's what you need. It's next guy up mentality. This is the NFL. I think they did a great job.
What did you see from Ryan Flynn that in practice and just leading up to this where you making?
Yeah, it was just his opportunity, and he took advantage of it. And like I said, it didn't surprise me at all. He's been doing that since he's been here. He's been making plays, he's been making those catches, those run after catches, and he's passionate. He loves the game, and when you see that, that something good's going to happen.
There is Jake Ferguson. By the way, you can catch him every Thursday around 5:20-ish on the G-Bag Nation, the flagship 105.3 The Fan. Of course, Brian and I, 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation. And if you miss any of the post-game show, we got a good chunk of it on Monday's edition of Love of the Star. So make sure you listen to that, the Love of the Star podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. All right, back to the phones after a 37-22 Cowboys win. Jake Ferguson also first career regular season game with multiple touchdown receptions. Last Cowboys tight end to do so was Dalton Schultz, 2022, in a game at Tennessee. I want to say that was a Thursday nighter for Dalton Schultz, but I could possibly, but I think it was December 29th. That seems like one of that Thursday night game when they went in, got a win there. All right, let's go to Polo, who's been waiting in Dallas. Polo, what's going on? Polo. All right, let's go to Mike in Harrisburg, PA. Mike, how you doing? You're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. Hey, I hope this hasn't been said before. My wife and I are sitting here listening after watching the game. There are two things that I wanted to say, and I'm not sure it was talked about. The guy that Shoddy hired from Arizona, the offensive line coach.
Clayton Adams.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I think I haven't heard it said, but I think that needs to be talked about because that dude seems to be the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I would give credit to him as much as anybody else for what we saw today. That was incredible, playing 4 backups on the line and the way they blocked and the way they protected in the run game. Unbelievable. And I'd also like your thoughts on exactly why and how did all of a sudden we see a pass rush. It was non-existent. I've been a Cowboys fan since 1970, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I love the Cowboys, and I just didn't see anything. And all of a sudden today, we're all over fields. And everything I heard was these Jets have a real good offensive line, and, man, we just blew them up. So I would like your comments on both those things, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you very much, Mike. I mean, hey, Clayton Adams, we have been giving him some love, but I don't think we can really even give enough. I do think the offensive line coach, Connor Riley, who the Cowboys brought over from Kansas State, deserves a lot of credit as well. But how about this? The Cowboys eclipsed 100 yards rushing in every game so far this year.
Yeah.
The last time a Cowboys team did that in the first 5 games of a season, you go back to Zeke's rookie year in 2016.
Yeah.
And that is because of Clayton Adams. His fingerprints are all over this rushing attack right now. And, of course, Javonte Williams deserves a lot of credit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The coaching has made a huge difference here. I think Williams as a back has made a huge difference here. His ability to finish runs and to finish forward and to not be trapped in negative runs. Even when it looks like it's going to be a negative run, he finds ways to get positive yards out of that. And you know, it's funny. I was laughing at Jesse Holley. Jesse Holley said, add him to the list of guys that got fetched. You know, like Jesse's the lead dog in the sled on that, guys that got fetched on long runs.
After the San Francisco. Yeah, Jesse Holley.
I think it took a little bit for these coaches to figure out who they could pull. And hey, let's also give credit to the tight ends.
Yeah.
Lunda Wells.
Yeah.
You know, with the
all 3 have been blocked. I mean, Brevin Spanford, I felt like was good, but Ferguson and even Scooney, we've seen improvement there.
I know last week Fergie he admitted on our show that he let Micah get the best of him that time on that pass. But overall, as run blockers, these guys have been outstanding at the point of attack. They really have.
All right, let's go to Alex in Mesquite. Alex, you're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, man, I'm just looking at this video, and Buddy Schottenheimer is just calling out how great all the players are doing. And it's looking kind of crazy, but it's like he calls George Pickens, Ferguson, Javonte Williams twice, and then he also goes to forced fumble by Mars, picked up by Sam.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he just knows how to coach people, and I don't know. I'm just saying, I think we had a fucking good coach.
Whoa, Alex, we can't. We can't be doing that, man. We gotta watch your language here. We got. I mean, it's a family show. All right, let's go to David in Denton. Shout out to Denton. Mean Green 5-0 on the season. Big home game coming up against USF this Friday at Datku. What's up, David?
Wow, it sounds like we're going back to the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm amazed at what I'm hearing. So I'm glad the Cowboys won. Give you guys a little bit of a history. I'm in my late 50s. I grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania as a Cowboys fan.
Wow.
So I've been following this team all my life since The first time I watched the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders walk out onto the field when I was 10 years old, I became a Cowboys fan. It was that simple.
Okay.
So the bottom line is, are the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl this year? No. Are they going to go to the playoffs? Probably not. Are we rebuilding the team? Yes. Do I expect Dak Prescott to perform well against the Jets? Yes. Do I expect him, for the amount of money he's being paid, to perform well against the Giants next week? I believe that they're on the schedule.
Carolina.
Yes.
Carolina.
Yes. Carolina. I'm sorry, Carolina.
Yeah.
Do I expect Dak
team.
to do well against Carolina? Yes. So, I have expectations for Dak. Dak needs to step up against the teams under 500.
So you didn't think he was going to play well against Green Bay?
No, I was kind of in the middle of the road. I thought he had something to prove with his buddies coming into town. So players are obviously going to play well.
Philadelphia?
Like I've always said, Dak is a good quarterback, but it's like you said, he needs that offensive line.
Sure.
He can't get us through the playoffs. So we are what we are. So I appreciate all the excitement. We want the Cowboys to do well. They played their hearts out, a great game, but are they Super Bowl contender? No.
David, was this a call? Was this a call to attack Dak? Was this call?
No.
What was this call? What was your call then for? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm just saying why did you call? It's Dak. You're going after Dak here, aren't you?
No, I'm not going after Dak.
You are going after Dak. You are going after him. Yeah, you're going after him. You're going after him. You're going after him. You really are.
Dak is a good guy.
You feel bad because all your buddies you've been talking about how crummy Dak's been all these years, and now he's starting to have some success, and now you feel obligated to come on the radio and talk about that you don't feel he can lead this team anywhere.
Okay, will you let me talk?
I heard what you said. I got it. It's my show too. It's my show.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Dak is a great guy. He's a good quarterback. If you have the right team around him, can he get us to the promised land? Maybe. But I'm just saying, when you go against the Jets and Carolina,
Green Bay, Philadelphia,
and you're the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Now you're showing your colors.
Yeah, but David,
you're showing your colors
I
here.
don't think anybody said the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl in the entire 2.5 hours we've been on air, have we?
No, not at all.
So what is it that's so like you can't believe what you're hearing?
He's been ripping Dak to all his other Cowboy buddy friends, and now he feels like he has to justify it.
I mean, I appreciate the call, and hell, David, growing up in enemy territory, dude, I got a lot of kudos and respect for you. But I mean, the Cowboys won a game today, and they were shorthanded, and it's a game that being a Cowboy fan your whole life, they typically would get run out of the stadium being that shorthanded in years past with Jason Garrett or Mike McCarthy as their head coach. You got to give them credit when they win a game like this.
Can't.
Nobody's saying the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl right now, but I'm not going to be doom and gloom because they get a win.
This is how dug in people are. People are not willing to admit when they're wrong, and I do it a lot. I think you have to, he sounds like to me, he's like, yeah, Dallas, they have a Super Bowl team? Probably not. Playoff team? No. Thought they were going to win 9 games. You have to give them credit today. I mean, the Jets and the Cowboys, with all the injuries to Dallas, were probably very equal to what the New York Jets were today. Very equal. But they won a game because their quarterback played well, they ran the football, and their coaches did a hell of a job. But my man there, he is against Dak. And that's cool, but now you're trying to justify it by saying, well, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to get... He played well against Philadelphia. He played well against the Packers. Good enough to win those games. You got to give him credit for that, and you got to admit when you dig in on something so strong and you won't let it go. That's why the biggest discussions happen about Dak.
Well, it's the playoffs.
Yeah, well, it's fine. Let him get to the playoffs.
That's the last thing that he's got to overcome.
He's pocket watching too.
Sure.
When you throw in, well, he's the highest paid quarterback.
Right.
You're
Absolutely.
pocket watching there.
No question. All right, we will get back to your calls in text, 877-881-1053. We'll also get our defensive stop of the game, more tape from the locker room. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 minutes.
diesel engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
Fourth and one. The Jets will go for 4th and 1. Fields is under center with Breece Hall behind him at the Dallas 46. Tight end in motion, play action, rolling left, chased, hit as he throws. The ball is high. Is it caught or incomplete? Incomplete because of the pressure. I think that was Ezeraku who got free, flushed him out, and caused the turnover. And I believe the Jets fans, I'm not sure, I believe I'm hearing disapproval.
You sure were. That was a turnover on downs, one of the worst 4th down calls that I've seen from the New York Jets, as they had it in 4th and 1 Cowboy territory, and they decide to not run the football when they'd really been running the ball well.
4th and half a yard, I think.
They decided, let's go ahead and throw this thing, and Justin Fields gets pressured by Ezeraku, as Brad said, and there's our defensive stop of the game, brought to you by WinStar. As the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, WinStar delivers thrills worthy of America's team. With over 10,000 of your favorite electronic games, the 2-story WinStar Spa and Cascades, they're a luxury pool complex. WinStar is a world of wow. Please game responsibly. My guy, Ryan Flournoy. Been waiting for him to get his chance, Brian, and he came through. Sometimes you just gotta you gotta celebrate a good moment like that, because there's a lot of times where it doesn't go well for you. You're talking a guy up, and then they go out and they lay an egg. Not Ryan Flournoy. Never doubted you for a second, buddy. 6 for 114 on 9 targets today. I love you. Here he was postgame.
Yeah, it mean a lot to me, and it mean a lot for this team. You know, we lost 2 superstars, CD and Turpin. You know, I pray for them every single day. But I'm just glad I get the opportunity to showcase my talent and just to put the world on notice and just who Ryan Flournoy is.
In order for you to be able to make the plays you made, obviously that needed time. Offensive line down 4 starters. Talk about this backup offensive line, what they were able to come in and do for the
Man, just the preparation, like in practice, they just go compete, and Shotty does a great job of honing in on that. You know, we compete every single day, not just on Sundays, but Wednesdays, Tuesdays, you know. So we compete on the offensive line was amazing. You know, we got a great roster, and I'm so comfortable with, you know, playing with them.
Man, how hard is it for this offense? I might have waited last game. Yeah. How sweet is it now that it paid off?
Man, it's so sweet, man. It's hard, but, you know, you got to let the food cook. You got to, you know, once I knew I got my opportunity, I got to run with it. So, you know, I just had to stay patient, honestly.
He did a great job, and totaled a career high in receptions with 6. The receiving yards with 114, also added 2 runs for 10 yards, and had that 46-yard catch in the second quarter. That's the longest of his career.
They needed somebody to win on the outside. You know, they needed somebody to step up. We knew going in that the Sauce Gardner and Pickens matchup could very well be a draw.
Yeah.
So somebody else was going to have to win. I think he got 16 receptions between, if I'm right about that, I'll check the numbers, between Ferguson and Flournoy there. So, you know, somebody had to pick it up, and we kind of mapped out there were opportunities in that Jets secondary to do that. Give those guys credit for making it happen.
Cowboys get the win 37-22. They improved to 2-2-1 on the year. Jets fall to 0-5 on the season. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus. Back to your calls, and then we'll get into a scoreboard update for you. But let's go out to Lewis in Laredo. Lewis, you're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, guys, listen to y'all from South Texas every day. Great job all year with the CY show on Mondays. Just want to throw that out there before I get to my take.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, I don't know if the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs. I know they probably are not going to win every game.
Sure.
But for the first time in a long time, and I'm 43 years old, I can honestly say that if they lose a game, it's not going to be because they were outcoached on offense. And I haven't been able to say that very much. I know that the NFL has an assistant coach award, you know, at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. I want to give a shout out to 2 coaches, Clayton Adams, Connor Riley.
Yeah.
Because when I woke up this morning, I was thinking Atlanta 2016, Wolchuk. Yep. I was thinking Chaz Green, and we're going to give up so many sacks. They had 4 out of their 5 starters out. And for what they did today, kudos to those coaches. I see creativity. I see, and I know this is probably a term that Shotty used in his opening press conference, I see more wide receivers doing splits. Mm-hmm. I see Dak out of under center more. It's not just the, simple shotgun handoff go. I see a lot of good stuff. And not only that, in Shotty, I see a leader of men. You know, X's and O's are great, but when you're the head coach, you got to be able to lead. And I see that so far. I hope it continues. On the defense, Broaddus, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I think that they're a linebacker and a safety away from doing what they really want to do. When I think of the Eberflus scheme, I think of Shaq Leonard, of Sean Lee, of Leighton Vander Esch, something like that. And that's where I think the Cowboys have struggled this year. Up until today, I liked what I saw in James, but their linebacker play needed to improve. I did see some good things today. I'll hang up and listen, and you guys have a good week.
Thank you. I think they're bad up the middle. I think they were bad up until they got Clark.
Yeah.
You know, but you're starting to see Clark's been good. Osa was good today. You know, I think that, to me, you know, you look at Solomon Thomas, I think he's been good, but they're bad. They're really struggling at linebacker.
Yeah.
And they kind of need to even figure out about James. We watch you through the metrics. You know, he needs to be an attacker. He doesn't need to be cover man. 10 of 11 for 86 yards, you know, but hell, he had 15 tackles.
Yeah.
We've seen, Eric Kendricks have 15 tackles, and the defense not.
Well, and I don't think he really missed any. At least none stick out right now.
I think they had 2 that were listed.
For Shamar, okay.
Yeah. So anyway, real quick, if I could circle back, talk about Flanoy. If you look at how he played in the secondary, he had 2 catches against Brandon Stevens. He had Malachi Moore, the safety. He was 2 for 2 against him for 50 yards in this one. Jermaine Sherwood, the linebacker, 1 for 1 for 8. Jarvis Brownlee, another corner, was 0 for 1. And then they had Will McDonald in an area that he dropped in that he has a 1 for 1. So, you know, what they had to make some plays. He had 106 yards against the corner and against the safety. And that's what you got to do. You know, you got to find a way. If in fact you look at Pickens, Sauce Gardner, 2 catches, 57 yards. He had the touchdown, but that was it. That was going to be the matchup that the Cowboys were probably that was going to be a wash.
Yeah.
Somebody else had to win against this Jets secondary, and it was Ryan Flanoy.
Yep, he was absolutely brilliant today. And a couple of the texters are pointing out the Chicago game might be the one that they still might have gotten out coached offensively.
I
understand that. That's a fair counter.
Yeah, we sat here in the Chicago game afterwards, and I don't think that was Dak Prescott's necessarily best game. You know, when you looked at where Chicago was, lack of pass rush, down corners, down players. You know, for them, I mean, your defense wasn't good enough in that game for sure. But yeah, there's some questions there. There's some things that they did not do offensively in that Chicago game. They could have ran the ball, but the game got out of whack. So it was kind of like
really
today.
Did. And then you got a 10-minute drive from the Bears in the third quarter. I mean, they really took the air out the
19
football.
Plays or something.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's go to Cody in Collinsville. Cody, what's up?
Hey, there's a few things I wanted to touch on. The offensive line and all the credit that's going to Adams and Riley, and rightfully so. But also some of that credit, and I haven't heard anybody say it has to go to Dak for how quickly he's processing and the level he was processing at. And the other thing is, with the emergence of Flanoy, when CD comes back healthy, their defenses are going to have a really hard time covering the weapons on this team.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Cody. I mean, they're going to have a logjam with Flanoy stepping up.
Who
Turpin,
sits?
CD, yeah, and then Mingo.
Mingo might not make it back. You think about it. I mean, this is all about necessity and what players you need right here, right now. You know, and if you bring him back, somebody has to sit there.
Yeah.
You know, and they might not be too anxious to bring him back that quick.
Yeah, with the way Ryan Flanoy stepped up and played today, and Tolbert had a really good game a week ago. And today, I mean,
that's Tolbert's way of doing things.
Yeah,
right?
I mean that's exactly why
it's a 1 game, and then there's 2 games, 3 games where he's
I'm
silent.
riding with Flanoy here.
Yeah,
that's the guy. I think that he's just going to end up being better. And then Tolbert's also a free agent after this year. I got Flanoy that's going to be around for the future. I'd rather just go ahead and keep developing him. 877-881-1053. Let's go to Farmersville. We got Space Cowboy. Space Cowboy, what's up?
What's going on? Hey, a couple things first. I love you guys, and let's get Bobby off the morning show, please.
Bobby's the man on the morning show.
So if I'm the front office, right, I've got a couple things worrying me right now. If we stay on this trajectory, the offensive side at least, how do I retain Clayton Adams and the rest of the offensive staff next year? Or I don't know how long they signed their contract for, but you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And how much is Javonte Williams going to hang me out to dry next year? Because he signed a 1-year deal.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question. Did you just prove to yourself that you can go get a guy?
I don't know if you can go get another Javonte.
Well, no. You want to pay a guy? This team is a history of paying running backs, right? You just proved to yourself. You can go find a guy.
Yeah, but if I already have the guy, I mean, I see what you're saying, but
no, they did. I
don't think if you pay Javonte, I don't think they'll pay Javonte like they paid Zeke. I don't think they'll ever do another Zeke deal in their life.
Pickens or Williams? Who do you want?
Williams.
Okay.
I want to run the ball. I want to keep doing what we're doing good.
Yeah.
We already have CD. You've already paid him. You have Flanoy coming up. You can find another George Pickens. You can find another Javonte too, right?
You absolutely can. See that, and they did. That's the thing. And I don't think, to me, these running backs are in a situation now. And I know the guy's 25 years old.
Yeah.
So and listen, young guy hasn't played a whole lot because of injuries and stuff. But they just proved to you that they can go find a running back after having such an attitude about paying a running back.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I think it'll depend on the market for Javonte Williams. I wonder. I think you might be able to get him back at a reasonable price, but
we always think that, right? And then
even Rico Dowdle's deal really wasn't that expensive when you look back at it. And now he just went for 200 yards for Carolina. Like Javonte's just.
What about that run that we had with all those guys signing like $10 million contracts?
If he ends up getting an offer like that, then good for him.
Yeah,
I don't know that he will. I don't know that he will. If that ends up being the case, then hey, you can always look to draft a guy, or maybe there's somebody else. But I mean, this is a player with a high pedigree. Former 2nd-round pick, was highly thought of. Will liked him coming out of the draft, which I'm sure is a big reason why he was like, hey, go get me that guy, and he's finally healthy. So I do think that will be interesting to see, like what will the price tag end up being for Javonte Williams, and how much are they willing to spend?
To me, like I said, they've proven now to themselves. Saquon Barkley was paid, right?
Yes.
McCaffrey paid. Henry paid. Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, but they're different levels.
Kamara.
Yeah.
Jacobs. James Cook.
Yeah, I don't think he's
Kyren Williams.
Kyren Williams, and he's not getting anywhere near these guys.
Aaron Jones. The Vikings.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
James Conner. David Montgomery. Ashton Genty's in this group.
Yeah,
Chuba Hubbard.
Okay, this is kind of the area where I think that he'll come in at.
Okay, now you're talking about Chuba Hubbard is a $8 million a year player.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard's a $7.2 million player.
And $7-8 million for a running back? I don't think that's crazy.
Bijan Robinson's the next one that's about to get paid. He's at $5 million.
And he'll be up in the Barclays.
And so will Jamar
territory.
Gibbs get paid.
Yeah, they'll be amongst the highest paid of the position. I think you're looking at a guy that's going to be probably outside of the top 10 at his highest paid. I mean, what's he making this year? Like $1 or $2 million? Yeah, from $5 million a year. I think that'll be fascinating to kind of see what is the market for Javonte Williams. But I think he is a guy, and we'll see if you end up getting to see more of Blue or maybe Phil Maffa when he's ready to go. Do any of those guys emerge to make you feel even better about saying, like, hey, if somebody else wants to pay you, Javonte, go ahead. But I would like to bring him back on a fair deal. And I wonder. I mean, I don't think right now that it's going to cost an arm and a leg. I think maybe $6 million a year.
But if he's the reason why you say you win 10, 11 games, you think he's going to come back on a bargain deal? And he's the reason why. He's one of the reasons why this quarterback's having some success, right?
Right. Which, I mean, are those not more cases to bring him back? If he's the reason why?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you're asking for a bargain deal, and that ain't going to.
I mean, I think
that's not
$7-8 million. I think those are the type of players that he's at. He's not Derrick Henry. He's not a Saquon Barkley. He's not going to get that type of money. But $7-8 million, I don't think is crazy.
Hunter Lipke makes more money than this guy.
Yeah, and they barely use Hunter Lipke.
You're looking at a $3 million player here,
right? So $5-6 million for Javonte Williams. Heck, maybe you can offer him that right now. See if he takes it. Let's go. Ink him up, 2-year deal, 2-year extension, $12 million. Let's go party, huh? We're team building, baby. We're team building. 37-22, Cowboys get the win over the Eagles. All right, we'll get your player of the game. We'll put a bow on this one. Go ahead and look through the rest of your scoreboard here on the NFL season Week 5 edition. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Nunnally, behind every great company, United Ag and Turf, the official Ag and Turf equipment supplier of the Dallas Cowboys. American Airlines, proud to be the official airline of your Dallas Cowboys. Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
We got a bunch on the right. Prescott under center. Play action. Boot wide open. Flips it out to Williams for the easiest touchdown of the day.
There is Javonte Williams, our player of the game today. 135 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Also caught a touchdown pass today.
Overthecap.com's evaluation of him as a player, $10.7 million.
He's been worth every penny they're paying him this year.
Yeah.
It's been insane.
But if it gets to that number at 10.7, are you?
I think the Cowboys are out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's going to end up being too much.
Yeah.
I think probably 8 would be the most that they'd be willing. And look, I mean, even this past year, I think 6 was too much for Rico. They didn't want to bring Rico back at 6.
That's what I'm.
So I think it depends on how they feel about Javonte moving forward, and we'll see how the rest of the season goes. But my gosh, Javonte Williams, his third career 100-yard game, first since his rookie season, which happened in 2021. Career high 135 yards on 16 carries,
really
8.4 yards a carry. Last Cowboy to do that was Zeke in his rookie year in 2016. He was fantastic, and he caught up with the media postgame.
I mean, they always coach us just run between the linebackers, so I just followed the blocks. I think it was Brock, maybe that was in front. Sorry, that was in front of me, but I just followed him, and it opened up.
Early in the season, but how much fun are you having just being able to be as productive as you've been?
Yeah, I love it here. I like playing with my teammates. We got playmakers all over the field on both sides of the ball. And I mean, I feel like we're really just getting started. We got a lot of people that's probably going to come back next week from injury, so we just got to get it rolling.
Even with guys that were down, obviously, the offensive line, we look at the wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb's out, Devontae Turpin. Just talk about what you saw from a guy like Devontae Turpin having a career game like he did.
Yeah, Flo. To my Flo. Yeah, Flo did what he had to do. Like Coach said all week, it's going to be a lot of guys that got to step up and play different positions and do different things. But, I mean, I feel like he had a great game, and it just goes to show how deep this team really is.
There's Javonte Williams, our player of the game today after a 37-22 Cowboys win over the Jets. They are now 2-2-1. They head to Carolina next week. Now, today, as we go around the rest of the NFL scores, put a bow on this one, we'll have our post game show with Fred Davis and the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, who will be here as well on the flagship 105 through the Fan. If you called in and we weren't able to get your call, don't worry. They'll be taking your calls as well. You can also listen to that if you're out of market on the Odyssey app. But Carolina coming back from 17-0 down to beat the Dolphins 27-24. Former Cowboy Rico Dowdle, 23 carries, 206 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah,
today.
Carolina ran the ball for 250 yards in that game, by the way. So, yeah, get ready.
You have your hands full there.
Buckle up.
Texans sending the Ravens to 1-4, 44-10. Now, the Ravens were a mash unit today. They did not have Kyle Hamilton. They did not have Roquan Smith. They did not have Lamar Jackson, amongst other players. So it was Cooper Rush who got the start for them. And C.J. Stroud was dominant. 4 touchdown passes today, 244 yards. Nick Chubb added another touchdown on the ground, but at 1-4, got to think the Ravens are probably cooked.
Wow, I just watching this Tampa Bay game. Is this Tampa has just come within 1 point with 1:08 left in the game. They're going to go for 2. Todd Bowles is going to go try and win this thing right now.
Oh, wow.
30. Oh, wait, okay. He was holding up the 2 fingers like they were going to go.
Backing out.
Now they're going to kick the extra point.
Minute 8 seconds, extra point away from tying
Baker Mayfield was holding up to 2 like, hey, we're going 2 to try and win this thing. And I thought Todd Bowles was going to do it, but here's maybe to tie the game here with 1:08 left.
Emeka Egbuka, 7 for 163 and a touchdown. He continues to just be amazing as a rookie. Arizona's up 21-12 on Tennessee. Kyler Murray, 212 yards. DeMercado, the former TCU Horned Frog, has 81 yards on the ground, but he did the same thing Adonai Mitchell did. He had I think it was a 73-yard touchdown run, but he dropped the ball before he crosses the end zone, resulting in a touchback. Lions all over Cincinnati right now, 28-16. You have Jared Goff with 2 touchdown passes. David Montgomery's also got a touchdown run and pass, I believe. Jamar Chase, 6 for 110, 2 touchdowns for Cincinnati. The Commanders up 20-10 on the Chargers. Ja'Cory Krosky merits 77 yards and 2 touchdowns.
He's looked really good
on the ground. Really good.
Yeah, just
phenomenal.
Yeah, he just interception here though, right in the middle.
Oh, for Herbert.
Herbert. Yeah, I said
Throws a pick
Herbert.
to I think it was Bobby Wagner that ended up getting that.
Yeah, it was tipped at the line of scrimmage, and
it's Sanders still, the second-year player out of Michigan, who ended up picking that off. All right, that's going to put a bow on this today. We'll be back again 9 a.m. pregame next week. Kick at noon, Cowboys at Panthers. Postgame again running till 6 o'clock. Thank you to Peyton Russell, Kevin Walker, Ross Lubinsky, of course, Tim Collins, Gavin Spittle, to my co-host, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. I am Zach Wolchuk. We'll have the post coming up next. Fred Davis, Chris Arnold. They'll be taking your calls and texts. Until next time, hugs and hand pounds, everybody. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment. 37-22, they get the win.
A true Dallas Cowboys fan is there for the journey and the
show. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods, proud partner of the Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Welcome in. Cheers. I am Fred Davis. That is the three-time Hall of Famer, the one, the only, the legend, Mr. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Well, let's see. The last time you and I did the Specs Tailgate show, it was after the Giants game. Mm-hmm. And they had won a nail-biter thriller, whatever you want to call it, in overtime. And
overcame
Russ, Malik Neighbors, made Russ look like he was cooking again, which he did. Well, we're back again after another New York trip.
Yep.
Except this time,
they didn't have to overcome. I'm in shock. I'm impressed. I'm glad.
I'm not shocked that they won.
Me either.
I'm not shocked that they won. I am surprised at how they won and how effortless. Now, I don't want to say effortless because that would be a
how dominant. How about that word? Because they were dominant.
They were dominant in phases. Mm-hmm. But in talking to Broaddus during one of the breaks, while they were doing the postgame show today, this win to me goes to the coaching staff.
It does. It really and truly does.
This win today goes to the coaching staff as your Dallas Cowboys took care of business today. 37-22 was the final score. We're going to get into all the specifics of this ball game today because your Dallas Cowboys are now 2-1 on the young season. And more importantly, you dominated in all three phases of the game.
Before we even break down our thoughts and our opinions of how it went, what was your pregame prediction for this?
27-23.
My prediction was 35-30.
Okay.
35-31, something like that. And the way I did it, I said the Cowboys offense, 35. The Jets offense,
absolutely
31.
No, 100%.
30, something like that. The point I'm trying to make is I did not think that the Cowboys defense
was going to look like they did today.
Correct.
That's it.
That's just that. And then I started thinking about it. I said, you know what? Let me explain why the defense was more dominant, in my opinion.
No, I think you and I are on the same page there. I mean, I figured, because look, let's call it what it is. Justin Fields is not a good quarterback.
No, and that's where I was going to go with why I shouldn't have given the defense. I shouldn't have given the Jets that many points.
But you're a prisoner of the moment, though, right? I mean, we didn't think
until proven otherwise.
We didn't. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you had no.
This is my clue. This was my clue, though, and this is why I should have known. And this is something that a lot of people did not think about. First of all, Eberflus knows Justin Fields backwards.
Yeah,
but then he knew Caleb Williams.
You just took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay.
See, we'd already been told that he knew Chicago.
Here was the difference. To me, if I were offensive coordinator going against the Cowboys defense as it's currently constructed, right, I would be bombs away. Like Russ, name a quarterback. Caleb Williams. Name these quarterbacks. Just throw the ball deep, right?
Yeah.
How about I found this stat midway through the week? Justin Fields has never thrown a 300-yard game. He had never thrown. It was like he averages either 200 yards or just under 200 yards a game passing. He has the legs. He's got the wheels where he's always running.
Well, he's a great mobile quarterback.
And I'm like, okay, so they're not going to throw the ball. That's what you notice in this game. He didn't throw any deep bombs. He didn't.
No.
Because he can't. It's not because Russ could because he used to in the day.
I was going to say, no, Russ has got a track
back
record
in the day.
He
used to
throw deep balls. Absolutely.
So my whole deal was like, yes, and Eberflus knew this.
Yeah.
And he knew this. So therefore, they weren't going to score a whole lot of points. Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't know the Cowboys defense would look like this. And I give them credit because they looked like they knew what they were doing most of the time. I will say this, the one caveat was the run defense didn't look as good as the other three games.
No. The run game got gashed a little bit. I mean, Breece Hall had 113 yards.
Mm-hmm. He was unstoppable.
He
was nobody on him.
No, Breece Hall. There were several gaping holes in the middle of that.
Somebody said, I think Brad Sham said this to Brian and Willie Bully. He said he looked like a 7-on-7 drill.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, he absolutely did. No, Breece Hall pretty much did whatever he wanted to do today in most cases, because a lot of folks, even on Twitter, were saying, "Why are you taking him out on third downs? Why are you giving?" I mean, your offense was already struggling at times when, let's call it what it is. Two best players on that team as far as from offensive skill position is concerned are Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall.
Correct.
And Garrett Wilson had himself a decent day today, right? Now, let's call it what it is. You look at the numbers for Justin Fields when it's all said and done, 283 yards, 2 touchdowns, but, a lot of that was in the fourth quarter
Exactly.
when you're playing prevent.
And not just playing prevent, it was like, okay, you're not going to win this game anyway.
Everything's underneath. We're not worried about it.
They were going for 2. It was
come on. I always go back to
onside kicks, everything.
Well, exactly. Short fields. What are we talking about here? And I can say this to you because you remember this, but it kind of reminds me of back in the day when Blake Bortles was putting up crazy numbers, but he was stat padding in the fourth quarter, right? Whatever. So anyway, you look at this ball game today. Shout out to everybody that, by the way, that was able to make it out to the fan hang today out at the Star. Myself, Blake Elliott, and of course the big boss,
one of the
Gavin
big meeting
Spittle.
rooms, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. We were there. Darren Woodson stopped by, signed some autographs. We had Whataburger. So shout out to everybody that made it out there today. We're giving out prizes and what have you. Had a good time. And to all the Tolos and folks that were out there today, we had a good time. And of course, it always helps. Always helps when you have a fan hang and the Cowboys look good.
Exactly.
And the Cowboys handle their business.
Exactly.
Now, I'm also of the belief, too, and again, I talked to Broaddus about this during one of the breaks. This is one of those games. It's a slippery slope when you talk about this ball game today, right? When you decide, okay, well, how excited should we get?
Because it's just the Jets who are 0-5.
The Jets are what you saw today. This team's defeated for a reason. Okay, like the Jets just did not look like a very well organized football team. And the one thing,
that's the history of that organization, by the way.
Well, it absolutely is.
Can
right?
I give a quick shout out to AG Aaron Glenn, whose family, his wife's family, is from Dallas-Fort Worth area. He owns that Williams Chicken off of 67. He's my guy.
Okay.
And for those who are concerned about him, I think he has runway. Like they're gonna just fire him.
Yeah.
He's got runway on 2 levels. One, the Jets organization know they're a mess. They're an S show.
Yeah.
And AG came from the Dan Campbell. And when Dan Campbell and AG and Ben Johnson went up there to Detroit, they started the season 3. They finished that year 3-13. And they started season 0-10.
Yeah, I was going to say
0-10. So he's got some elbow room to say, let me grow this thing. Not that they will, but I'm just saying he's not going to be fired next week.
No, he won't. Look, you got to give him the entire season. You got to give him all next year. Now, again, and there's a reason Justin Fields on his 3rd team in 3 years.
Exactly.
Okay, like let's call that what it is. The defense looked okay, good, not great. Pretty much the Cowboys did what they wanted to do today. And, as I was driving here today, just kind of thinking about the game and, talking points and what have you, and I heard a caller talk about this as well. If I'm Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones in the front office, I'm making Clayton Adams the highest paid offensive coordinator in football.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. Like, I don't know.
How did he do this? I'm just amazed with the offensive line. The whole offensive line was backups and 6th and 7th round picks.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I'll defer to something, and because I thought about this, and we talked about this a little bit on the Fan After Dark earlier in the week as well. Brock Hoffman, you kind of know what you got with Brock, though, right? Like, let's call it what it is. Brock Hoffman's starting on probably 25 other teams.
Yeah, he's good.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Brock Hoffman is a starting caliber guard center in the National Football League, especially when you see the dearth of quality O-linemen, all right?
Yes.
TJ Bass.
He's good.
Has really taken a step forward from last year to this year.
He's a swing, but he's good.
So you've got 2 guys who, again, yes, they're quote-unquote backups, but I will say this. When we talk about Will McClay and we talk about this Cowboys front office, and look, we can lambaste them for the dearth of playmakers along that on the defensive side of the football, okay? And we can go, and that's a whole nother show. They have done a pretty good job at finding talent on the offensive line.
They've always done that.
Okay, like that's their bread and butter.
That's
okay,
their bread and butter.
And say what you want, I don't know that Mike Solari was that great of an offensive line coach. This much we do know. Clayton Adam and Connor Riley are damn good offensive line coaches.
Yes, they are.
Okay, because if you got beamed into planet Earth today and saw football for the first time and you watched that Cowboys offensive line, you would have never known, oh, by the way, they're playing with 4 quote-unquote backups on that offensive line.
The great wall of Tyler was all injured. There was not a Tyler out there today. And another props to...
and Tyler might have gotten Wally pipped, and I'm talking about Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, it might have.
You're old enough to remember that. You know that. You know that reference.
Yeah, that's where you get hurt, and all of a sudden somebody comes in and that's what happened to Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, he got hurt. Did you know that's Dak's entire career? When he was in high school, the starter got hurt, and Dak took over, never gave it up.
Yeah.
When he was in college, the starter got hurt, Dak came in and never gave it up. So when Romo got hurt and Dak came in, that's Dak's story. But back to that offensive line, let me give Clayton Adams his props as well. Anybody that paid attention to Arizona's run game last year, they were always legit. And it's like, wait a minute. All they have is Kyler Murray, and who are these guys?
And James Conner.
And James Conner's supposed to be old.
He's hurt. He's hurt for the year now.
He's good. All I can tell you is that Clayton, he's the dude. And when they got him, I said, "Oh, I see what you're doing, Shoddy."
This was, and we're going to hear some audio from him. We're going to take your phone calls as well. We got, like I said, we're here till 9:00. Specs Tailgate Show. We're going to be taking your phone calls as well. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That's the phone number. You guys know the drill. We're going to be taking your phone calls throughout the course of the night. Give us your thoughts on what you saw today. And of course, it's always fun and exciting and you know, a little bit of a relief because you know as well as anybody, CA, this week was one of those conversations where, you know, you had a MASH unit for a injury report. Okay.
No CD.
Panic started setting in. All right. With CD, we knew was going to be out. But when you saw Kevontae Turpin was out.
That's where I was going with
now
it.
You're saying to yourself, okay, wait, Jalen Tolbert's going to be our number 2? And then, oh, by the way, here comes Ryan Flanoy.
Yep.
All right.
Who made some history.
Who had himself, and that stat that came out, and I'm sure you saw it, for as historic of a franchise as the Dallas Cowboys are. And I think it was Mike Leslie that tweeted this out, and I'm sure a lot of people
Mike
retweeted
Leslie,
this out.
Channel 8.
Shout out to Mike for this little nugget. First time in Cowboys history where they've had a receiver and a running back go for over 100 yards in the first half.
In
a half period.
It had never. It was Flournoy.
Think about that.
And it was Javonte Williams. It had never happened with Zeke and Dez. It never happened with Emmett and Michael. It never happened with Drew Pearson and Tony Dorsett.
Think about that.
It never happened. Ever.
Super Bowl winning, all-time decade Hall of Fame talent. And Javonte Williams and Ryan Flournoy, a dude that just got called up to the real squad, big squad, 2-3 weeks ago. And here you are.
With a backup offensive line.
And you know, we're going to hear from Dak here in a little bit, in the next segment or two, talking about how, you know, and look, Dak, I am not. I'm just going to put this out there right now because I heard a couple callers throughout the course of the post-game show. And shout out to the Super Bowl winning scout Bryan Broaddus and Zach Wolchuk. Nobody does a better post-game show. And shout out to Broaddus and Chief for doing the pregame show. Nobody does a better pregame show than our boys from the G-Bag Nation. I don't want to hear any Dak slander tonight.
Nope.
Okay. I don't want to. I don't care. I don't want to hear about his salary. I don't want to hear about his playoff record. I don't care.
It's October.
Okay?
We don't want to hear about the playoffs yet.
All right. We're so far away from the playoffs and the Super Bowl right now. There's nothing. Now, I'm not saying it has to be all, you know, chronic and palm trees today.
Correct.
But
don't put that caveat in. We already know. We're telling the Tolos, we already know.
We get it.
Don't give me a but he's never.
We get it.
Nobody never until they do.
We're fine. We are 5 games in to this season, all right? And I would love to know who had this. And now, look, I know, we can all raise our hand. There's not one human being in the DFW or Cowboy fan, wherever you're calling from, wherever you're listening to us from today, and we do appreciate you being on, especially if you're checking us out on the Odyssey app. Nobody had them tying 5 games in, okay?
No.
Like, we can all agree on that. Nobody in their right mind said, yes, I think the Cowboys will be 2-2-1. But outside of the Bears game, this team looks far better than I think anybody anticipated what this team was going to look like five weeks in.
Yes.
Because the Bears game, let's be real,
the
Bears game is what people thought this team was going to be.
Yeah.
Okay? And you know, I heard Broaddus say something about, you know, when it came to the Bears game and you know, the offensive game plan versus what you saw today. And look, that makes all the sense in the world to me. And I don't disagree with him when he says that. But at the same time, we also got to realize this is the first time coaching staff. Okay, and I think what you saw today was a team that learned from that Chicago game, because that's the one thing we talked about with Broaddus yesterday, Blake and I, was this game had all the feelings of that Chicago game. All right, where it's like, all right, you're banged up, and hell, you still had CeeDee Lamb back then, but you were banged up. You're thinking to yourself, okay, here's a hungry Jets team, a desperate team. They're at home. They don't want to start 0-5. Oh, by the way, this is one of those other coaches that we heard fans clamor for. Why didn't we interview Aaron Glenn? He was a hot name coming out of the off-season coaching cycle.
Quiet as credit, they didn't interview nobody but Shoddy. And I'm going to tell you right now. That's why everybody was shocked it was Shoddy. And they didn't interview nobody.
And look, I don't want to let's not get too carried away just yet, but through 5 games, all right, I don't know outside of Ben Johnson in Chicago. All right, because and the best thing we can say is because we've seen it head to head, and let's call it what it is. Ben Johnson put Shoddy in a clown suit that day.
He did.
Okay, he really, really did.
Every trick in the book.
And guess what? Today,
well, it wasn't even Shoddy. It was Eberflus. He was putting in the because he come on.
Well, he did, but at the same time too, the offense looked terrible that day too, though.
They look average.
Let me tell you something. He didn't play call that day. And you had the full complement that day. Okay, you had CD at the start of the game. You had Turpin. You had Tyler Smith. Okay,
don't get me wrong. The Chicago game was bad, but I thought the offense was trying to carry the defense in that game,
and they still couldn't.
And the thing is, notice it couldn't have been that bad because they come out of this 2 weeks later as the number 1 offense in the entire NFL.
Yeah,
so it couldn't have been that bad.
No, I mean,
I'm talking about offensively. Defensively, it was
the defense was terrible.
And that's why they're 32.
But at the same time, too, though, your offense didn't do you any favors. Okay, because you know as well as anybody, you got look. We knew going into that game. All right, that offense is going to have to carry some stuff, and of course, look, they went absolutely just belly up. Today, though, they said, look, that's not going to happen to us again. Now, let's not pretend that Caleb Williams isn't a better quarterback than Justin Fields.
Correct.
Okay, and let's not pretend that Ben Johnson isn't a better coach right now through 5 games than Aaron Glenn and that staff.
And it's the other thing about Ben Johnson is he's an offensive coach.
He's an offensive mind,
which destroyed your defense.
100%.
Aaron Glenn is a defensive coach who did not have.
Who did squat to your offense. Your offense did whatever they wanted to do today.
Whatever they wanted.
Okay, they did with a bunch of backups. Okay, with George Pickens and the Pips. Okay, let's call it what it is. Ryan. I mean, who had Ryan Flournoy on their bingo card of going over 100 yards and basically, I mean, he looked. If you didn't know any better, you thought Ryan Flournoy had been your number 2, number 3 receiver for the last 4 or 5 years.
In the words of Keith Sweat, nobody. That's exactly right. All right, we got a lot to get to today. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Shout out to our boy, the one, the only, Degenerate Jake, behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. He's feeling nicey today. His Texas Tech Red Raiders in the top 10, but it's going to be short-lived because they're going to get beat next week. Whoa.
That's another story for another time. We'll save that for the last segment of the show. He knows where I'm going with that. All right, we got callers lining up. We know you guys are feeling some type of way. Hopefully in a good type of way today, okay? Hopefully good about your Dallas Cowboys. Lots to get to. He is Chris Arnold. I'm Fred. That's Jake. Don't go anywhere. It is the Specs Tailgate Show.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
How do you start a bidding war for your home in this housing market? Fast Track offers from Orchard. It flips a slow market in your favor. With Fast Track, Orchard creates demand for your home before it goes on market, so you sell fast, often getting multiple competitive offers the first week. And when buyers compete, you win. Yeah, the housing market may be brutally slow for everyone else, but not when you sell smarter with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better...
Back in, it is the Specs Tailgate Show. You guys know how we do here on a Sunday night. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Huh? Sounds just like it. Sounds just like it. All right, let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, and we've got a full board of callers.
Before you take that call, one of the things we were talking about at the end of this first segment was about how the Cowboys offense was not their best performance against Chicago.
Right.
Tolo from the 214 actually has an excellent point. He said CD went out at the start of that game, and the offense was not ready or prepared to perform without CD Lamb.
I don't disagree. I mean, you know, but it goes back to what I said. I didn't think that the play calling was that great. You know, it's like why are we running CD on those kind of? I'm not saying you shouldn't, but at the end of the day, it's like Javonte Williams has been a revelation this year. Okay.
And then the Chicago took the lead, and you couldn't use him right.
And then you couldn't use him right? Yep. So, you know, it's just one of them things. But again, as we all know, hindsight's crystal clear. So, a couple things. One, when you guys know how to handle phone calls, but just two quick things. One, no cursing. All right, let's keep it clean, ladies and gentlemen. And then number one, don't ask how we're doing, because we're doing great. It's a Cowboys victory, and get to your point. All right, let's go out to Palmer in Dallas. What's up, Palmer in Dallas?
Fred, Chris.
Hey.
Good show.
Thanks.
Hey, Fred, welcome to Dallas, man. You're a great add to the fan, and God bless you for doing your show with a dictionary on your desk with Blake every day.
He listens. He's a total, I can tell.
I tell you, I appreciate that. Hey, Blake keeps me on my toes, and I hope I've made him a little bit better as a broadcaster as well. So we help each other out.
What happens? I got to say this.
Hot chicken lately?
Have I eaten any hot chicken?
I'm asking Chris. This is Buddy Palmer.
I was about to say, is this Palmer? My guy, Palmer?
Oh.
Hey, Palmer, you got to bring some down to us. You got to bring up to the station. I haven't had. You got the best hot chicken.
How you doing? Because I'm not allowed to.
That's okay.
We're doing
great. You have the best hot chicken. You do. And someday you got to bring it on up here.
We got the best people on the planet working with us. We're real grateful. And Fred, I'm 20 years sober in November. If you ever need anything, you look me up.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate that. One day at a time.
George Pickens spent 3 years in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Not once did he have a season with more than 5 touchdown passes. He has 5 touchdown passes this year. He was standing in the tunnel waiting for Dak to get off the field after the game.
I saw the high five.
Give the man, yeah, right. So that's culture building. And I remember the days when Tyron Smith would go down and our quarterback would get sacked 10 times and we'd lose by 30.
Yeah.
Major props to the offensive coordinator. I know he doesn't call the plays, but I'm sure he's helping design the plays.
Sure.
And he's coaching up that offensive line. Appreciate the show. Have a good one, boys.
Great,
appreciate you, Palmer.
Man, great stuff from you, Palmer. I'll tell you what. There's no better way to kick off a series of phone calls. Shout out to our boy Palmer in Dallas. All right, let's go out to Tolo Legend. Tolo Legend, and I'll tell you what. He better be eating some crow right now. He better be eating some crow because I've got the receipts. Let's go out to Tim and Carthage. What's up, Tim?
What's up, Tim?
I knew you were going. Hey, I've already made my mind up. I was going to do it.
Love it.
I'm going to do it, but at least I'm going to do it with a smile.
There you
Fred.
go.
Good to talk to you guys.
Always.
CA, it's always good to talk to you.
Yes, sir. You too.
I'll make it real quick, and I want you to know that there's no complaining today.
Nope.
I thought it was a great surprise. The offensive line, they earned a lot of fans' respect today,
Boy,
and
sure
I
did.
will admit they deserve it. The defense, they earned some respect too today. And all I got to say to Micah is, how you like those 5 sacks now? All right. That's a great job by both defense and offense.
Yeah.
As I said, got to eat a little crow because you and Fred, y'all called me out yesterday, and I said 31-17 prediction. But, hey, no one likes crow better than I do whenever the Dallas Cowboys win.
That's it.
Now, I'm telling
Put
you
some hot
right
sauce
now,
on it.
there's one coach that walks on water in my life, and CA, you agree, it's Tom Landry. But today, I'll tell you, number 2 and number 3 is Sean Payton for going for 2 to beat the filthy Eagles, and the other one was Brian Schottenheimer and his leadership with that team, especially with all the adversity we've had.
Great call, Tim.
Dak,
Appreciate you.
Dak and George and William and Fergie, hey, and now add Flournoy. They all played great. Now, one last thing. CA, I need your help here because I'm an old dog like you. Is the free kick rule still in effect when you fair catch a punt and tee it up and kick for a field goal?
What do you mean free kick?
Well, now, Fred, you're a little bit too young. CA, I'm talking to you.
But I'm asking, what do you mean exactly? A free kick.
Let's say there's 3 seconds left in the half, and some team punts out of the end zone, and you fair catch it at the 50-yard line. Once upon a time, there was a rule that says you could tee it up, no rush, no one going down the cover, no nothing, except a kicker had a right to kick the ball out from a tee, and if it went through the goalpost, it was 3 points.
I hate to admit it, but that's before my time. I'm not familiar with that. I have to look it up for you. You know what I'll do, Tim, for you? Tim, well, I'm going to do it just for you. Even though Google is your friend, I'm going to make it my friend and get you that answer for you. How about that?
I tell you what, you ask your Tolos and see if that wasn't a rule.
I'm not saying it's not. I said I'm going to look it up for you.
I've heard of it. I have heard of it.
I'm just not familiar with it.
Oh, well, I thought you were since you and I were a little bit ancient.
Oh, I'm definitely ancient, but I have to, like I said, I have to look that up for you.
Not that ancient.
All right, appreciate it, man.
All right, Tim.
Thanks,
Great
Tim.
call from you. Real quick, Jake, you remember that?
Yeah, it happened. It happened last year in the Chargers game. I can't remember who they were playing. Yeah, I didn't see the play before it, but I remember looking and
how much time was left on the clock?
No time.
Because Jim Harbaugh, and of course, Jim Harbaugh is a rules guy, whatever, and because he had pulled it out, and like I said, I remember the conversation around it, because, again, it's a very old rule that, again...
If you punt and they fair catch it, and there's no time left, they get a free kick if they wanted to. They could kick it if they wanted to.
That's exactly right.
It was the first fair catch kick in 50 years. So
there you go.
There you go.
Shout
Tim, we knew we had you covered one way or the other.
Shout out to Tim.
Let me give you a quick shout out.
Yes, sir.
And I'm grinning when I say this. When Jake Ferguson got his first touchdown, I thought about you, because I kept telling you, when he was a rookie, he had yak.
Yeah.
He could catch and run. And with the first 2 or 3 games, he was just the dump down pass. He could never go anywhere. So when he got that touchdown, I was like, Fred, that was for you.
Show you
that he could do it.
And got 2 of them today.
And remember, I don't know if you remembered or if you ever saw this, but he used to hurdle people and get the yak.
I'll tell you what, and I want to say he's got, 40 receptions through the first 5 games of the year? I mean, look,
7 more today.
He is a...
You know what the deal is?
Receiving machine.
You know what it is?
A new contract.
Not just a contract.
Got that cheddar.
He got Dak with him, because Dak is his See, last year he had Cooper Rush.
He had
Rush
Cooper
don't
Rush
play with him in practice.
And let's be real, and not to beat this point up, but that coaching staff last year, that I think the vibe in that entire place wasn't right. I mean, look, say this. I'll say this much, okay? Whether it's been, we talked to Darren Woodson today, we talked to Nate Newton a couple weeks ago. To a man, both guys, and they know as well as anybody, all right? And you've been around, you know the gig. They've both said that the culture and the environment around Shoddy is very reminiscent and completely different from what it's been the last few years. Exactly. So, look, that was one of them deals where, when that Green Bay loss happened, it's on some teams are like, all right, we can weather that storm. You probably should have cleaned house.
You should have cleaned house on the spot. And I think Jerry wanted to fire McCarthy on the spot, and Steven wouldn't let him. Yeah. And Dan Quinn had already interviewed for Washington.
Dan was already out the door.
He was out the door. So where were they going to go? And so I think Steven convinced Jerry to listen to him and listen to whatever his plan was.
Yeah.
And my theory is when Jerry kept saying, I'm all in, it wasn't on all in like he's going to do everything to win the Super Bowl. He was all in on Steven's plan, whatever that.
Yeah, because we also found out, too, that he wanted to sign Derrick Henry. And
That's what
he got pushed back on. So
from Steven.
It was kind of like his way of saying, you know what, you guys want to do this? All right, bet. I'm all in on your idea. Let's go ahead. And I'll tell you what, that makes a lot of sense. There was a lot of hidden, kind of innuendo behind that. And now we know.
So let me, for those who don't know, I'm going to be brief about it. What Jerry wanted to sign Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And Derrick Henry wanted to play for the Cowboys, but Steven has already told Jerry, we're not paying free agents first week. We just don't do it.
Yeah.
And he had told Jerry that he was going to draft a running back. They didn't draft a running back.
No.
And instead, Steven said, Jerry, here you go. I brought Zeke back for you. And you know what happened?
We know how that worked out.
I'm just saying.
How that worked out. All right, let's go out to Billy and Capel. What's up, Billy and Capel?
Billy.
Yeah, I'm right here, fellas. What's going on?
What up?
Living the dream.
Hey, not much, man. Hey, man, dig this, yo. Man, I'm a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
But I'm a football fan first, and I got to keep it real, man. I mean, yeah, it was a great win today. It really was. It was a team effort, and the entire team played well as a whole. But I'm not going to get too excited about this.
That's fair.
I hope everybody out there realizes that the teams that we've had complete wins over are combined 1-9. Okay, so you should be beating those teams. Now, when we come out and we truly string wins together against quality opponents itself, then we can talk.
Okay.
That's all I got to say, Phil.
I don't disagree.
That's a great call.
That's a great call from Billy.
So let me explain something. What you get hope out of is this. First of all, they're not coming off of 12-5, 12-5, 12-5.
Yeah.
You saw what happened last year. Now, Dak didn't even play most of the year last year, but still was biggest mess. And Shoddy wasn't running the team. So what you're hoping for as a Cowboys fan is they can stack this same effort together. And then by the time they get to the toughest games, which will be in late November and all of December, then you can see that this thing is going to be a workable thing. In other words, you're hoping they can build some sort of a momentum, but you got to be impressed that they got these wins against the Jets and the Giants, especially the Jets, because your players were all hurt.
Well,
and that goes back to that culture that Shoddy has created, because the backups play like they're starters.
And I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to kind of piggyback off what you just said, and also with what our boy Billy and Capel said as well. I don't disagree. And again, I said the same thing. I said the same thing to Broaddus. I was like, you beat an 0-4 team. All right, like let's call it what it is. You beat an 0-4 team. You're supposed to beat those teams. Injuries or not, right? But more importantly, you've looked better each week.
Correct.
Okay.
It's one thing to win the game, but you look good as you do it.
And I get it. Before people jump in, well, Chicago, you forget about Chicago. I get it. All right, look, and we're going to go back, and I think we're going to look back, and we're going to see that, you know what? Look, Shoddy got outcoached. All right, you were down CeeDee Lamb. That threw things off. Maybe it threw your game plan off. Eberflus got put into a clown suit. Everybody, we get all that. But you know what? Look, you went out. You battled Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Which you should have beat them. All right, let's be real. You should have beat Green Bay. All
and
right?
you did the same damn thing with the Eagles.
And you should have beat the Eagles, right? And if CD doesn't drop 2 huge balls in the last drive, you probably do beat the Eagles, right?
And for those who don't remember about the Eagles, let me just say this one thing about them. Not only were you defending Super Bowl champions, them jokers, until today, had won 20 of 21 games.
Yeah,
so do you want to beat the Eagles in Philly, and then you're about to beat the Green Bay Packers? You're showing something that you got something.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's going to be yet, but you got something.
And you could argue, too. Look,
and I'm not really sold on the defense yet, but you got something.
No. The defense, but you've seen incremental improvements, and right now you've got a top 5 offense in the NFL. Okay,
correct.
Dak is playing.
Yep.
I've looked at the numbers. I think there's only one stretch of the first 5 games of his career where he's thrown for more yards. He's got 10 touchdowns on the year. He's got 3 picks. He's been sacked 7 times, and he's completing 71% of his passes right now. Okay, I mean,
he's on
Dak
fire. The best.
is playing at an all-pro MVP-like level. All right, we got more calls to get to. Hold on. We'll keep some of these lines open for you. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Plus, we'll hear from Dak in the next segment as well. Your calls and Dak coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It is the Specs Tailgate Show.
Let's go!
offense get on track and just do their thing. And not say they weren't on track last week. I mean, hell, they put up big numbers last week. But, again, when you considered that, you were down, as you alluded to, you're down CD, you're down Kevontae Turpin.
How about down the entire offensive starting line?
Down the offense. And again, we'll put a caveat to that. You were down Tyler Smith. All right, because, again, at least with Brock Hoffman and Tyler Bass, these are guys that have been there, done that before. They've played a couple games already this year, so you kind of felt good. I wasn't worried about those two. I really wasn't. Now, Nate Thomas?
We're talking.
Nate Thomas might be your new starting left tackle.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler Guyton, I tell you what, you don't want to rush a concussion, but you may want to get that head right.
Put it like this. There's no hurry.
There's not.
Brad Sham said it best through the post-game show. He said, he's ahead of him right now. He said, I'm not going to say he's better than Guyton.
That's a great point.
That's a great point.
Right now. He really is. No, ahead being no pun intended. And then how about my Hakeem Adeniji, Rock Chalk Jayhawk? How about that? Starting in left guard today. He had himself a whale of a game as well. Number 75 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. But he played a whale of a ball game as well. So shout out again to Connor Riley and Clayton Adams. Did absolutely yeoman's work today getting these boys ready to play. All right, let's jump back out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Don't forget, this is the Specs tailgate show. I'll do a little read and do a little whatever later on in the program as well. Let's go out to Mike Batiste. And I'll tell you what, Mike, look, my hat's off to you for being a Super Bowl winner with that 95 Cowboys team. But, did I read this right? You're from Big Money?
Man, I don't know about Big Money, but I'm here.
Big Money, Texas. I mean, that's the only way I know people from the 409, especially Westbrook. Now, let me ask you this. Did you go to school with my boy Talbert Avery?
He was before me.
Oh, was Talbot a little bit before you? Okay, all right. Because I actually started my radio career in Big Money, Texas. Once upon a time.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Beaumont,
I did.
East
Absolutely.
Texas.
I got him a love. My son was born in Beaumont, so I have nothing but love for the 409, and I will always have a special place in my heart for anybody and everybody from, as I tell anybody to listen, there is no place on earth quite like Beaumont, Texas.
So, Batiste, you was an offensive lineman for the Cowboys back in 95, 96? I remember that.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
So what's your thoughts on today's game?
Hey, man, I really like the attitude that those guys have, particularly on offense. Really been looking forward to the Cowboys getting back to running the ball, and the way you see it right now, it reminds me of back when we were doing it.
Mm-hmm. What's a great wall of Dallas back then? And by the way, weren't you a defensive player first, and they switched you over just like 2-A?
Yeah, exactly.
Just like 2-A.
I started out as a defensive guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For the folks at home, real quick, two things. One, what's the biggest difference between playing D-line and O-line, other than the obvious? And then two, how impressed were you today with what you saw out of that offensive line, considering, you had two dudes that are typically backups, and then you had Adeniji and Nate Thomas making their starts today?
Yeah, so the biggest difference between defense and offense is you can be, like one guy doing your thing as opposed to on the offensive side of the ball. It is very much so a team thing. It's not one of those deals where you just go out and do it by yourself. So to see those guys blocking the way they block and to see the backups come in and do just as good a job, I mean, that's really hats off to the coaches, as well as the players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
I appreciate you, man. Well, look, we're going to go to the next call.
Man.
Big Money Texas, stand up, man. We hope to heur from you again next week.
Sounds good, man. I'll be looking for you guys.
Absolutely. We'll be looking for you. You know what time it is. We'll shout out to the Westbrook Bruins over there. All right, let's go out to Adrian in Tucson. Hopefully you're not a Cardinals fan, man. What a rough ending to that game today. Whoa.
Bro, why would I be a Cardinals fan calling into the Cowboy station?
Well, you can root for more than one team, Adrian. You're in Tucson. I mean, let's not look too far into it.
Nah, those are fake fans, brother. I'm in America. This is America's team.
Okay.
I am so happy. I stopped watching all sports. The Yankees were getting work.
Fair.
The Cowboys trump all. I just wanted to call in and say I'm walking into Home Depot crotch first after a victory, baby. Let's go, Cowboys!
Very nice.
Shout out to Adrian in Tucson.
I will say this. Adrian, there's a lot of
crotch
retirees.
First. I've never walked into somewhere crotch first.
There's a lot of retirees that moved to Arizona and stuff.
Yeah.
So they could be fans from anywhere all over the country.
Absolutely.
I will say this, though. When the Cowboys play the Arizona Cardinals, beware.
A lot of 22 jerseys?
No. Kyler Murray has never, ever, his entire life, lost a game at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
Whether it was high school, college when he was at OU, or whether it was even with the pros. He has never lost in the building. And he's from here. He grew up in Louisville and went to, everybody know he took over an island, and he's arguably the greatest high school football player in Texas history.
And arguably,
he's
maybe
never
one of the
lost
most
a
overrated
game.
number one prospects of all time, at least from a number one draft pick. And let's put it that way. Rough day for our boy Kyler.
Heck of a good baseball player, too.
It might be time to make that switch. Might be time.
Is he all right? He got hurt today.
He hurt his foot. Who knows? He dove after getting a ball in his face. Anyway, let's go out to JJ in Frisco. What's up, JJ in Frisco?
How's it going, guys? Oh, man, it's always a great Sunday when the boys win, so that's exciting.
100%.
And I can, because your week ends up great. You don't have to defend yourself all week because and people with all the crazy memes they put out ready to put it all on your timeline.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
But yes, shout out to all the backups, man. The backups were balling today, man, and so that I'm excited about that. I think one big thing that you guys mentioned about the Chicago game, because I started looking back at the stats when y'all were talking about it, and sometimes a quarterback is only good as the line goes. I hear that, but it's also as good as the defense goes, because you got to realize when we get that far behind, because we were doing 14-3 in first quarter. So whenever we're that far behind, the play call has to change because now Dak is playing behind. He has to throw pass. If I'm a defense on the other side, hey, these guys got to catch up. They're going to throw the ball. I can go zone or I can go man-to-man. I know your plays are this because I know what you're going to do. So, again, the defense has to start stepping up. They look great, really good today. They look really, really good today. But I will admit I was nervous because I remember that was a time, I want to say about 3 or 4 years ago, when the Jets came in and they were like horrible, and we ended up losing to them.
Exactly. They didn't come in here. We went up there. In fact, this is the first time the Cowboys beat the Jets in New York in a couple of decades, man.
Correct.
But great information on looking up those stats.
Good stuff. Good stuff from you,
Thanks
JJ in Frisco. You're welcome back anytime. Let's go out to Mike. Mike, where you calling us from, man?
Turn your radio down.
You at the club or what?
Nah, I'm at the fair.
Oh, State Fair, Texas.
Oh, so there are people at the fair. Okay, sounds good. What you got, man?
Hey, so, man, first of all, good game. Good game. I'm so proud of the Cowboys. I mean, they did what they're supposed to be done.
100%.
So, it's nothing to get too excited over. But I like the run. Our defense is still not where we should have it at. But we're getting there. We're getting better. I mean, we still got, what is it? This is our fifth game.
Fifth game.
Our offensive line did real good.
Yeah.
We had like 50 missing starters today.
Well, technically you were down 4.
4. Okay, even better.
Isn't that something?
Real good. Yeah, that's real good. I think I called like about 2 weeks ago saying our offensive line needed to get worked on. And
hey, it's looked good so far.
They took your advice, man.
It's looked good so far. Real quick, since you're out at the State Fair, there's been a lot of online speculation that the fair hasn't had the foot traffic it's had in years past. From what it sounds like it's popping.
Yeah, that was a cap. Everybody's been putting that. I think they're just trying to get clout on social media, but it's not like packed, but it's packed. I mean, you can walk around. This is a good place, a good time to come because it's not too packed.
Okay, okay. Are you rocking your Cowboys gear?
There's room to walk around. Yes, sir.
What you rocking? You rocking a jersey?
No, sir.
Just a Cowboy shirt? Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. All right, man. Well, look.
Socks, the hat.
Oh, man, you're geared up. I appreciate it. All right. Well, look, man, represent. Appreciate you calling in. Be safe out there, by the way. Be safe out there. All right. Oh, no. Hey, one more thing. Text it in. All right, let's go out to Dope Sick Dave. Let's go out to Dope Sick Dave. What's up, Dope Sick Dave?
What, Dave?
Fellas, what a great win against the Bills today, huh? We played the Bills, right?
The other New York team.
That's the third one we hadn't hit yet.
We played the Jets. Now, I'm not saying y'all are glazing the Cowboys. I'm just talking to everybody in general, Cowboys Nation in general. Let's hold our horses here, right?
Yeah.
Let's think about the last time we won a big game. What? The Lions game 2 or 3 years ago when there was that bad call on the, lineman not being announced as a receiver, that whole BS call, right, where we shouldn't have won. Well, when we beat the Bengals after they lost in the Super Bowl, that first game of the season when Trayvon Diggs made that big tackle, which is like the last big play he
Let him
ever
get out of
had,
his
right?
chest, Fred.
What, against the Eagles when Jalen Hurts was hurt? I think it was the Christmas game 2 years ago. What big game have we won, guys? Like,
well, who called this a big game, Dave? Who said they won a big game?
Yeah.
People glazing the Cowboys.
Well, Dave, what do you want people to do today, Dave? What do you want people to do?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know. I just
life's too short to be miserable all the time, Dave. You got to dub today, bro.
So tell us, you're disappointed they actually won a game and looked good doing it?
No, it's great. We won a game.
Do you think the Philadelphia Eagles wish they had just won that game today?
Do
you think that? Do you think that?
Of course, but they played
do
a
you
good
think?
team.
Do
They
you?
played a good team. I'm just sick of drinking the Kool-Aid.
There's no Kool-Aid to drink today.
Not today.
There's no Kool-Aid.
You must not have heard us start the show. You must not have heard us start the show. We were saying we're not talking about the playoffs.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Super Bowl. We're talking about today's game, and we're checking off some things that look good that you could build from. Is there something wrong with that?
No. That's why.
So why are you saying what you're saying?
But I was just saying in general to everybody, kind of a PSA to the Cowboys Nation.
Mm-hmm.
You're 100% right. Okay, building blocks. Okay, we went from step 0 to step 1. That's
hey.
No ill will though, guys. No ill will.
Dave, how do you eat an elephant? How do you eat an elephant?
Yeah, how do you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time.
One bite at a time. I tell that to my kids all the time when they feel overwhelmed.
Go find you a side chick tonight. All right,
you'll be all right.
And
again,
you know what? Do what you got to do.
Don't ever jump to a conclusion when the conclusion didn't need to be jumped.
There you go.
I got one other thing about Cowboy fans and non-Cowboy fans in this North Texas area in particular. When the Cowboys win, even if you're not a Cowboys fan, you be glad because the most of the people you'll run into in the streets or in the grocery store, they'll have a better attitude because the Cowboys won.
Hey, our boy JJ in Frisco was right because when the Cowboys lose, I mean, how many We Dem Boys memes are we going to see?
It's like,
okay. My timeline is flooded with We Dem Boys memes every time the Cowboys lose.
So just enjoy this moment.
Look,
that's all it is. And we're not saying they're going to the playoffs. We're just saying, guess what? I can see some indications that they're getting their stuff together.
You were supposed to beat the Jets today, and you did. Mm-hmm. That's the takeaway from today.
And guess what?
Let's not read anything more into it. You beat, and I'm with Dave.
What?
You and I talked about it before the show. You beat an 0-4 football team.
Yes, and we're saying you didn't have to struggle to do it.
It
wasn't like, oh my God, we got lucky.
You put that game away in the first half, and more importantly, you handled your business in the second half. That 22. Look, that again, those are fluff stats. Those are fluff numbers. All right, Brian and Marquise, hold on. We're up against it. We'll catch you on the other side.
We'll catch you.
You can either hang up or you can hold through the break. Either way, we're going to get you to the other side, though. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is the Specs Tailgate Show.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now, We're turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Little screen right, Ferguson 25, good blocking. 15-10, Ferguson's going to walk the dog. That's a well-executed screen. Prescott to Ferguson for Ferguson's second touchdown, 26 yards. Touchdown, Dallas.
Brad Sham with the touchdown call.
Woo-wee.
That's the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. I'm Fred Davis. That is our guy, Degenerate Jake, behind the glass on the 1-2s and 3s. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the phone number to either chime in if you want to call and let your feelings be heard today. Good, bad, or indifferent. Okay, good, bad, or indifferent. We've had folks that are excited about today's win. They're encouraged by today's win. We've got folks like Dave, who still want to see more.
Dave's not here, man. That's a
Dave. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Pull by
real quick though, on that same tip.
Yeah,
I understand there's some Cowboy fans after all in and that year before where they went 12-5 and Green Bay blew them out of the water. I can understand there are some fans that they want to put their toe in the water slowly. Mm-hmm. They don't want to just jump on. But what we're doing is you got a new coaching staff. You got a whole bunch of different players, and so it's not the exact same group from the 12-5, 12-5. There's, in fact, a new defense coordinator. I mean, it's third one in 3 years.
Third one in 3 years.
So we're seeing this baby step. We're like seeing indicators that they know what they're doing. They actually have some hope. In fact, this stat just came in, and Nick Harris tweeted this out. I got it from Star Telegram, comes on the show all the time. Nick says Cowboys offense is number 1 in the NFL. Dak is second in the NFL in passing yards. Javonte Williams is second in rushing. George Pickens is second in receiving touchdowns. Jake Ferguson is second in receptions. This is all while the Cowboys' starting 5 offensive line has missed a combined 7 games.
Yeah.
The guys that started this game weren't even the starters.
With the exception of Terrence Steele.
Yeah, except for
Terrence Steele's the only one, right tackle.
Here's the other key stats for you to think about and mull over, Cowboy fans. This is about Dak. And I've said this a number of times. He's having his best year. But look at this. This is the numbers you need to look at. After 5 games, and this is what I said, Dak is the best quarterback in the NFL 5 games in. 1,356 yards, 10 touchdowns, and only 3 picks.
Mm-hmm.
556 yards and 8 touchdowns, 0 picks in just the last 2 games.
Yeah.
No CD Lamb the last 2 games. And if you count the Green Bay or the game against the first game he got hurt, that was like in the first 5 minutes. So
basically,
that was
the Chicago game. So he's basically the last 3 games he's played without CD.
You've got 4 backup offensive linemen protecting him today. He's reading the defenses quicker. He's got a faster release. He's carrying the offense and the defense so far this season. He was telling he was my
player profile this week.
He's my player profile this week. And one of the things we talked about is how the running game is a big part of why he's able to make 100%. These decisions. And Javonte Williams is a blessing. Javonte Williams, we talked about this. Javonte Williams and Flournoy became the first Cowboy receiver and running back ever.
Since 1978.
No, ever.
Well, they said the Cowboys.
Somebody corrected it?
Well, that was the information they sent out as part of their Cowboy postgame notes. It says here,
so Mike Leslie didn't have it all together?
Well,
because
what they're saying is maybe the stats weren't as robust pre-78. I think is what the Cowboys are trying to say.
Okay, so let me say what Mike Leslie tweeted out for Channel 8, and we were really impressed with this.
Yeah,
that there had not been a Cowboys receiver or running back to get 100 yards receiving and rushing.
Yes,
in one half. Ever.
Right. So what the Cowboys are saying is, and this is all statistical, right? And so what I'm guessing is, and this is going back to what the Cowboys put out as their post-game notes, going back to 1978, there has never been a game in which the Cowboys had a 100-yard rusher and a 100-yard receiver in the same half of a game. So all I'm saying is, you just
Cowboys couldn't find it.
Cowboys are saying, "Hey, look, we were a little all over the place with our stats pre-78, so ain't no telling what we were doing back in those days."
To show you how crazy it was those stats in those days, Tom Landry never called a sack a sack.
Exactly, right?
They call them traps.
So ain't no telling
they trapped
what
the quarterback.
Yeah, you had numbers. Ain't no telling what
there were
numbers
sack numbers that didn't exist before 78.
Exactly.
So back to my point about the running back.
Either way,
Devontae Williams got 114 yards in the first half. No running back for the Cowboys had done that since DeMarco Murray in 2014. Zeke didn't even do that.
In the modern era, we'll call that.
No, I'm just saying since DeMarco Murray.
I'm just saying them too.
With those two together, yeah.
Yeah. So what? What a day!
What a day!
What a day offensively, and with two.
And we know it was the Jets, so don't worry about that. But you still did
it. As any professional athlete will tell you, and you know this, those other guys on the other side get paid too. Okay, the other dudes get paid too. Let's go out to my man's been holding on for a minute. Let's go out to Brian in Cedar Park. What's up, Brian in Cedar Park?
What's up, B?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, fellas? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm 61 years old, and I've always been a Dallas Cowboy fan.
Got you down.
I'm sitting here watching the game now because I was at track practice and I missed the game.
Oh, you running or you coaching?
He's 61.
Hey, man. Hey, he might be in the Masters division.
Yeah, but I don't miss no. I've never missed no Cowboy games, and it's so much better now because we can record them, and I record all the games every season, and I go back and rewatch the game.
Zip through the commercials. I know what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. I think I love it better that way, but I'm loving what's going on. I love the coaching staff. I love that Jerry went back, finally let the coach hire his own staff instead of him hiring the staff.
True.
I thought that was a major step. I like that they letting the young players play. I hope they go ahead and let Sanborn stay on the sidelines and let somebody else man that middle linebacker spot.
By the way, can I say something about Sanborn real quick? Because that's the one linebacker that Fred said, oh, my God, what's he doing out there, right? I found this out today. Yeah, I know. I got the answer for everybody wondering, what the hell is he doing out there? He's not that good. He is an advocate of Eberflus. He and Eberflus came down as a package from Chicago. For those who don't know, you might have known this, but a lot of people didn't know. Here, he's trying to set up the defense because he's used to Eberflus. All these other guys for the Cowboys, they hadn't played under Eberflus. Those guys who were playing under Eberflus with the Cowboys back in the early 2010s, they've been retired. Tank Lawrence ain't here no more.
No.
He's with Seattle.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's that. Yeah, and you know what? And I've told some of my guys that I was like, that's why he's there. He shouldn't be there. I agree with you, but it's because he knows that defense.
That's all it is.
And so,
as soon as they learn it, he can get off of the field.
Yeah, I love that offense. You know what? I think Fred said it, but I believe Guyton should be that right tackle, and let Nate go and handle that left tackle. Yeah, there's another thing I want to say. Like I said, I've been a Cowboy all my life, and there's some janky teams in the NFL. The Bears was one, the Jets was one, and them daggone Cardinals has always. I remember growing up being pissed off, crying. Some crazy stuff would happen when we played the Cardinals. And there might be one more. I kind of want to say the Saints is another janky team.
Yeah, let's do it.
What about last year? They had no business losing to the Saints.
Bears. Shots fired to the Chicago Bears. Brian in Cedar Park, great call from you, my friend. Hey, we look forward to hear. Make it quick. Make what you got. What you got? 10 seconds or less.
All I need is for our defense to get good enough to have at least 3, maybe 4 stops a game. And we got some.
Boom!
Okay, Brian Cedar Park, heard it here first.
I like what he said. He said stops. He didn't say picks. He didn't say takeaways. 3 or 4
stops. Hey,
those Dan Quinn defenses are gone.
Boy, you got that right. Let's go out to Marquise in Abilene. What's up, Marquise in Abilene?
Marquise.
Hey, fellas. First and foremost, Dallas Cowboys got the win today. Point blank, period. They did what they were supposed to do.
That's right.
I'm excited. Also, want to shout out to Zach Wolchuk. Got to meet him yesterday at East Dallas Diesel.
What a guy! What a guy! Was he more, real quick? Was he more attractive in person than you thought he was going to be?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What a head of hair, huh? And that beard. He's like Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, the beard was crazy. But I got to meet Tony, the owner of East Dallas Diesel. So thank you guys for that experience. And hey, I was just first time caller. So thank you.
Love it.
Thanks for the call, man. That's how you do a call.
What a great call. What a great call. Loved up Zach Wolchuk, who might be the most handsome man in DFW. Let's go out to Jeff in Fort Worth. What's up, Jeff in Fort Worth?
Hey, man, let's talk reality here, okay?
No.
You guys, the Dallas Cowboys played an 0-4
football team today.
We've mentioned that several times.
Can I ask him one question real quick? Can I ask you a question before you continue? One quick question. One quick question before you continue. One quick question before you continue. I have a question for you, okay? How long have you been listening to this show? Today.
For a long time, for about 4 years now.
Today.
This call will be recorded.
Okay, go ahead. I don't know what's going on there. Go ahead and let Jeff. Was Jeff calling us collect? Was that from the Dallas County Jail?
Something happened.
What
on this
was
phone.
that call?
AI has intercepted his call.
Well, I'll tell you what.
All
AI
I wanted to say is
phone calls.
And this is for anybody who just happened to tune in. We understand everybody can't tolo all the time, but we have said from the beginning of this show, we're not talking about this game was the best game of the year and they're going to the playoffs, and we're saying for where they are now.
Yeah.
If they actually did what they did some nice things, and you can build from that. That's all we've been saying.
Okay, let's go to the other Jeff. This is Jeff in Frisco. Let's see if Jeff in Frisco is as angry as Jeff in Fort Worth. Go ahead, Jeff in Frisco.
Well, I don't think I'm that angry.
Okay, kind of angry, but not that angry. Okay, I'm good with that.
Thought. Yeah, I wonder what it takes to get Mozzie Smith off the field. He is horrible. Okay, he gets sealed off on the run.
Yeah.
He has no pass rush. He's slow. He's not powerful. He gets pushed around. I know you have to replace him with somebody, but, I could put, anger in to replace him.
That's a hot take right there, Jeff in Frisco. I think the biggest thing right now is he's a first-round pick, and it's egg on their face. It's already egg on their face as it is, and maybe it's just one of them things where they're going to let it ride this year. I don't know what the point of that is. It's not like Dan Quinn's here anymore. It's not like, to your point, it's not like it's added anything to it. But even from a money standpoint, it's a sunk cost at this point, right? Like, you're going to keep him on because of you've already the draft capital's already been spent. The money's already been spent. So you're pretty much, again, cooked. As maybe they're thinking, look, we can find chicken salad out of what, and he has a good game, and maybe that light bulb comes on. That's one thing I can think of.
I thought of a better one. The angle got to be this: that they could package him to get another pick,
and maybe that's it. Maybe they're thinking they can get a 6th or 7th round pick. I'm with you on that.
And I'm just saying, just a 6th round. I'm talking about when trade deadline comes this year, you package him with something to get somebody better.
Maybe you send him to San Diego. Maybe you send him to the Chargers.
Yeah, whatever.
He's a Harbaugh guy. Harbaugh had him in college. So
by the way, I want to give Will McClay props on one thing. I don't know if he personally picked Mozzie Smith. He liked to claim taco, and he says, my fault on Will McClay is a hell of a guy. He's a great guy.
Found Javonte Williams.
Yes, that's where I was going with this. Brad Sham said today, he asked around, who found Javonte Williams? It was Will McClay.
Yeah.
So Will McClay does have when you look at the pluses and the minuses, his pluses are through the charts.
They are. Look,
he could be the general manager of his own team anytime.
He absolutely could. Let's call it what it is. And he is kind of the
de facto
GM
like this,
in a lot of ways.
They paid him well not to leave.
Yeah, there you go. Right. And here's the thing. He needs Flournoy to ball, because right now that 2023 draft class looks
abysmal,
horrific. Okay, let's call it what it is. You've got right now, Mozzie's a bust. Schoonmaker's a bust.
To a degree, yeah.
Overshown. You said to a degree?
Yeah, because he's still out there. He might be a blocker.
Well, he's out there because
I'm gonna tell you why.
Shouldn't be.
This is why I don't use the word bust. He was overrated. I didn't think they should draft a tight end at that time. And at the same time, they wasted a high pick on him. In my mind, overrated is not a bust, because even a bit more so than Mozzie, you could get something for him. A bust, you can't get nothing for him.
Well, let's put it this way. Bust. He's a bust in your system. Okay, he's a bust in the sense that Scooney brings nothing to the table. Maybe he's good at blocking. Maybe he's good at being a decoy in those, in that 22 personnel, whatever it is you use him for. In the 2 years I've been here, outside of that Commanders game, Scooney's done nothing for you offensively.
Listen, I'm telling you the same thing. I'm just not calling him a bust. To me, a bust, and we're parsing words, but I'm just saying he's not helping you.
I'll call him bustish. Okay,
it's kind of it's kind of like me saying, if I were Brad,
you know what? I'm calling him a D cup. You're calling him an A cup.
I'm like Brad Sham saying that what you call it is not better than Tyler Guyton. He's just ahead of him.
Right, but
And
at
that's
least
just a
Guyton
phrase.
has shown you that, hey, he can be a good tackle in this league. I
agree.
think.
I agree.
Scooney, I'm not convinced can be a good tight end in this
All
NFL.
I've said is he's too high of a pick.
Because here's the other thing, too.
The expectation was too high.
Yeah, but look, it's year 3 in the NFL.
That's why they let go of old boy down with the Texans.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
It's believe or get off the pot. There's a reason why Fergie's got 40 catches already, because they don't trust Schoonmaker, because he can't get open.
Ding, ding, ding.
You know? I'm ready for the Rivaldo Fairweather season, okay? All right, we got a full board of calls. Ruben, Colin, Rodney, Kyle, and Rich, all right? Ruben, Colin, Rodney, Kyle, and Rich. Stay put.
Wait. 972 agrees with you about Scooney being busty.
Yeah.
In other words, he can't see his feet.
Full board of calls. Don't go anywhere. It is the Specs Tailgate Show.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
cheeseburgers next Friday.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down and 10 at the Dallas 23. I formation. Fields will give it a haul. Huge hole on the left side. 15, 10, 8. Fumble! Who got it? Dallas got it. Dallas said they got it. Dallas got it. How about that?
Maris Leofau with what many consider the turning point of today's ball game. You are listening to the Specs Tailgate Show. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings, and more importantly, CA and Degenerate Jake, cheers to Cowboys victories.
Yes, cheers.
Which again, let's just
Pump
preface.
The brakes. Yeah, we're not.
It's a win.
It's a win. We're not predicting down the road they're going to make it to the Super Bowl.
This is no way a declaration.
We're just saying,
the boys aren't back. All right, this isn't. This isn't a. I'm not saying that they're going to win the NFC East after today's game. But you know what you like about today's game is that you had some adversity coming into this week.
Yep.
I don't know that you win this game last year.
Right. Not with Cooper Rush.
Okay. I don't know after the way you played against Chicago 2-3 weeks ago that today was a guaranteed. And as
I totally agree.
Broaddus pointed out, with the injuries that you had along the offensive line,
and you could not trust this defense to be defense to learn how to play defense. It was like it wasn't matching up.
A lot of question marks on that defensive group, and you were down two of your top three wide receivers. Really, you could argue you were down three of your top four wide receivers. Yeah. Mingo's still out. And that's right. I'm putting Mingo in that category. Turpin's out today. You're missing week 3 in a row now? Because as you alluded to, you missed. CD got hurt so early in that Chicago game. This is basically 3 weeks in a row that you haven't had one of the best wide receivers in all of National Football League. So a lot of question marks going in today's ball game, and you handled them and then some.
You mentioned Turp out, CD out.
Yes. Tyler Smith, best left guard in football, out.
But back to these wide receivers. That Flournoy. He's showing something, right?
Yeah, absolutely is.
114 yards, 116 yards?
114 yards, 6 receptions,
catches,
114 yards, and he had two carries for 10 yards.
Okay, would you like to hear that audio?
Let's hear it.
Here's his comments after the game, and I'm so happy for this guy.
Yeah, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot for this team. We lost 2 superstars, CD and Turpin. I pray for them every single day, but I'm just glad I get the opportunity to showcase my talent and just to put the world on notice and just who Ryan Flournoy is.
In order for you to be able to make the plays you made, obviously that needed time. Offensive line down 4 starters. Talk about this backup offensive line, what they were able to come in and do for the game.
Man, just the preparation, in practice, they just go compete. And Shotty does a great job of honing in on that. We compete every single day, not just on Sundays, but Wednesdays, Tuesdays, So we compete on the offensive line was amazing. We got a great roster, and I'm so comfortable with, playing with them. Man, it's so sweet, man. It's hard, but you gotta let the food cook. You gotta, once I knew I got my opportunity, I gotta run with it. So I just had to stay patient, honestly.
I love the fact that now you might have a solid number 3.
No, you absolutely do. You absolutely have a solid number 3, and of course, Jalen Tolbert. Hey, he's is what he is at this stage, right? And maybe this will light a fire up. Maybe this will light a fire up under him. I did misspeak. One of the texters texted in. Shout out to you, and I'm sure a lot of you guys chimed in on this as well as you were driving or wherever you're listening to the program at. Flournoy was part of the 2024 draft class. I got him confused with Jalen Brooks. So, look, and just to kind of put into perspective, he's lifted 6'1", 200 pounds. Here's the schools he went to. Central Missouri State, which is a Division II school.
Yeah.
Iowa Western, which I don't know what.
Whenever you say directional, that shows
you already know that. That tells you all you need to know right there. And Southeast Missouri State.
Southeast Missouri State.
Okay, and so
he hadn't had 100 yards catching since
I'll be honest.
Southwest Missouri State took on University of Tennessee Martin.
I'll put it to you like this: those are all Division II FCS schools. Is what we're getting at, and he went to 3 of them. All right. So my point in all that is this. This is a dude who has grinded to get where he's at, all right? He's not look, obviously he's a great athlete because he wouldn't be in the NFL, but, again, it's not like he came from the Big 12 or the SEC or the Big 10, all right? He came from the MIAA, and I know that division well, that conference well, because that's the conference from my hometown back in the day. So to see what this kid's done, to see him step into a big moment like today, and again, if you didn't know any better, you'd think number 19 has been on this team, has been a starter or a regular contributor for the last 2 years. He already outdid his entire, pretty much his life's work in today's game. He had 105 yards receiving total last year, and that was kind of in garbage time. And then he had 35 yards on the season so far this year, and again, that was in kind of waning moments of ball games. So for him to come out today, 9 targets as you alluded to, CA, 6 catches, 114 yards, had a big 46-yarder in that second quarter that kind of set up the touchdown as well. Says a lot about this kid, and we've said this before. I mean, look, we've loved up Clayton Adams. We've loved up Connor Riley.
Coaches.
But LaShawn Treadwell, the receiver coach, I mean, look, testament to him. I think it says a lot about what he's done with this
shout out to London,
group.
too, the tight ends group.
London, I tell you what, London's an OG in this group as well, so he's been there, done that, knows what he's doing. With what you saw out of this team today, again, you were shorthanded, you came to play, and more importantly, I can't say enough about the coaching staff and what they did today.
And let me co-sign again and give some more love to Flournoy, only because, and Brad Shan was talking about this, they knew George Pickens was going to be matched up with Sauce. Sauce was going to travel. So if that was the case, you cannot just always focus on George Pickens.
No.
NFL Youngboy, that's his nickname. NFL Youngboy, he's going to have his hands full. He did get that touchdown. That was nice. But somebody had to kind of ease up the stuff. Here comes Flournoy, number 19. And the running game, of course. And you know what? The balance with the running game and the passing attack allows Dak, I'm talking about these receivers and tight ends, allows Dak to be comfortable, get that quick release. He's already got the experience. All I'm saying is they've got something going offensively.
No, absolutely.
And the defense, somebody said this. It might have been Greg, color
Greg Olson?
Greg Olson. And he's very brilliant.
Yeah.
I hated if Brady took his job because Olson is.
Got to hear him today, though.
Exactly. So Olson was saying it's hard for a team to learn the defense of a new coordinator. And we're watching. We were saying this all along. We're watching on a job. You are the best one to say it. This is the real preseason, the month of September, because you don't really see the starters in the preseason in August.
No.
And you can't really tell what you got. Well, we're seeing some things. Because I'm going to tell you something. After that Chicago game, I said, this Cowboys team might be lucky to win 3. I said 3 games because of the defense.
They bounced back.
And lo and behold,
let's put it this way, they're looking better.
They're looking better. And we're going to find out because as the season progresses, you'll play tougher and tougher teams. Well, because Shotty has built that culture, they will have more and more real confidence because they're playing with each other and for each other.
Look, if this team can just turn into a bend don't break, and they did get a turnover today, and again, I don't think it's a coincidence that when this team's able to turn the ball over, good things happen. All right, let's jump out to get some of y'all's calls in. Had a couple of y'all had to drop off. I get that, life happens. Let's go out to Colin and Grapevine. He's been holding on the longest.
What's up, C?
Hey, what's up, guys?
You tell us.
What's going on?
So, what I want to call about is Schottenheimer.
Okay.
I think he's crushing it. I don't know. I mean, obviously you guys know that, but the offense is great. I think they can hold the ball. They can keep the ball. They can maintain possession. They're running the ball great, which we haven't seen in a while.
Exactly.
Now, Eberflus is whatever, right? It is what it is. But in order to create turnovers, you got to create pressure. You can't scheme pressure. But today, they played a great offensive line and they created pressure. So, what do you guys think? Like, do we need another pass rusher? Do they need another linebacker? What do you think they need?
Appreciate the call, man, and thanks. I think personally, if Jerry and Steven were legit when they said, "Okay, we got these picks instead of Micah now,"
yeah.
You do something with them. In other words, you don't know how many years Dak is going to be doing this.
Yeah.
You better try
Fair
your
point.
best to build this team like they're going somewhere if you're seeing it.
Hey, I
By
think
the
Trey
time the trade
Hendrickson's going to be
deadline.
available. Trey Hendrickson might be available right now.
I'm saying.
I'll tell you what, the
I'm
Bengals
just
are terrible.
saying, if you, in other words, you see the defense catching on, but that doesn't mean they're going to suddenly be some top 5 defense. You've got to strike if you think you've got something going on.
Yeah.
You got to strike. It's kind of like if you got a team in the baseball world that you see they're a playoff contender, not a pretender.
Go get you a rental.
Contender. You get you a rental. You get you something. You make a move at the trade deadline.
And I think
the Cowboys never used to do that.
And I think you could get a Trey Hendrickson. You don't have to give up a first-round pick.
I agree.
I think you could give up a third-round pick and be just fine. Let's jump out to our boy Rich in Plano. He's been holding on for a minute. What's up, Rich in Plano?
Hey, guys.
What's happening, bro? What you got?
Hey, so I promised you, Fred, that I would call back.
You did. That's right. That's right. Because you did. Man, I had your scores written down here somewhere. Who'd you pick yesterday? Did you pick the Jets or did you pick the Cowboys?
I picked the Jets.
Oh, man. You know what? A man of his word, eating a little crow today. Good for you, man.
I'm eating my crow. I was right. The Cowboys would score in the 30s. I didn't think they would get to 37.
Yeah.
But their defense looked a lot better. Their pass rush looked a lot better. Of course, they were able to contain Fields for the most part. I mean, Fields got his runs. He's still having problems between the tackles.
Yeah.
You definitely have issues there. And that punch fumble.
Mm-hmm.
That was huge. Changed the game.
That was a good
foul.
On Reese Hall. That was a good punch fumble.
That remind me of Dan Quinn kind of stuff.
Any running back in the NFL would not survive that punch. That was a good play.
No, it absolutely was.
Yeah.
Great.
I thought by now Aaron Glenn will get these Jets cleaned up, but it looks like we're going to suffer for a few more. Next week we're playing Denver, who just beat Philadelphia.
Yeah, you're in for it this year, Rich. You're in for it, man.
I think we may go 0-6.
It's possible. No, I think you can go ahead and bank on that. Rich, great stuff from you as always, my friend. We'll talk to you next Saturday. We do tell us on the telephone. Appreciate you calling in and
Rich.
eating a little crow. Let's go out to Kyle in Tyler. Kyle in Tyler.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Living the dream, friend.
What you got?
Man, so, brother, I grew up, Dad was in the Air Force. Always a Cowboys
Thanks for his
fan.
service.
You know, I had to root against my dad a little bit, especially during that Leon Lett BB fumble.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That was just, you know, that was kind of one of the, hey, putting the spike in his side. But the pattern for me, guys, it's we have outside of the running game right now. We're top 5 in every offensive category.
Yeah.
We're top 5, right? But if you go back to the last 4 to 5 years of NFL teams winning the Super Bowl, their defense is, you know, you look at all the rankings, they're between 8 to 12 to 15.
Okay.
Can we get there based off what you're seeing? Do we have the manpower? And y'all just kind of tied on it. Like, do we go ahead and utilize some of these picks?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you got it now. I think if you see that the rest in other words, if you don't think this defense is 1 or 2 players away, you can't do anything. I think they're showing that they might be, but there are also people who are saying DeMarvion Overshown is going to be back before you know it. And if he's healthy, oh boy, that could change this defense. Maybe, but at the same time, they're not quite there yet, but they're showing signs. So if they continue to show signs, you got to pull the trigger. That's my thought.
I don't disagree, and I think the other part of it, and with the DeMarvion Overshown,
and thanks for the call.
Great call, Tyler, Kyle and Tyler. You've got to. We need to tread lightly on the DeMarvion Overshown.
I agree.
Expectations. Okay, this is the second major leg injury he's had in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I was joking around with Blake and Gavin today at the fan hang. So we gave away a DeMarvion Overshown signed tent, whatever it's called, the little Whataburger where, they give you the stuff to put on your
you put it on the
tray.
table.
Yeah, right, or whatever. And I was like, is there a more celebrated Cowboy with fewer games played than DeMarvin Overshown in the last 10, 15 years?
There is one. And I'm going to tell you what the comp is. It's a perfect comp because I know where you're going with this, and this is what you don't want him to be. Sean Lee.
Okay, right?
Sean Lee was great when he was healthy.
Okay?
And we're talking about linebacker.
And I'm not, and again,
it's a damn
I'm not
shame.
trying to take anything away from DeMarvin Overshown.
Don't put all those eggs in that one basket. I hear you.
Look, I'm with what the 8-9 game sample size we saw out of him last year. I mean, he was well on his way to becoming a superstar, right? Like people, you had visions of grandeur of, oh my God, we've got 2 defensive superstars in 11 and 13 on both sides. Okay, well, 11's gone, as we all know, and 13's now number 0, and 0 still ain't played. Okay, so my point in all that is this, and I said this I asked Jerry this a couple weeks ago when I was sitting in on KNC. Are we a little over our skis on the Siobhan Revel expectations? Okay, I mean, because look, all I'm going to say is this. You got guys coming back from ACL and Achilles injuries less than a year later. My man's coming back. We're a year into this, and he's still not back from an ACL, and we don't know. I mean, he's not even in the 21-day window yet of working out on the IR, okay? Mingo's already working out. Kalen Carson is already part of his 21-day window. We haven't heard squat from Siobhan Revel. So all I'm saying is that I'm as excited about the possibilities of those two, but I think we need to temper those expectations and, dare I say, maybe push those back to 2026, only because I don't know that you're really going to get much out of those two, considering the severity and the fact that it seems like they're and with and I'm not saying anything about Overshown. He tore up like three ligaments: ACL, PCL, UCL. CL?
Can I give you one more?
My God, CL.
My God, can I give you one more?
CL smooth. I mean, are you serious?
Can I give you one more to add to what they are dealing with and the expectation for fans? And they got to learn Eberflus's system.
Well, now I will say this: they're probably
let me tell the truth in here.
They're probably getting mental reps, because I mean, hell, haven't done anything else.
They're going to hit the ground and know the defense.
That's the thing.
So let's ask the veterans who are there now, scratching their head, their helmets.
Let's temper those expectations. All right, Matt and Tyson, hang tight. We got to go to break. I promise you, we'll come back to you when we come back. This is the Specs Tailgate Show.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life,
We were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, there's so many other fun things that you can do on Underdog, whether it's the ladders, the streaks. They have all kinds of fun and potentially profitable games happening for you on Underdog. Download the app today. Sign up using the promo code Masterpiece to score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play.
With The Fan.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. It's up. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
1 yard line with 19 seconds. Under center, play action. Prescott looking. He's got a man wide open, left side. Ferguson for the second time today. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Fergie Ferg, 2 tutties on the day. If you've got Ferguson in your fantasy lineup, let us know. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I know you're feeling nicey today with Fergie in your lineup. By the way, this is the Specs Tailgate Show. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. That's, the nice thing about Specs is that it's not just a liquor store.
They get everything.
They've got a lot of other items there. As somebody who has not drank in well over 9 years, every now and again I will go into a Specs.
Just to walk around.
Well, not necessarily for that. My boy Dan, the transmission man, he hooked me up, so I was like, you know what? Let me get you a bottle of. I got him I think it was like Johnny Walker. Man, don't give me the line of what it was. It was something crazy, and so I had to go to Specs. Nobody else had it, and I went to Specs. They had to go behind a glass or something like that to get it. And again, don't give me the line about what it was. It was like $100 bottle of Johnny Walker, but
Johnny Walker Blue. That's what Jerry drinks.
It was okay. They were out of blue, and blue's like $200, by the way. Two. That Johnny Walker Blue ain't nothing nice. It was like 1892 or 1982 or I don't know. It was old. It was old. But either way, apparently it's good. Apparently it's good stuff. Mm-hmm. Back in my drinking days, I wasn't a Johnny Walker guy. Mm-hmm. I was more of a. By the end, I was just whatever I get my hands on. Really, is what the bill boiled down to. It's kind of why I had to stop. It's kind of.
You look at the percentage on the bottle.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
How bleeped up can it get me? Real quick, Tyson in Plano. He's been hanging on for a hot minute. Tyson in Plano,
Tyson.
What you got, man? Tyson.
You got me?
We got you. Loud and clear. What you got?
Oh, well, first off, CA, thank you so much for being at the Fan Phenom. I got starstruck when I sat in front of you.
Easy to do.
Yeah, appreciate you being there. I'm just some guy been keeping a job.
And then Fred, thank you so much. Met you at the Jake's in Dallas.
Okay. Yeah. When I was sitting in for Corey, or not Corey, but Kevin on KNC. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Right on, bro. Pleasure to meet you.
All right, guys. Well, with the Cowboys' great game, don't want to dismiss a win or anything like that, but you kind of want to go off the peaks and valleys, and they did great in the second quarter, 20 points, and then after that, it seemed like the offense just stalled afterwards. So it was one of those things if you're going to be a cutthroat team, definitely go to where you're going to put your foot on someone's throat and finish the game. It didn't seem like that happened.
I know what you're saying. In other words, it would have been more legit if they had won 37-6.
Well, and I first of all, Tyson, appreciate the call. Look, everybody gets
baby steps, man.
Everybody gets starstruck around Chris Arnold. Let's get that straight. I wet myself every time I see Chris. Every time. Well, that's she knows. Care less. She knows. She's been there, done that. Look, you scored 2 touchdowns in the second half. Mm-hmm. You scored a tutty in the third. You scored a tutty in the fourth. And I'm not. And you and I talked about this already. The 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter is garbage time, man. Those were empty. Those were empty calories. All right, in the fourth quarter. So I don't. The one thing I've learned about covering the Dallas Cowboys. And look, I get it. I don't have the emotional abuse that this team has put its fandom through for the last 30 years. So I respect that from every Cowboy fan. I respect everybody that calls into this program, and so I'm not going to pretend to, have that feeling day in, day out. That said, there's also a very damned if you do, damned if you don't type of reality with this football team. Mm-hmm. Okay, you scored 37 points today.
Yeah.
Okay, you scored 37 points today with 4 guys who were backups to start the season,
and one.
Okay, and Adenijai was damn near the third string at different points of the year.
And not only that, you're playing against the Jets in New York. You hadn't beaten them in New York, no matter what kind of Jets team it was.
Yeah,
in a couple of decades. Don't get me wrong. There's something to be said about winning games on the road. Here's something else they did on the road.
Yeah.
They scored twice in the second half on the road. They hadn't done that this entire year.
Right.
They had not scored any touchdowns on the road this year. So they did that too. So I'm just saying baby steps.
Look, I'm with you wholeheartedly on this, okay? I mean, think about it. Outside of, let's just kind of look at this in a vacuum ever so slightly, all right? You should have beat the Steelers. This team should have beat the Steelers, right? They lose to the Steelers in week 1, 34-32. Now, they got boat raced by the Bills. Okay, I thought that game was going to be a little bit closer, but they get boat raced by the Bills. Then they take the Buccaneers to the very end of the game, right? I mean, phenomenal end of season, or excuse me, end of game performance there. Special teams look good.
Baker Mayfield
did their thing. Okay, boom, they were getting their ass beat. Boom, they come back. Last second field goal. Boom, beats them. They lose 29-27 to the Buccaneers. Okay. Turn around, Dolphins game. All right, divisional foe. It is what it is. You lose to them. Don't look good doing it.
Thought they were going to win that game.
Thought they were going to win that game.
That
I
was
certainly
another
did.
desperate team they took on.
Another desperate team, okay? And then you come back and at home, and you get throttled. I mean, let's call it what, again, this is the proverbial, the game was not as close as the score would suggest, okay? This was a 30, yes, the final score shows 37-22. The game was not that close.
Not at all.
Okay, again, fourth quarter, padding stats, defense is playing, let's just don't get anybody hurt. Let's just keep the clock running and get the hell out of here.
Let me put it like this, because his point was he would like to see dominance. It was dominance, but not the final score. But here's what I also want to say.
Hey, you still won by 2 scores.
I still want to say this. You're not there yet. When you're totally there, then you can complain about, I didn't see the dominance.
Which, by the way, and I'm just going to say this. All right, if we're going to talk about not being dominant enough. Steelers, they're 3-1 in the year, right? Mm-hmm. They scored 34. All right, Bills, we think they're pretty dominant, right? Mm-hmm. They put up 30 on them. Mm-hmm. Buccaneers, we think they're pretty good, don't we? Mm-hmm. They put up 29 on them. Okay, so you scored more points against the Jets at their place than the Steelers, the Bills, and the Buccaneers, who have a combined, 2 losses between the 3 of them? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and I know, by the way, you're playing without 2 of your top wide receivers and 4 offensive linemen that, by the way, weren't that were backups to start the year.
And on the same tip of that, since the Cowboys had all these backups.
No backup running back, by the way.
And no backup. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Jaden Blue, God bless him.
He just got there. His cleats didn't make the cut.
Man,
by the way, did you see his cleats on TV?
Doing?
Well, he's doing some blue cowboy blue cleats. That's why I shot. I said, get them.
He worried.
And he got blisters on those cleats.
Of course he did, man.
Get some real cleats.
Timu.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, come on, man. Louis V ain't making cleats.
No, they're not.
I mean, we know. I mean, look. I like Jaden Blue.
He's young.
I do.
That just shows you
he is. But I'm gonna tell you what. It shows why he went in the 5th round.
Thank you.
Okay, and it shows you why he's been inactive for 4 straight weeks. And it's one of those things where when you're a 5th round pick, it's a lot easier to get cut than if you're a 1st or 2nd round pick.
Right.
Okay, and all I'm saying is,
we know he's got the measurables, but upstairs, he's acting young.
But he's
acting young.
Well, and here's the other thing about Jaden Blue, and I hope, and again, I'm saying this because I want to see Jaden Blue succeed.
Correct.
But Jaden Blue, it's not like Jaden Blue has this oh my God talent skill set that you can't go find somewhere else.
Right.
Okay, like
he thinks he does.
And that's the problem. And that's the issue. And that's the issue. My problem with Jaden Blue is it's like, look, man. There's a lot of Jaden Blues in the UFL.
You gotta earn it, man. You
have to earn it, and I hope he figures it out before it's too late.
Right.
That's my concern.
The point I was going to say real quick as I get out of here, because I was saying you had all these different parts of the offense that weren't right, and the Jets still have not created a takeaway.
Nope.
You kept so that you dominated on that. In other words, they didn't get lucky to get a takeaway.
I'm telling you.
Against all these backups.
All right, make it quick because you just called. And I think we lost you earlier in the show, but we'll go ahead and make this quick. JT and Grapevine, 30 seconds. What you got?
Hey, bud. Thanks for taking my call. Look, everybody's hyping up the Cowboys. Yeah, it was a good win, but Dak is playing at an MVP early in the season. Mm-hmm. However, he's got to maintain this MVP season towards the end of the season to give us a shot. Our defense is not consistent. And back to y'all's earlier points of draft picks, I certainly think we need to spend our draft picks and go get Sauce Gardner and put him out on a cornerback here, and then shore up some of our defense to do some more blitz packages and play better defense in the secondary. We got a ways to go. We haven't won anything. This is just us maintaining a wins and losses early in the season. We need to do something down towards the November, December period.
We're agreeing with you.
We agree.
We're all on the same page, believe it or not,
JT.
because that's what we're building this thing for. We'll know something by the time you get to November. If you keep doing it like this, they're not there yet. No. I don't think Sauce is the answer. I think you need to get a linebacker. You need to get some linebackers.
It could be great, but you got other things to worry about. Kalen Carson's coming. That's what you got to worry about.
Stop. You being funny.
Von Revel's coming. Come on now. 1 hour left. Don't go anywhere. It's Specs Tailgate Show.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can and proudly.
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Fields in the gun with a play fake. He's hit behind the line of scrimmage, and he is sacked. What a play that is by Fowler.
Ooh-wee. I don't want to say that Dante Fowler got the Fan After Dark mojo, but I'm just going to go out and say that Dante Fowler got the Fan After Dark mojo. All right? Do we think it's a coincidence that the first time we went out and talked to Dante Fowler last week after the game, a man comes out and has probably his best game as a Cowboy?
What did you give him?
I'll tell you what I gave him.
Some advice?
Showed him some love and asked him some hard questions.
There you go.
You know, and
you gave him a little confidence?
Well, I'll tell you what, I think there's something to be said for, nobody talked to him yet this year.
Well, I have, but that's just off the record stuff.
Fair. So I had to ask him.
Me, I call him up.
We had to ask him point blank, hey, what's going on, Dante? Mm-hmm. This is not like you. This is not the Dante Fowler that we're accustomed to seeing. Mm-hmm. And again, you know this. It is, and you probably saw that viral clip of the reporter talking to Manny Machado after the Padres lost.
No, I missed that, but go ahead.
Okay. So there was a reporter that went viral for, and that game 3, and of course, Jake's on the phone, so he can appreciate this. So Manny Machado, do you have that clip by chance? We might play it later.
Which clip?
Of Manny Machado going off on the reporter.
I can find it, yeah.
Okay. Long story short, he goes off on the reporter, and I say going off, I don't mean it by that. Reporter says they just gotten eliminated from the playoffs, and there were some, and I can say this with Jake sitting here, some very questionable calls in that ball game. Okay, Anyway, they get booted out of the playoffs. Reporter says to him, "How would you assess the season?" And Manny Machado, who's a very temperamental player, has been known to be, says, "What kind of question is that? It's a loss. What do you think? You know?" And the funny part was like, "My guy." And everybody's like, "Oh, look at Manny Machado. He's a jerk." And I was like, no. You have to know as a reporter, you have
Time
to
and
be
place.
very careful about how you word things.
It's called surgery.
It's absolutely surgery,
You have to have
right?
a skill to get the answers to your question.
And so last Sunday we're asking Dante Fowler, like, hey man, like this is not, and I had to be very careful. Like
about the tie.
On one hand, hey, how are you dealing with this, Dante? Because this is not the Dante we're used to seeing.
We're not seeing 10.5 sacks from like Washington the year before, and your first stop around here 2 years ago.
I mean, Dante, we ain't seen any sacks. So,
you know what somebody said? Somebody said that I think it was Brad Sham, maybe it was Broaddus. He has never had 2 years.
Sham said that
2 years in a row.
Sham was dropping bombs today.
Yes,
boy. I'll tell you
always
what,
listen to
Brad
the
was
post-show.
on one today. I'll tell you what.
So Dante hadn't had 2 years in a row with great stats. It's every other year.
So, but again, to Brad's point, though, look, we'd love to see him get double-digit sacks. Of course you would. But right now, just get some hurries. Just throw pressure into some bad throws. That's all we need to see. Brandon, hold on. We got Brandon in Alito. He's feeling some type of way because they won that big game on Friday against Denton Ryan. 131 district wins in a row. That's bonkers. That's bonkers. Dak Prescott. Some of you guys that have called into the show today, it's the Jets. You're glazing the Cowboys. It's the Jets. Do it in November.
Anybody could do that.
Tell you what. Somebody asked Dak about that.
I was a young Dak and not this team. I don't put this team in that same category. Different. Everything's different, man. I mean, each year, each year, each team's different. I get 1,000% get what you're saying. But I saw this coming just on the simple fact of this team knows how confident we are, what we're capable of doing. We know how important it was to get the taste of last week out of our mouth and out of our mind. Whether it was, sure, it was a good game, but it was a tie. You don't play in this league to get ties, and so know how hungry the defense is, right? Sure, I mean they're being asked and being called on, right, from I'm sure all of you guys to do more, and they went out there tonight and played a hell of a game and got some turnovers and numbers of sacks that allowed us, to play a complimentary game on all phases of it. And super proud of the team, the way we came out, we fought, loved the whole end of the second quarter, right? That was huge, from that turnover to the way the offense was able to get the 2 touchdowns. I'm sure they'd all say the same. We want to finish more, and I know we left some plays and some points out there.
So at the very least, again, it's a win. It's a measuring stick. It's you had to go out and win this game today.
Yeah, last time he came into that building against the Jets, as he mentioned at the start, he was younger, and they freaking lost. It wasn't his fault, though. Defense gave up. They turned the Jets quarterback that day into a superstar.
If you'd have lost this game today, yes, you could have used excuses, but it would have been on the coaching staff. Again, you and I have talked about this ad nauseum over the last 2 hours. Today's win to me was about the coaching staff and having these guys prepared and ready to play, because they looked like the better coach team today against the Jets.
And one other accolade about Dak that we haven't done tonight, man, he looks great running this year. And today he was running with smart running, not just running with abandon.
28 yards on 4 carries today.
Yeah, he outran Justin Fields, who is a running quarterback who doesn't throw.
Yeah. No.
So, again, props to Dak, because mentally he has figured the game out, and physically he's gotten his body into shape where he totally trusts it, and he will make we used to beg him to run like that back in the day. He never would.
No, he definitely looks like a different quarterback this year. Certainly he did last year. We talked about Clayton Adams and how important he's been, and how you may want to go ahead and give him a raise. I get it's only 5 weeks into it, but his fingerprints have been all over this offensive line. How important has he been, Dak?
Everywhere. I mean, it would be hard to just say one area, and damn sure disrespectful to just say one area. That's a guy that loves football, loves the locker room, loves his players, loves coaching, loves inspiring. The run game obviously jumps out, and that's what's going to scream, whether you look at the paper, you watch the film, and his intensity, how he coaches with him and Riley and Chin Young, all of them, and just the intensity they have, that offensive line, and the details that they have them playing with. Credit to all of them. But Clayton brings a sense of intensity and focus and grit to our offense that you really can't quantify it, I guess. He's a great offensive coordinator, and it's a great mix between him, Shotty, and the rest of those guys. The way they're putting together, we've got a great staff that, being in this a long time, I'm thankful for.
Something he said, the difference he brings, you can't quantify.
Mm-hmm. You can't put it in measurables.
And I'm telling you right now, you sense it from last year, right? You sense it that these guys appreciate the trust and the faith that they have in Dak Prescott. And I'm gonna tell you what, and just real quick, and I'll tell you what, some of your texts, I can't deal with y'all today. I asked Bill Self when I was on the flight with him a few weeks ago. I said, "How do you coach aggression?"
Tell people who Bill Self is.
In case you don't know, Bill Self. I'm looking at you, Jacob. I'm looking at you and your Texas Tech wannabe basketball team. Bill Self is a Hall of Fame basketball coach for my Kansas Jayhawks, and I was lucky enough to sit next to him on a flight a couple weeks ago.
And what did he tell you?
He told me a lot of stuff, but I asked him, we were talking one thing, and I was asking about my son, and I said, how do you coach aggression? And he said, you really can't. He goes, you either got it or you don't. He goes, but one thing you can do to help people play more aggressive is you coach them to be more confident. Okay?
There you go.
And that's across anything, right?
Yes.
And if you're more confident in your ability and the game plan and what you're doing, then you're going to be more aggressive. You're going to be a little more, you'll play with that quote-unquote reckless abandon, okay? And so bringing that to today's game and why that makes sense to today is, and to piggyback off what Dak just said, is he looks and appears more confident.
He sure does.
This year.
He sure does.
Than he has in the past. And that offensive line looks more confident than it has. Brock Hoffman, T.J. Bass, dare I say it. And look, I've watched Hakeem Adeniji. Hakeem Adeniji was a turnstile in Cincinnati. Okay? There's a reason why he's played on 3 different football teams in 3 or 4 years. By the way, Hakeem Adeniji was an All-American at Kansas at left tackle. All right? And so he was drafted by the Bengals to be their right tackle to protect Joe Burrow. Well, how's that worked out? But today at left guard, Hakeem Adeniji, look, is Hakeem Adeniji Tyler Smith? Of course he's not. But I'll tell you what, he looked pretty. 75 was not a problem today.
Exactly.
At left guard for your Dallas Cowboys.
He was not the issue.
No, he wasn't.
And let me say something else, because you were talking about confidence and aggressive. Let me tell Tolos and Cowboy fans just a little bit more about Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams, who is as soon as he started running in the first game against Philadelphia, I said, there's no running back by committee anymore.
Difference.
He is him. And the reason why I was saying this is because, and I was saying this to Bobby Belt earlier, I said, this guy runs like DeMarco Murray. I mentioned the stat earlier. First back for the Cowboys since DeMarco Murray in 2014 to get 100 yards first half, in one half, first half. Well, here's the thing about him. He's coming off this crazy knee injury he had at Denver. He was a running back for the Denver Broncos, and then he disappeared because of the injury.
I was going to say, he got hurt.
Exactly, he got hurt. And so Will McClay found him. Will McClay found him. Props to Brad Sharon for digging that item out, because Will McClay found him and salvaged his career and brought him here. I've talked to him every freaking week about stuff. Not only is he the valedictorian of his class, which means he's smart.
Damn right he is.
You don't get to give the speech your senior year in high school if you're not smart.
That's right.
He's a running back.
I didn't get to get mine.
Exactly. He's a running back who's got the power. He's 5'10", 220 pounds. He grew up in North Carolina, played for the Carolina.
He's Bill the Petey Pablo of the NFL, people.
Bill Belichick probably wish he had him right now. He ain't got him. All right? All I can say is
young enough.
You make sure you pay him. Broaddus was saying I was wrong about him, and this is why he was explaining he was wrong about him.
He's only 25.
He's only 25.
Blake's age.
A lot of people didn't know how good he could be because you're watching training camp.
Yeah.
Well, they're not doing Oklahoma drills.
No.
They're not hitting the running back. The running back's not hitting the hole.
No, he's a physical runner.
He's a physical. You saw that one play in the first quarter, I think it's first quarter, when it looked like it was going to be a 2-yard loss.
Yeah.
And he spun around and he carries guys to the first down. It wasn't a long run. The long run came just before halftime when he ran the ball 66 yards, got knocked out on the one. I mean,
ran through
the
a couple
dude is
guys
for
there
real.
too. No, he absolutely is. All right, real quick, let's go out to Brandon Alito. He's been waiting patiently.
Yeah.
What's up, Brandon Alito?
What's up, Brandon?
Oh, hey, what's up, CA? What's up, Fred?
Got you down, man.
Hey, so, Fred, I know you got a high school show. How about them Bearcats keeping it alive?
Absolutely.
So I spent most of the day, or all the day, coaching a baseball tournament. Shout out to the 13U MVP Athletics for getting to the champ game.
There you go.
But I did want to ask you guys, so I'm all for packaging a bunch of picks together, or packaging some players and picks. I just don't know, where do I prioritize what I'm trying to go get? Do I prioritize somebody who's not a gaping hole in the secondary, or to prioritize somebody that can go pass rush? I know pregame everybody talked about how great this Jets line was, and looked like we got a little bit better pressure today. Looked like we got some sacks. We had a little bit of extra stuff. But I don't know where our priority needs to lie in the defense.
Look, that's a great question.
It's a great question. I was saying safety or linebacker. You were bringing safety yourself.
I think you don't have any playmakers on those three levels.
Right.
Okay. I mean, Bland looked better today. All right. Now, and then, of course, he was getting, then you were worried about maybe he hurt his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if that was the second or third quarter, but he did come back, and so he looked a little bit better there. I think Trayvon Diggs is starting to look a little bit healthier. This is probably the best game he's played in 5 weeks, right? Bland, like I said, Bland's safety would be the position I would go after. All right, because I think you can get away with probably trading a 3rd or 4th round pick, something like that. I mean, I'll tell you what, I might take a fly. I'd call the Dolphins and see what it'd take to go get my boy Mika Fitzpatrick. See what he's.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they're cooked, man.
Yeah,
they're cooked.
Miami's not.
Okay. And then I'd see about maybe going and getting a Trey Hendrickson and seeing what that would look like. I mean, I get it. He's 30 years old, 31, whatever it is. Maybe he's got 2 or 3 good years left in him. I don't know what the contract would look like, so you obviously got to work that out. But you're not giving up a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. At least I wouldn't.
No.
Especially at his age, right?
Not a first round.
I think this is a situation where, you could probably do a little, I don't want to call it bargain shopping, but you could be aggressive and go look at teams like the Bengals, who are fading fast and got boat raced again today. Miami lost again today. Going to be rebuilding, if not already. And they're probably, and let's call it what it is. Both those teams are probably going to be cleaning house. And the thing of it is, Jerry and Mike Brown probably go back to the day.
They do.
Because they run their organizations very similarly, right? Except one's, and I'll tell you right now, and I don't care what anybody says, Jerry Jones, we can talk all day about what he is as far as a GM, but owner-wise, he is the GOAT.
Yep.
Period of the story.
Class,
the Star. If you have not been to the Star,
it's not real.
And you live in the DFW area and you're a Cowboys fan and you have not taken a
tour, is
tour,
worth it.
I'm telling you right now, it is worth your time to go check out the Star. I was there today and got to see more of it, and it is everything it's cracked up to be.
They're going to do another fan hangout there sometime soon because it seems like a logical thing.
It would make sense to me.
For those who don't know, you guys watched the game in one of the Cowboys meeting rooms, the big meeting room where it's got, like a theater seating.
You've probably seen it on Hard Knocks or, different, Cowboys productions on their website and what have you. I mean, you got the leather chairs, stadium seating type deal with the Star etched into the seat and what have you. I mean, it's first class.
What I said is a curse and a blessing because all the players, they got affluenza.
They absolutely do. Now, maybe
they're trust fund babies because of the environment they work in. It's unbelievable. But again, they try their best.
And you almost wonder, too, though, if it is it. I mean, I don't disagree at all with affluenza call. I think part of it, too, is, though, it's almost surreal.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the Wizard of Oz. It's like you're in Emerald City. It's the Emerald City.
That's a great, for anybody that, do you know what the Wizard of Oz is? You do? Okay, yeah. I'm going to ask your generation.
You have to ask him because sometimes Blake doesn't even know.
Yellow Brick Road, baby.
That's it.
Here we go.
That's it.
Follow the Yellow Brick Road.
A lot of those people died from that movie.
I didn't know that, yeah.
You did know that?
Yeah.
Did you know that? The Tin Man.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm telling you.
It's kind of like JFK assassination. All these different people just mysteriously died.
Paid the cost to be the boss. That movie, man, half of them died from that movie. My God. Maybe not like, as far as like on the movie, but health issues and everything else. And man, what they did to my girl Judy Garland is criminal.
The drugs.
It's criminal. I'm telling you right now. By the way, just last thing, because movie watching is a sport.
Right.
We'll talk about the movie in the break. I'm a big biopic guy. Love a good biopic.
Yep.
The Judy Garland biopic with fellow Texan Renee Zellweger playing Judy Garland.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Renee's special.
Watch it.
By the way,
I'm telling you right now.
The Wizard of Oz, show. I think it's in Las Vegas at, not Cosmo, that's in Frisco.
Yeah.
What's that place where all the concerts are?
Oh, the Sphere.
The Sphere.
Yeah.
They put the Wizard of Oz.
Bro.
Can you imagine? And all the bells and whistles on. Oh, my God. It's like you're in the movie.
Man.
I'll get you, my pretty. Flying monkeys everywhere.
Tell you what. If I had a nickel for all the Wizard of Oz references or innuendo that I was thrown at me when I was back in the Navy, I might not be here.
By the way, those are, Jake, that's opium when they're in the field.
Yeah.
Falling out.
I did not know that.
The poppy fields, that's opium.
Yeah. And, of course, all the Texas people, they
not real opium. That's what the book
that's
was
less
written.
fun. Well, what fun is that?
I think there might have been some, though. I feel like there might have been.
Because, they want to keep it as real as possible.
Got to.
But the poppy fields, poppies are, it's opium. And they have it. That's the biggest product in Afghanistan. That's why the troops.
Tell you what.
Thank you for your service.
By the way, this is the Specs Tailgate Show. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. We got 2 final segments. Let's do a little shoddy audio. And look, we've talked a lot about him. Let's hear from Javonte Williams himself coming up next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, Lake Worth, join 105.3 The Fan at the Home Depot at 3950 Jim Wright Freeway this Tuesday from 7 to 9 a.m. Pro Extra Week has landed, and Home Depot is rolling out the red carpet for pros with a week-long appreciation event happening now.
Javonte Williams come from? Great question. North Kakalaki, that's where he came from. Specs Tailgate Show, Fred Davis, three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, and
he didn't play for the Panthers for those who
were. No. He's from he's a Tar Heel.
Yeah, he's a Tar Heel, and he played for the Broncos. But we had Sanders, who played for Carolina.
Yeah, very true.
Sometimes people get it twisted.
Specs Tailgate Show. Glad to have you guys here. And like I said, CA and I will be here pretty much all year. Now obviously last week you had the late game and what have you. But don't forget, Specs is the proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Cheers to savings. From the 325, infamously, someone hung themselves on the set, and you can see them hanging in the background in the original version of the movie.
Which movie?
Wizard of Oz.
Oh, yeah.
And then for all my psychedelic friends out there, and you know who you are, I want to say the Dark Side of the Moon, the entire album you can play. Pink Floyd. You can play to
the Wizard of Oz.
To the Wizard of Oz.
So they wrote that movie, or they wrote the album while they were watching
Man,
the
look, ain't no telling. I've heard crazy stories about people, getting all psychedelic out and listening to Pink Floyd. It's,
that's what they do.
That's what they do. Different strokes for different folks. Javonte Williams, the revelation that he has been for your Dallas Cowboys. He's got to be, top 2, top 3 rusher in the NFL right now, especially after today.
He's number 2.
My man's got tutties. You're feeling good if you pet him on your fantasy team. Here's what he had to say after the big win today.
They always coach us just run between the linebackers, so I just followed the blocks. I think it was Brock. Maybe that was in front. Sorry, that was in front of me, but I just followed him and it opened up.
But how much fun are you having being able to be as productive as you guys?
Yeah, I love it here. I like playing with my teammates. We got playmakers all over the field on both sides of the ball. And I feel like we're really just getting started. We got a lot of people that's probably going to come back next week from injury, so we just got to get it rolling.
Even with guys that were down, obviously, the offensive line, look at the wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb's out, Devontae Turpin. Just talk about what you saw from a guy like Devontae Turpin having a career game like he did.
Yeah, Flo. To my Flo. Yeah. Flo did what he had to do. Like Coach said all week, there's going to be a lot of guys that got to step up and play different positions and do different things. But, I feel like he had a great game, and it just goes to show how deep this team really is.
So Wild, he had 100 yards for the first time this season himself individually.
Yeah.
As a team, the Cowboys have rushed for 100 yards in the first 5 games in a row for the first time since Zeke was here as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like 2015 or 2016.
Yeah.
So the point we're trying to make is you've got this balance which helps, because Dak is just on fire. You got the passing, you got the running. And that's why it's one of the top offenses in the NFL. If not number 1, it's number 2 in different other categories. That's why it's working. And Devontae is one of the big keys to this.
No, he absolutely is. What was the main message to the team after today, Coach Shoddy?
That's just him being him. He's a stand.
Oh, or Dak.
You know what? That was sounding like Dak to me.
The power of all about the ball. It's 2 weeks in a row now. We've won the turnover battle. We were 1-0 this week. Took care of it again. Got a goose egg for the second week. I think that's huge. But we talked a lot about the complementary football, and the defense, getting stops. And again, we didn't get as many out. But I'm telling you, when we watch the film, there's going to be. You guys should do the math because I'm not going to give you the numbers. But how many punches we had on the ball, I'm not going to give you guys the numbers. But there was going to be a lot of them. They were serious about and intentional about trying to get that ball out.
Good. That's the way Dan Quinn used to coach it on defense.
Yeah.
Remember I was saying his whole thing was creating takeaways. We're talking about Dan Quinn. And then Eberflus wasn't doing that. And by the way, we had a Tolo text in a little while ago that said he noticed, because he was paying attention to this, that he got Donovan Wilson out of space.
Yeah.
And put him back on the, made him a strong safety again, because that was not working. And so these little things that Eberflus is actually playing to the strength of his players right now. He's actually had the secondary and a little bit more man coverage for the first time in a while. I'm just saying it's a work in progress, and hopefully it only gets better.
From the 901, who apparently just tuned into the program, you beat the 0-4 Jets, pump the brakes.
Oh, he wasn't listening.
He hasn't been listening to the show.
We have never been saying.
I want to say one thing to
enjoy this,
folks that have chimed in about. Well, it's the 0-4 Jets. I want to see this. I want to see that. If you were, you're clearly listening to sports radio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What would you say today? Like, would you? I'm just asking as a friend. What if you were doing a show or what are you? Are you listening for us to just crap all over the team after a win? I would love to know what we're supposed to talk about after a win. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, again, if we were sitting here saying, oh, this team makes them a bona fide Super Bowl contender, then you could easily call us and say, okay, you guys are doing too much. But to simply point out that your running game looked good, your offensive line played well, and your $60 million quarterback is
giving you
through 5 weeks is playing at an MVP level. And again, that's not hyperbole.
Nope.
You can listen to national shows. Dak Prescott is playing at an MVP level. I'm not worried about his playoff record right now. I'm not worried about what his salary is through 5 weeks. I want anybody, if you're did you expect Dak to look like this through 5 weeks?
This is real simple. Not only is he passing the eyeball test, the numbers aren't lying either.
No.
Sometimes people have the numbers, but the eyeball test
Numbers don't lie, man.
He's got the eyeball test. He's throwing. He's running. He's decisive. He's quick release. He's not afraid of the challenge of throwing into coverages. In other words,
I'll tell you what, he's had
he's been throwing darts. And this one guy one fellow texted in a little earlier saying, if it wasn't for these 2 drops, you beat the Eagles in Philadelphia. And the Eagles, by the way, lost today for the first time this season, and they had won 20 out of 21 games. And the game that the Cowboys played with them, I believe it or not, you recognize this song. I blame it on the rain. The rain delay or that lightning delay. I blame it on that because I thought the Cowboys were controlling that game in Philadelphia. And I actually picked them to win it. I said they won't beat them in the rest of the season, but that first game, they could surprise them.
Shout out to the Milli Vanilli call by
Blame
you.
it on the rain.
Well, here we go from the 214. As a salty Chargers fan, I would like to crap all over the Cowboys after a win. LOL. I get that. You guys have lost 2 in a row, and suddenly Justin Herbert looks, like Justin Herbert. From the 901, but this is the same thing they do almost every season. They look good in the regular season and crap the bed in the playoffs. Well, that's 31 teams. I mean, there's only the NFL giveth, the NFL taketh away. That's what's so crazy about the NFL is the fact that guess what? There's 31 teams every year that are pissed off.
Yep.
All right. I was mad last year.
It's a 7-9 league. It's a 9-7 league. It's an 8-1 league. They all kind of, and they kind of balance themselves out. And it's also untimely injuries play a part of that too.
MVP level against bad teams.
Well, they can always say that. Did he just call the Cowboys Penn State? I said it.
Dude, that's cold-blooded.
That's cold-blooded.
By the way, where's all my UT? Some of this could be just UT Longhorn fans pissed off today, too.
Yeah, they could be just venting.
Hey.
I'm not mad.
It's a rough day.
I went to Oklahoma. 44-0 and no Mateer. We're ready for the big Red River rivalry on Saturday. Arch might not be ready.
You want all the smoke.
I want all that smoke.
Chris Arnold
Mateer might play or he might not play, but you can't handle either one of them.
It doesn't matter. You guys are going to... I'm guessing right now, I'm going to go ahead and call my shot. I'm going to say 31-21 Oklahoma next week.
I'll co-sign on that.
Oh, Texas looks bad.
They do.
Texas, and this is not a hey.
I'm not picking on Arch. No. I'm picking on the offensive line.
I'm gonna pick on Arch a little bit. Arch doesn't look good.
You know what he does?
Even when he's had time to throw,
he doesn't look like a Manning, and that's what that was the bar. All these fans who wanted to see a Manning start for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You find out now exactly why. The Mannings told Sark, we want you to develop him. In other words, he wasn't already developed.
No.
And there's a reason why Quinn Ewers was starting, because Arch wasn't developed yet.
All right, to all my college football fans out there and all my UT fans out there, did I see it correctly that he played in a 2A level high school in New Orleans? So
Maybe. It doesn't matter. The point is, he's not hitting the ground running, superstar quarterback, just because his name is Manning.
Well, I don't disagree with that. This is his third year at UT, though.
But he
you know what I'm
barely
saying?
played.
I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying for a guy that's had 2 years to sit, watch, and learn, he looks overwhelmed every week.
Well, Colt McCoy was on the show with me and RJ.
Yeah.
And Colt McCoy, this fourth season even started.
By the way, great interview.
Yeah, thank you. And everybody was raving about Arch.
He was the Heisman odds-on favorite to win.
Texas is number one in the nation, and Colt was basically saying, pump the brakes.
Yeah.
That O-line lost just about everybody. And so he's got to get used to the O-line. He doesn't have the same kind of help that Quinn Ewers had. He said, got a great relationship with Arch, but so in my mind, I was like, okay.
But I'll tell you what, though, and I'm not saying the O-line's great, but I think that's quarterbacks looking out for each other. Look, I'm going to say is this when it comes to Arch. Watching the game yesterday, and me and Jake were talking about this before the show. Why are you not having him move around more? Why are you not moving the pocket a little bit? Okay, because there were a couple times yesterday against Florida where all he had to do was step up or escape the pocket and buy him some time. I mean, I'm telling you right now, when that and look, you know this, all right? Part of what makes a great quarterback is knowing what to do when the pocket breaks down.
Yep.
Okay, and that's what made his uncles so great, was the fact that when the pocket, and look, we all know Peyton wasn't the most mobile dude in the world.
Not at all.
Okay, but Peyton knew when to slide to the right, slide to the left, slide forward. You know what I'm saying? Like
boots on the ground, cha-cha.
That's the difference, is that what has surprised me the most, and dare I say, Arch has actually looked pretty good when he gets out and runs around a little bit. And I feel like, all right, and Jake, I don't want to steal your thunder, but you made a great point about, are they trying to keep him in the pocket?
I mean, I've seen the Bears try to develop quarterbacks over the years, and I mean, we tried to turn Justin Fields into a pocket passer. It didn't work out, and I think that's what they're trying to do with Arch. I mean, I've never seen a team try and turn a guy who was used only for running last year into a guy that they want to sit in the pocket and throw for 350 yards a game and 5 touchdowns. I mean, you got to let a playmaker be a playmaker, and maybe he just needs to get hit. Maybe he needs to get acclimated in the game by getting hit.
We got a total from the 254, which is the Louisiana area code. Says, Arch was a 2A high school player. So again, you have to take everybody at their word now when they said they told Sark, develop our quarterback.
Yeah.
In other words, if he didn't have the last name Manning, people wouldn't have those crazy expectations. Maybe he should have been the son of Eli or the son of Peyton.
He'll look good in a KU uniform next year. He'll look good in a KU uniform next year. Just hit the portal, come to KU, play the Big 12. All right. I mean, you won't have all the pomp and circumstance. Bill will show you a couple things. Next thing you know, we got a new stadium. We're going to London next year. Me and Darren Woods are going to put something on it because he's an Arizona State guy. I'm a Jayhawk. So, and by the way, big win yesterday against UCF. Big win against UCF yesterday for my Jayhawks. All right, final segment of the show. Your text messages. We'll go through the NFL real quick, just rapid fire style. This is the Specs Tailgate Show.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fake pitch, going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball to the post. Touchdown to Pickens. Dagger.
Tell you what, me and Blake were sitting there watching that at the Star today with the fan hang, and we both said the same thing. That was one of those plays where great throw by Dak, but it was nice to see the referees let the play go.
Yes.
Okay. You had both guys hand fighting. Let the
all
best
the way down.
All the way down. Let the best man win.
Yep.
That I'll tell you what. That was a old school throwback football play. Dak put it up there. You had Sauce. You had George Pitt. By the way, Sauce played his ass off today.
He really did.
Okay, because that was real. I mean, what Pickens have? 2 catches on the day.
If that.
You know.
Yeah.
So, but hey, had one that counted, but they let those 2 go at it. Which you know what. And we're watching this. You know, I was just watching the highlights of the Miami and Carolina game, and it's like, look, when there's egregious holding and that's one thing, but I mean, you're playing a physical game, man. I mean, you're gonna have to put your hands on people sometimes, man. And so I don't know. They called a very what I thought was what should have been just left alone, but hey, whatever. It's I'm neither a Miami nor a Carolina fan, so at the end of the day, I could care less. But speaking of which, one game that jumped out to me, my buddy Bitter Mike Bavo, he's a diehard Raiders fan, texted me today after the Raiders got their ass kicked once again. Pete Carroll, I'm not saying maybe the game's passed him by, but maybe he took off a little bit off a little more he could chew. But that game was in Indianapolis. Okay, so Indianapolis put belt to ass, as they've done pretty much all year long outside of the game against the Rams. But, different color commentator, because it was supposed to be Mark Sanchez. And
by the way, Mark Sanchez has a tie to the Cowboys. Well, first of all, explain to everybody who do not know, missed the story why Mark Sanchez was not doing the broadcast.
So Mark Sanchez,
former Jets quarterback, ironically,
and played with a couple different teams towards the end there, but actually was there with Shoddy.
Yeah, with the Jets when they went to the AFC Championship game with Rex Ryan.
Was there with Shoddy. So the story came out on Saturday, but it's like, oh my God, he got stabbed the night before.
And he's in the hospital.
Critical
poor
condition.
Sanchez.
And then the statement came out, because we talked about it before the show on Saturday. Jacob Ray tells me and Blake, like, hey, this is a weird story. And then the statement comes out, and I told Blake, I said, there's something about this story that there's more than meets the eye. Like, this isn't Skylar Thompson getting his ass kicked in Dublin.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, we never really heard more about that, right? Like, that story died quick, okay? Yeah. But mugged. But the story when the way they said it, they go, this is not a random act of violence. So when I saw that, I thought, these 2 knew each other. So then you start, your mind starts wandering, and then we find out that Mark Sanchez beat the crap out of a DoorDash, an old-ass DoorDasher.
67-year-old DoorDash guy.
Beats his ass.
69, excuse me.
So my man comes back and hits him with the shiv. Okay.
But before that, the DoorDash guy had to hold him off with pepper spray.
So he pepper sprays him.
Why would you have to
him a couple
pepper spray
times.
Sanchez if he wasn't just wasted?
Well, and they said Sanchez was, white boy wasted out there doing wind sprints in the alley before the DoorDasher shows up. So Sanchez is tripping like Scottie Pippen. Now he's been arrested on 3 different counts, whatever.
And they arrested him, but they didn't take him out of
he still laid him in the hospital.
Because he had to have surgery on the stab wounds. And the DoorDash guy was like, I was just defending myself. And they got video to prove it. It's like a ring video or something. And he
not a good look.
He kept saying Sanchez was telling him, you can't park in the alley. That's just so you say, what has it got to do with the Cowboys? It's one thing that he's got a relationship with Shotty, and nothing wrong with. First of all, Mark Sanchez is apparently just a good guy, but
allegedly, until he gets full.
Until he gets full,
he's on that brown liquor.
So here's the other connection. Soon as I heard he was in the hospital and got stabbed, he used to play for the Cowboys. You talking about he bounced around? He played for the Cowboys, didn't play any games. But guess what?
He was in the alley in Arlington.
No, listen. This is wild. When Romo got hurt, Romo had to rehab. So he wasn't around to start. So Dak's the starting quarterback, and it was Mark Sanchez that was showing him the ropes.
Oh, wow.
Dak Prescott has always said that Mark Sanchez helped him out a lot when they won those 11 games in a row.
Oh, wow.
That was Dak.
Sanchez doing that.
Yeah, Sanchez helping Dak, helping advise him and think it wasn't wrong because Romo was getting rehab.
Well, luckily DoorDash wasn't a thing back then yet either.
Thank God.
So the fact that it wasn't, he didn't.
So as I'm watching the game this afternoon, I'm like, there's Dak and there's Shotty.
Yeah,
they're boys in the hospital.
And the third part of this equation,
it's just crazy.
What a
you
wild
just never
story.
know what alcohol will do to people.
You know, and hey, that's why your boy stays off the that and those Woski. So there's something to be said for that. Real quick, let's just rattle off a couple scores here because
Get everybody up.
In case you were wondering, let's see here. Let me refresh my page here because we're only down to the last game, and it just went to halftime. New England with a surprisingly 6-3 over the Bills at halftime. Real quick. Vikings, they won 21-17. As we mentioned, the Raiders got housed 40-6. The Saints, 26-14. They get their first win of the year. Jackson Dart didn't look terrible, but the problem is he looked like a rookie, though, right? I mean, he took him on some drives. However, he had a costly fumble running the ball. Then he threw 2 just really bad interceptions. And Scattaboo also had a big fumble as well as they were driving.
So that's Kellen Moore's first win as a head coach?
Yeah.
He was the other quarterback that was helping Dak out.
Okay.
It's Kellen Moore, Dak Prescott, Shotty, all of them.
All you NFC East fans out there, the Broncos did you a solid. They beat the Eagles today, handed them their first loss of the year, 21-17. The Panthers, they beat the Dolphins 27-24. The Texans, you can go ahead and put a fork in the Ravens. They're done. It's 44-10 today. Stroud with 4 touchdown passes as well.
Are you saying the Ravens are
Ravens
done?
are done, man. Ravens are done. And I almost picked them not to make the playoffs, and I wished I would have stuck with that, and I would have stuck to my guns. The Titans, they pull off a last-second win over the Cardinals. That team's in disarray, and like I said, we already talked a little bit about it earlier in the show. Kyler Murray, I think he needs to change his scenery. I really, really do. If Kyler Murray's going to resurrect his career, a la a not a Brock Purdy, but a la a Mac Jones,
Sam Arnold,
a Geno, Sam Darnold. Okay,
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield, great examples. He needs an offensive-minded coach. Okay, like that's the bottom line. I mean, he had a snippet of fun
with Cliff Kingsbury.
Success with Cliff Kingsbury, but Cliff already showed he's a lieutenant, not a captain. All right,
which is why he's in Washington.
Right?
Yeah,
and I think there's a reason why he decided, hey, let me go ahead and keep doing this OC thing. There's something to be said for that. Jonathan Gannon. All right, shout out to our boy James Tritley, who hated Jonathan Gannon for whatever reason, but he might be onto something. Maybe he knew something we didn't. Bottom line is this: he's a defensive guy. I don't know how much longer he's going to be in Arizona. That just seems like a really hard place to win. I don't know. There's something about Arizona. I just don't think people care. There's just something about it. Shout out to Ken Wisenhunt, who somehow, some way had that miracle run in 2008, 2009, whatever it was. But
how about Fitzgerald?
Seriously.
Larry Fitzgerald, he's going to Hall of Fame in an Arizona uniform.
I'll tell you what. No, he absolutely is. But no, Kyler needs to go somewhere else because he's never going to reach his full potential in Arizona. Buccaneers, and what might have been the game of the day. What a phenomenal performance there by both teams. And if you're a fantasy guy, you loved what you saw there. Abuka, shout out to Blake Elliott, but they win 38-35. Lions handle their business 37-24. And, of course, unfortunately, Herbert's going to Herbert, and he spits the bit as the Commanders come back and win 27-10. Any final thoughts from you, Degenerate Jake?
Bears won the bye week. That's all I got to say.
Oh!
Yeah, he's a Chicago kind
Bears did win the bye week. CA.
Cowboy fans, these next couple of games are going to tell you everything you need to know. Just the next couple.
Definitely got to get a big win against the Carolina Panthers. Looks like, from all intents and purposes, that you didn't have any major injuries this past week. And, of course, we should be getting some updates on some guys. But at the very least, you feel better about what you saw.
2-2-1. You're not a losing team right now.
No, you're not. Tomorrow, full gamut of shows. You guys know what time it is. Nobody better. 105.3 The Fan. Good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the